चलो बॉयज, एक मैच और हो जाए।
बस 2 सर्कल बाकी है यार, इसको निपटा के खेलते हैं ना।
क्या सर्कल?
यार राज, तू क्यों नहीं खेलता हमारे साथ? अपनी स्क्वाड बन जाएगी।
स्क्वाड? पर पता नहीं यार, इसमें स्कोप है भी क्या?
हाँ हाँ देखना भाई, 2x लगा हुआ है।
2x?
तुझे चाहिए तो 6x मुझसे ले ले, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा है?
मैंशन चलते हैं गाइस, क्या कहते हो?
लूट के सीधा रोटेशन मारते।
मैंशन में लूट? तो हेलो, ये चल क्या रहा है यार?
BGMI
है?
सब यही खेल रहे ब्रो, तुझे कैसे नहीं पता? हर चीज है इसमें, जैसे फुल ऑन सॉलिड प्लानिंग, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम वर्क, ट्रस्ट और सबसे जरूरी 4 अच्छे दोस्त, ताकि अपनी स्क्वाड और चिकन डिनर के बीच कोई ना आ सके। अब तो सब अपनी स्क्वाड बना रहे हैं, तू कैसे रह गया?
चल यार राज, अब एक मैच हो जाए।
क्यों नहीं, अपनी स्क्वाड बना ले। हमारी BGMI स्क्वाड तो रेडी है, आप अपनी कब बना रहे हो?
एक ऐसे पथ पर प्रतिपल चले, ना रुके ना मिटे, बस चलते रहे। देवियों सज्जनों, स्वागत है आप सबका iQOO बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया प्रो सीरीज पावर्ड बाय लोको के प्रीलूड सेगमेंट के अंदर। मेरा नाम है ओशन एंड आज के दिन 1/4 जो हमारी जर्नी हो चुके हैं, उसके बाद मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं अंगद सिंह चहल दी एक्सपेरिमेंट और साथ में पीयूष स्पीरो बातला। कैसे हैं आप अंगद?
I'm good. Everything is fine. Of course, day one was a spectacular affair. Let's see what the next 3 days have in store for us.
मैं भी काफी अच्छा हूँ यहाँ पे ओशन। बहुत ही अमेजिंग पहला दिन था कल का एंड बहुत मजा आया मुझे एज अ पर्सन, एज अ फैन देखने में। एज अ कास्टर तो हमें मजा आया ही आया है।
आई मीन ओवरऑल चीजें जो थी कल के दिन में बहुत सारा एक कुछ टीम्स ने टीजर ही दिया अभी भी, कुछ टीम्स अभी भी अपना एक्चुअल गेम प्ले में आ रही है, गेम फॉर्म में आ रही है, लेकिन इन सब चीजों के अंदर बात यही बन जाती है कि आज का दिन किस तरीके से चलने वाला है, हाउ विल द 50% जर्नी कंक्लूड। एंड उन सब चीजों में जब प्लेयर्स की बात करते हैं, टीम्स की बात करते हैं, मुझे लगता है बहुत सारी चीजें आज के दिन के कॉन्वर्सेशंस में रहेंगी। एंड फॉर द स्टार्टर्स आई हैव वन द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट रोल्स ऑन माई माइंड जो कि रहते हैं सपोर्ट रोल, जो कि हमने कल के दिन, इनफैक्ट अगर पिछले दिन की बात करें, हमने देखा हेक्टर किस तरीके से प्ले किया, उनका प्ले स्टाइल बहुत अलग देखने को मिला। ही मोस्टली कम्स अप एज अ सपोर्ट असॉल्टर। सो आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू एक्सपी स्टार्टिंग अप अबाउट द डेफिनेशन एंड इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ अ रोल लाइक दिस जो सपोर्ट के अंदर आती है बात।
See, for me, support is like one of those unsung heroes, right? Because they have to do it all. They have to be a jack of all trades and master of quite a few as well. So for me, support is, like I said, an unsung hero. It's something that isn't given too much importance, right? Because that person comes in, he's got to do everything, right? He's got to pick you up if you are down. He's still got to be adept at taking a fight and get all the finishes and have that presence of mind. So of course you have your fixed roles, right? You have an assaulter, you have a reconnaissance guy. Support for me has to do it all.
well, अगर आप मुझसे पूछेंगे तो मैं भी एग्री करूंगा यहाँ पे एक्सपी से कि एक ग्लू की तरह होता है सपोर्ट रोल। पूरी टीम को एक कंबाइन करने के लिए काफी ज्यादा काम आता है। बिकॉज अगर आपके असोल्टर आगे जा रहे हैं तो आपको कवर चाहिए होता है। आपके आईजीएल तो कवर देंगे ही देंगे, बट आपका सपोर्ट रोल सेकंड इन लाइन, सेकंड इन कमांड में समझता हूँ कि वो हो सकते हैं। चाहे फिल्टरेशन की क्यों ना बात कर लें, कई सपोर्टर्स हमने देखा है जो फिल्टर भी करते हैं अपने आईजीएल की कॉल्स को। अब वाइस वर्सा भी बहुत ज्यादा हमें देखने को मिलता है। बट आई फील एज अ सपोर्ट प्लेयर हम इतनी वैल्यू उनको देते नहीं, क्लाउड उनको इतनी वैल्यू देती नहीं। बट आई थिंक दिस इज चेंजिंग। जिस तरह से हेक्टर ने कल खेला, दैट वाज मैजिकल। बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स अब स्टेप अप करते नजर आ रहे हैं।
लेकिन इसी पे एक फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन मेरा बन जाता है, जैसे कि आपने बोला कि प्लेयर्स को उतना वैल्यू नहीं मिलता, बट एट द एंड इफ यू टॉक अबाउट इट इन दैट सेंस कि अगर सपोर्ट रोल ना हो, राइट, वो जो जाना है अंदर, वो जो बैकबोन रहती है वो बहुत ज्यादा क्रैक्ड रह सकती है। एक गेम में आप चारों असॉल्टर्स अगर भर लोगे तो एवरीवन वुड वांट टू जस्ट रश इन और उसमें दिक्कतें आएंगी। सो या एग्जैक्टली, सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दैट चेंज कि सपोर्ट का जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग रहता है गेम का, हाउ इज इट डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द असॉल्टर्स एज पर से?
So for me, an assaulter is someone who just goes in and gets all the finishes, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's the guy who's going to be comfortable with close quarter combat, right? He's going to be comfortable in the CQB situations.
Yeah.
A support guy has to do it all, because suppose if your assaulter is down, you are going to have to pick up that mantle, and then you're going to be going forth and doing that. But also, he's got to be intelligent. He's got to know when to do what.
Exactly.
You know
exactly.
what I mean?
Exactly.
Well, I agree on that as well. I mean, as a support player, अगर आप यहाँ पे आगे जाने वाले प्लेयर्स को कवर नहीं दे पाते तो आप अपना रोल पूरा नहीं कर रहे। कोई प्लेयर नॉक है तो सबसे पहले जो आईजीएल होता है ना वो ये देखता है कि सपोर्ट प्लेयर है कहाँ, क्या वो रिवाइव देने आ सकता है। अगर नहीं आ सकता तब प्लान बी आता है। तो प्लान ए इज ऑलवेज गोइंग टू बी द सपोर्ट, जो आपको कवर भी देगा, जो आपको रिवाइवल भी देगा। और आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं कई टीम्स है जो स्ट्रैटेजी डेवलप भी करती हैं कि आपके सपोर्ट प्लेयर्स के पास ज्यादा हीलिंग्स भी होती हैं, तो वो ज्यादा कैरी फॉरवर्ड भी करते हैं। एंड आजकल बहुत सारे सपोर्ट प्लेयर्स हील बैटल भी करते नजर आते हैं।
Wait, they got to do everything, right? Basically.
एग्जैक्टली वही जैसे आपने बोला कि जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स रहना पड़ता है और कुछ कुछ चीजों का तो मास्टर करना
Master of a few.
of a few, exactly. But then again, सपोर्ट एक अलग रोल हो गया, उसको हम साइड में रखते हैं जिस तरीके से चलने वाला आज भी प्लेयर्स देखने को मिलेंगे। बट देन अगेन आई वाज टॉकिंग विद यू एज वेल फॉर दिस वन एक्सपी एंड कॉन्वर्सेशन ऐसे निकला पीयूष, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि हम लोगों ने कल देखा आईएनएस का गेम, टॉप 3 आए थे मिरामार में, राइट। इवर्ट की एंट्री हुई क्रेजी सोल की जगह, एक ऐसा बढ़िया प्लेयर क्रेजी सोल जिसने लास्ट टाइम अगर राउंड पिछले हफ्ते की बात करें लास्ट गेम पर उस प्लेयर ने 9 फिनिशेस निकाले थे। सो एक अंडरडॉग प्लेयर आता है, अंडरडॉग प्लेयर एज इन उस प्लेयर ने पूरा लॉबी नहीं देखा आता है। सो नो अंडरडॉग्स का रोल किस तरीके से रहता है परफॉर्मेंस वाइज इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट में, स्पेशली फाइनल्स।
See, I mean, an underdog is someone who basically we have not an idea about. We don't know much about them, right? That's why we call them the underdogs compared to the big dogs out there. Now, when Ebert came in, again, we were all kind of speculating that what is he going to bring to the table. He got a knock and a finish against Sol Akshat, if I'm not wrong, in the map of Miramar. He did his job. He almost took down Hector, who was charging at him.
Yeah.
So he had that gun game, right? I mean, he had the gameplay. But the thing is, again, we would have probably seen a lot more of him in the past. But again, he did his homework, and it was showcased on our screens.
देखिए मैं तो समझता हूँ ये स्टेज बहुत बड़ा है। अगर आपको मौका मिल रहा है, आप एक 5th प्लेयर हैं, आप आ रहे हैं इनसाइड गेम खेलने के लिए, आपको 3 प्लेयर्स के साथ खेलना पड़ता है एज अ 4th मेंबर। तो वो स्टेज पे अगर आप परफॉर्म कर जाते हैं, यू कैन बी अ सुपरस्टार, यू कैन हैव योर ओन स्पेस ऑन योर टीम अगर आप अपना अच्छा प्रदर्शन दिखा पाते हैं। देखिए अगर आप 5 में हैं तो मतलब ये तो है ही कि आप अच्छा खेलते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप टॉप 4 में आके अच्छा खेलते हैं, यू कैन स्टिक देयर, यू कैन स्टे देयर एंड यू कैन रिप्लेस अ प्लेयर।
I just want to ask him one thing, and you as well, because so जैसे आपने बोला that we have all 5 players and all that. In your opinion, I'm sorry for taking over for a split second. Everyone is equal, right? That is something that I do believe the viewers watching they have a little misconception that the one who's sitting out is not as good. But again,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, he is a wonderful player जो बाहर बैठा है, but there is a reason कि वो 5th प्लेयर है और टॉप 4 में नहीं है। सिंक्रोनाइजेशन, चाहे वो स्ट्रैटेजी बेस्ड हो कि कोई प्लेयर थोड़ा सा अग्रेसिव माइंडसेट का है, शायद वो अंदर है या फिर वो बाहर है, डिफेंसिव माइंडसेट है। A lot of factors comes in.
That's one of the biggest things. I mean, आप सोचिए कि फैक्टर सबसे बड़ा ही आता है, हमने देखा है चेंजेस होते हैं मिरामार में कभी स्पेसिफिकली, क्योंकि एक डेडिकेटेड बोल्ट एक्शन गाय को आप लेकर के आते हो, प्लेयर को लेकर के आते हो। सैनॉक में चेंजेस देखते हैं क्योंकि एक आदमी पता है हील करेगा तो उसको आप लेकर के आ रहे हो। लाइक देयर आर चेंजेस, देयर आर मेंटल चेंजेस जो कि प्लेयर्स के ऊपर आते हैं एंड उसके कारण सिनर्जी इट्स गुड। लाइक टॉप 4 प्लेयर्स जो आपकी टीम के सिनर्जी उनके साथ बन रखी है, यू वुड वांट टू गो इन दैट फेज, यू वुड वांट टू गो विद दैट फैक्टर, दैट्स रियली गुड। बट देन अगेन सिनर्जी पहले हफ्तों की अलग रहेगी, कल से स्टार्ट हुई सिनर्जी अलग है, माइंडसेट अलग है, बिकॉज पॉइंट 0 से स्टार्ट हुए। ऐसे में एक टीम का नाम बहुत अलग तरीके से आएगा, दैट इज एफएस, अ टीम that was it looks like it was not opening up till the last weeks, but अब जब open up किया, they are playing brilliantly on one thing, that is solely the position points जो कि वो निकाल रहे हैं, उसके साथ साथ finish points निकाल रहे हैं। So FS as a team, what are your thoughts? K47, Clutch, like brilliant players.
I mean, like you mentioned, we're not talking about them, right? I mean, they did get the chicken dinner in Vikendi, and it wasn't just the heel battle, right? What they did was they took a lot of finishes as well. If I'm not wrong, it was 12 in that game, and still they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
So again, they're versatile, they're adaptive, and of course, speaking of Vikendi, buddy, here you go.
Well, Vikendi, I mean, amazing प्रदर्शन यहाँ पे एफएस की तरफ से यहाँ पे देखने को मिला। जिस तरह से उन्होंने यहाँ पे खेला एफएस, आई फील कि उन्होंने ना बहुत ज्यादा अपना माइंडसेट चेंज किया एज कंपेरिजन के पहले के हम जब मैचेस देखते थे, थोड़ा सा सेफ खेलते थे, थोड़ा सा पैसिव खेलते थे। अभी भी रोटेशन अव्वल दर्जे की थी, बट साथ ही साथ उन्होंने फिनिशेस निकाले जो बहुत अच्छे थे।
बट देन डोंट यू फील कि जिस तरीके से ये प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं, जो ये प्ले स्टाइल चेंज हुआ है, एक्सपी मैं इसके ऊपर स्पेसिफिकली आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, क्या ये गैम्बल बन सकता है? गैम्बल एज इन चला तो चला और चल गया, बट कोई और टीम भी होगी जो शायद कोशिश कर रही है जिनके लिए चला नहीं। एग्जांपल काइनेटिक जैसी टीम, लाइक they did not get that much points, so I want to know कि क्या ये gamble ही है या क्या है?
You said the word gamble, higher the risk, higher the reward. So again, it's a hit or miss at times, right? I mean, if you get it, everything is going to be on your side, but if you do miss, then everything is going to be, a negative factor for you.
Yeah.
So the thing is, again, it's a gamble, which they do have to take, because again, it's the big stage, it's the grand finals over here, right? You have to take those chances, and this gamble paid off for them.
What do you think?
I mean, you have to do it. अगर आपको नंबर 1 आना है तो उस स्ट्रेटेजी के साथ आप नंबर 1 बन ही नहीं सकते। आप बहुत पैसिव खेल रहे थे, आप इतना अटैक नहीं कर रहे थे, आप फिनिशेस नहीं निकाल रहे थे। सिर्फ एक ही अगर आप कैटेगरी में अच्छा एफर्ट दिखाएंगे तब आप चैंपियन नहीं बन सकते। मे बी आप टॉप 5 फिनिश कर जाएं, मे बी आप टॉप 10 फिनिश कर जाएं, बट इन द एंड आपका गोल है नंबर 1 बनने का, एंड यू हैव टू टेक रिस्क। आई एग्री विद हिम।
एग्जैक्टली आई मीन जिस तरीके से एफएस ने खेला है वी वुड बी होपिंग कि आज भी वैसे वो पॉइंट्स निकाल सके बिकॉज पोजीशन पॉइंट्स का जो मेन फोकस इस टीम ने निकाला दैट वाज इनक्रेडिबल बट देन अगेन यू नो अगर पोजीशन इन द मैप की बात करें हल्की फुल्की ओआर के प्लेयर्स का नाम हल्का फुल्का यहाँ पर इस पूरे कॉन्वर्सेशन में आ सकता है वी जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट इट कि कहाँ पर थे एग्जैक्टली मैप में कहाँ कोई इधर कोई उधर मिरामार स्पेशली नॉट द सेकंड वन दैट did not go well but the first one so I want to know from you like OR के players से क्या expectations as such रह सकती हैं
See again we were kind of predicting one thing right that OR Esports they have a few tricks up their sleeve they have some plays in the playbook that they haven't really showcased till now and you know they still are in the second position 71 10 points behind Team Soul so we know they have the capability they are trying new things out like you mentioned all over the map. And Jelly, of course, was way miles away from his team, and you know it did work out for them. Sometimes they say you just mentioned, you know, it didn't work out in the second game. However, they're trying new things because again, we still have 3 days of games remaining, so they still have a few matches to you know just kind of mess around and tweak a few things.
I mean, इसके अंदर ऑब्वियसली हम लोग ओआर आरू की बात भी एक मेजरली करना चाहेंगे बिकॉज इस प्लेयर की तरफ से भी हमने 1v4s बहुत अच्छे देखे हैं क्लच मूवमेंट्स बहुत अलग अलग देखे हैं आरू एक ऐसा प्लेयर जो ना दिमाग का काफी अलग तरीके से इस्तेमाल करता नजर आता है प्लस ही इज अ टीम प्लेयर एज वेल थिंक अबाउट इट यू आर गेटिंग 6 फिनिशेस और आधा तो आप असिस्ट में भी दे रहे हो दैट जस्ट कम्स अप रियली गुड 2020 इज अ सर्वाइवल टाइम अ ईयर दैट वी वुड वांट टू फॉरगेट बट स्टिल 1261 डैमेज यहां पर ओवरऑल बन रखा है सो ओवरऑल व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ दिस प्लेयर
Well, 2020 wasn't a good year for you, eh?
I mean, come on.
All right, just coming back to Aru. Again, you know, he's one of those players who, again, it's a team game, right?
Yeah.
You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Exactly.
There you have it. And if you aren't going to be putting up what your... Let me give you an example. Aditya, of course, is going to be leading the charge as far as finishes is concerned. Atanki is a name that's going to be up there, right?
Yeah.
But he's going to be doing his thing as well. And it's all the synergy. They work... the thing that these boys have is perfect, and you know, of course, it's like one of those chef kiss and all that kind of stuff because it's showcased on our screens. And you know, I want to hear your point because I feel that he is going to be one of, like you mentioned earlier, he's one of the glues of team or esports.
देखिए हमने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले सपोर्ट रोल की बात करी और आरू एक प्राइम एग्जांपल है जिस तरह से ओआर ने लीग स्टेज के अंदर डोमिनेट किया था क्यों डोमिनेट किया था बिकॉज पीछे से कवर आ रहा था आतंकी और आदित्य को टाइम मिल रहा था कि वो आगे जा सके खुल के खेल सके एंड दैट इज व्हाट मैटर्स राइट कि आप चिल होकर खेल सको खुल के खेल सको ये सोचे बगैर कि पीछे से मेरे को कवर मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा अगर मैं नॉक हुआ तो रिवाइवल मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा वो चीज की चिंता उनको नहीं करनी पड़ रही थी
Speaking of revivals, I mean, I loved even yesterday we had a look, right? I mean, the moment one of them goes down, Atanki went down, the smoke grenade, it's a presence of mind.
It's coming like that. And you know, जैसे कि आपने बात करी, it's a really good point. जैसे कि you know हम लोगों ने रखा है कि आरू, he's a support player. I get it. But once you get him out of the Narnia's closet, right? You get to understand that he has his own roar. Same goes for Hector. Just because Hector, अगर पुराने हफ्तों की बात करें, yes, Goblin is the main man for the team. Goblin was there. But कल जब भी Goblin पहले down हुए, Hector took in the charge. So what do you make of that?
I mean, of course, you're going to bring up Miramar over here because we did talk about this earlier. He did do his job. Now, I want to go to Sanok specifically. Now, yesterday, he finished with 12 finishes in the entire day. That one crucial instrumental knock and finish on Exopunk when he was up
exactly.
there. See, he was healing himself up. He's still at first aids. He had 6 of them in his bag. He realized if I do take that shot, what I'm going to do is do something for my team.
Exactly.
And he's going to be out. He's going to be dead. And that is the presence of mind. The support play, like you mentioned, that was instrumental.
Not only that, उसको खत्म करने के बाद उन्होंने कम्युनिकेट किया वो कम्युनिकेशन बहुत क्रूशियल थी हमने इंटरव्यू में बात करी उनसे उन्होंने कहा कि उनका खुद का कॉल था फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कि हील बैटल छोड़ो सामने प्लेयर है उसको खत्म करो उसके बाद कॉल दो के नीचे एक ही प्लेयर है यू कैन गो 1v2 देम बिकॉज मैं खत्म होने वाला हूं मैं यहां से ना उसको देख सकता हूं ना मैं यहां पे उसको खत्म कर पाऊंगा
Exactly. I mean, वो डिसीजन लेना the communication is important. Especially ऐसा communication, I believe कल का इरांगल का जो पहला गेम था उसमें था जब सोल के 2 ही प्लेयर्स हेक्टर एंड अक्षत सर्वाइव कर रहे थे. अक्षत got his own 1v4. Hector did a 1v3 as well against BB players. So that also comes on. But मेरा mind see it just comes on क्योंकि आपके पास भी कल एक experience if we talk about understanding the competitive as a whole. So I want to know from you because आप भी back end पर bolt actions अच्छे use करते हैं तो एक support role आपने भी रखा जरूर है. So I want to know what's important once you're at that position.
What he just said, information. That is what we are basically gathering, right? Because we have that peripheral vision. I mean, your assaulters, they're going to go and do their thing right up close and personal in front of the enemy's face, right? We're the ones who are going to be telling them, dude, there's someone coming from your right, someone from your left, or if somebody else wants to come in, we intervene. So that is what a support player has to do. He's got to be relaying information. He's got to be good at communication. That, of course, is one of the main things in my opinion.
दैट्स नाइस एंड इसके साथ एक और प्लेयर का नाम इनफैक्ट आता है। स्पीरो, मैं आपसे स्टार्ट करना चाहूंगा। देखिए, हमने हैदराबाद हाइड्रास का 20 बॉम्बर देखा, वाज इनसेन, वाज इनक्रेडिबल, वाज आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड। एस ब्लैक की परफॉर्मेंस देखी, एवरीथिंग, बट देन स्ट्राइकर आल्सो प्लेड अ वेरी क्रूशियल रोल अराउंड द कम्युनिकेशन साइड, राइट? जब बात करी जाती है इन द एंटायरिटी ऑफ द डे, सो आई नो कि लाइक उनका योगदान अगर हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के लिए बोला जाए, बिकॉज दैट मैच इज समथिंग दैट गॉट हैदराबाद हाइड्रास बैक इनटू द कंपटीशन।
Well, that match was amazing, but सिर्फ उसी मैच का नहीं, अगर आप स्ट्राइकर का योगदान देखेंगे हैदराबाद
Exactly.
हाइड्रास के लाइनअप के अंदर, तो पूरे iQOO BMPS के दौरान उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा कवर प्रोवाइड करा है।
Yeah.
एंड देखिए, हमने सपोर्ट रोल का ना एक डेफिनेशन माइंडसेट में बना दी है कि वो उनका काम है सिर्फ कवर देना, उनका काम है सिर्फ रिवाइव करना, ऐसा नहीं है। वो फिनिशेस जो उन्होंने निकाले वो भी बहुत अच्छा है। अब आप यहाँ पे स्ट्राइकर की बात करते हैं, उन्होंने जब अपने करियर की शुरुआत करी थी, वो एक स्नाइपर थे, वो पीछे रह के खेलते थे, तब भी वो स्नाइपिंग के से शुरुआत करी,
तभी
फिर
नाम
DMR में
स्ट्राइकर रखा है।
तभी नाम
स्ट्राइकर द स्नाइपर।
उनको पहले हम ऐसे ही बुलाते थे। तो आई थिंक उसके बाद चेंज करना, मिनी चलाने लग गए, एसकेएस चलाने लग गए, उसके बाद वो थोड़ी असोल्टिंग करते थे, वो आगे जाके खेलते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने अपना गेम प्ले चेंज किया, और ये जो डायनामिज्म आप देख रहे हैं प्लेयर्स के अंदर, दैट इज व्हाट मेकिंग देम अ चैंपियन।
Anything you want to add?
I mean, Hyderabad Hydra, just to add to that, of course, we saw that 20 bomber, 35 points coming.
was-
The first 4 games, it was the same thing that they do every single time. They never start off on their best foot forward, right? They
Yeah.
always have a little bit of a drop, but boy, oh boy, did they come back strong.
They did, and उनका जो कमबैक स्टोरी है वो डेफिनेटली हम लोग देखने वाले हैं जब हमारे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स डे 1 के बाद के यहाँ पर देखने को मिलने वाले हैं। आपकी स्क्रीन के ऊपर बहुत जल्दी वो आ जाएंगे, और आप देखिए टीम सोल वो 81 अंक जो उनके पास हैं, काफी अच्छे जी, बिल्कुल 81 अंक, लेकिन 71 ओआर के पास आते हुए, ज्यादा फासला नहीं है, ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है जी।
और के पास कितने पॉइंट्स थे?
71।
71।
Yep.
क्या बात है।
71 अंक यहाँ पर इनके पास है। एनिग्मा, अब ये 3 टीमें अभी पोडियम टीम्स हैं। एनिग्मा हमें दिखती है अभी तक के लिए 66 अंकों के साथ, और ये टॉप 8 हो जाता है। एक्सो कमबैक स्टोरीज की हम बात करते हैं, देखते हैं आज किस तरीके से हो पाएगी। पर काइनेटिक, आर स्पोर्ट्स, हाइड्रा, स्पिरो, क्या लगता है?
Well, I feel कि कमबैक स्टोरी सिर्फ एक्सो की नहीं है, कमबैक स्टोरी इन सभी टीमों की है। You know why? Because इतना ज्यादा ग्राइंड करके आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं, इतने ज्यादा कंपटीशन को जीत के आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं, बहुत सारी टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, और जो टीम यहाँ पे आई है, everyone is a champion in their own right, and I think they can make a comeback. It's just that कि अपने अंदर क्या बिलीव है उनका, अगर वो कर सकते हैं।
Wait, just to add to his point, it's all the mental game over here. ठीक है?
Yeah.
We all know that they have what it takes to be here. Of course,
Exactly,
the best
exactly.
16 teams in India at this moment, right? But again, it's all that mental pressure. There's going to be a weight on your shoulders. Question is, are you going to crumble or are you going to carry it forward? So, you know, that's again, मैं बहुत सहमत हूँ जो आपने भी बोला है।
आपने बहुत अच्छी
सिखा
से
चुके हैं
हिंदी
चीजें इनको, है कि काफी अच्छी चीजें सिखा चुके हैं। लेकिन अभी हम एक और इंसान के पास चलेंगे जिनसे हम भी काफी चीजें जानना यहाँ पर चाहेंगे जरूर। क्रॉन्टन हमारे साथ जुड़ने जरूर वाले हैं काफी ज्यादा जल्दी, उनके साथ हम लोग बातचीत करने वाले हैं। क्या उनकी राय है इस पूरे कंपटीशन को लेकर के, किस तरीके से वो इस पूरी कंपटीशन को देख रहे हैं, क्या उनकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग्स है प्लेयर्स को लेकर के, प्लेयर मेंटालिटी, प्लेयर माइंडसेट, हर एक चीज काफी ज्यादा जल्दी हम लोग के सामने यहाँ पर आने वाले हैं। सो चलिए चलते हैं, उनसे बातचीत थोड़ी बहुत करते हैं, और उस बातचीत में ऑलरेडी एक्सपी यहाँ पर हाथ मिलने लगा। ऐसा लगता है सवाल है आप लोगों के पास
One
काफी
of the
सारे।
pioneers of the esports community over here in India. If you think
Definitely.
about it.
Well, absolutely. क्रॉन्टन ने बहुत ज्यादा भूमिका निभाई है ई-स्पोर्ट्स में इंडिया में, एंड जब वो आएंगे उनसे सवाल पूछने में बहुत मजा आएगा।
चलिए स्वागत करते हैं क्रॉन्टन का यहाँ पर, और बातचीत में डेफिनेटली जानना चाहेंगे कि क्या उनके दिमाग में चल रहा है। क्रॉन्टन, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया ओशन जी, आप कैसे हो?
काफी ज्यादा
Hello.
बढ़िया, काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया। क्रॉन्टन, जिस तरीके से ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट वगैरह चल रहा है, हमने देखा, देखिए गॉडलाइक के आप रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है, जैसा हम लोग प्रदर्शन चाहते थे वो आया नहीं, बिकॉज देखिए फैंस काफी सारे हैं, बट मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि इस चीज से आपकी टीम ने क्या सीखा है, और टीम स्ट्रॉन्गर कमबैक कैसे करना चाहती है?
एक्चुअली हम क्वालिफाई नहीं करे, बहुत सारे रीजन थे। मतलब टीम थोड़ा वो होता है ना कि प्रैक्टिस कम और
जी जी
बहुत सारी चीजें चल रही थी, तो वैसा था।
जी।
लेकिन अब उनको भी एक होता है ना एक्सपीरियंस आ चुका है कि अभी कंपटीशन लेवल जो है काफी आगे बढ़ चुका है। जो अंडरडॉग टीम से अच्छे खेल रही है, जो ऑलरेडी टीम्स थी उन्होंने काफी सारा इम्प्रूवमेंट करके वो भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, तो कंपटीशन अब थोड़ा जा चुका है ऊपर।
जी
तो वो उनको अभी रियलाइज हो चुका है, तो अभी काफी अच्छा ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं। इवन दो लास्ट जो भी प्रैक्टिस मैचेस चल रहे हैं उसमें भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं।
जी।
एंड डेफिनेटली अभी जो टूर्नामेंट होने वाले, लैंड टूर्नामेंट या फिर ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट, उसमें डेफिनेटली गॉडलाइक कमबैक करेगी। एंड घातक भाई तो है ही, पूरा चल रहा है टीम को अच्छे लेवल पे लेके जाने का, पूरा मतलब प्रैक्टिस एंड
जी।
I totally agree. Of course, Godlike will come back strong. All right, Quantum, let me ask you
Yes.
a quick little question. So, how does, if you have a lineup, you have 6 to 7 players, including a team manager or a coach. How does that work? What happens with them? How do you go about it?
थोड़ा सोच में पड़ गया ऐसा लग रहा है, बट कोई बात नहीं, जल्दी वापस
He's back.
Okay.
He is
He's
back.
back.
Yeah.
Yes.
आप जी
Sorry, क्या क्वेश्चन था मैं?
I'll just repeat myself. So, normally, suppose if you come up with the lineup, you have 6 to 7 players, including a team manager
Okay.
or a coach. So, how does the dynamic work between those 6, 7 lads?
6 है?
6 to 7 log agar aapki team mein honge. So, including your
Yes.
manager. So, how do you work it? Because there are 4
Yes.
playing members, and of course, you have your substitutes. So, what is the dynamic in that group?
नहीं समझा क्वेश्चन, सॉरी.
So basically XP ये बोलना चाहते थे कि जैसे कि आपकी टीम के अंदर हर टीम में 6 से 7 लोग होते हैं, मैनेजर्स, कोचेस, हर किसी को इंक्लूड करके, तो कितना हेल्प रहता है ओवरऑल टीम को उन सब लोगों के द्वारा?
ओके, मतलब कोच वगैरह कैसे मैनेज करते
Yes.
हैं टीम को, काइंड ऑफ.
जी जी
तो ऑब्वियसली हेल्प रहता है, क्योंकि एक बंदा टीम के पीछे कोई एक बंदा काम नहीं कर सकता है ना, कि मतलब
जी, जी।
एक को किसी को दिया हुआ है और बस वही करे जा रहा है, क्योंकि
हाँ।
हर एक का माइंडसेट अलग होता है, टीम प्लेयर का माइंडसेट अलग होता है, कोच का माइंडसेट थोड़ा अलग होता है. इवन दो कुछ मतलब आपको मैं बताता हूँ, जोनाथन के डैड भी स्ट्रीम देखते हैं,
हाँ।
हमेशा मैचेस देखते
जी।
हैं, तो वो बहुत बार वो भी खुद कॉल करके बोलता है, अरे क्रोंटन भाई ऐसा करो, हमें ये चीज पे फोकस करना चाहिए. मतलब जो ऑडियंस भी होती है वो भी बताते हैं. और रही बात मैनेजमेंट की, तो ये सारे फीडबैक हम लेके फिर उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं कि
बिल्कुल।
कहाँ पे हम लैग कर रहे हैं.
बिल्कुल।
जैसे अभी बहुत बड़ा ये एक्सपीरियंस, मतलब क्या कह सकते हैं उसको, जो हम क्वालिफाई नहीं करें, उससे ज्यादा कोई बुरी चीज हो नहीं सकती. अभी
जी,
तक
जी,
हम
जी।
ऐसा हुआ नहीं है कि फाइनल में क्वालिफाई नहीं करें.
जी
बट यस, आने वाले टूर्नामेंट में डेफिनेटली, कल ही जोनाथन से भी बात हुई थी, तो
हाँ।
वो कह रहा है अभी जो टीम प्रैक्टिस जो चल रहा है
हाँ
एकदम बढ़िया चल रहा है, और आने वाले टूर्नामेंट में हम डेफिनेटली कुछ अच्छा करेंगे.
आने वाला टूर्नामेंट तो खैर छोड़िए, थोड़ा टाइम डेफिनेटली रहने वाला, लेकिन मैं जानना चाहता हूँ इस टूर्नामेंट में दिल से गॉड लाइक किसको चीयर कर रही है, कौन सी टीम को दिल से गॉड लाइक चीयर कर रही है इस टूर्नामेंट में, ये बताइए जरा.
सारी अपनी टीम्स हैं, मतलब सोल हो, ऑरेंज रॉक हो,
जी।
जो भी टीम क्वालिफाई करी है, डेफिनेटली
जी।
किसी एक टीम को ऑब्वियसली हम चेयर नहीं कर रहे. हम चाहते हैं कि जो अंडरडॉग टीम भी खेल रही है वो थोड़ा अच्छा और बेटर करे. ऑब्वियसली वो तो कर ही रहे, लेकिन ऐसा हम सब
ऑलराइट, वेल आई मीन जवाब तो हमें मिल चुका था. थैंक यू वेरी मच रॉन्टन, आप यहाँ पर आए, आप हिस्सा बने इस पूरी कॉन्वर्सेशन का, बिकॉज जो कॉन्वर्सेशन था काफी अच्छा रहा. उन्होंने जिस तरीके से बताया कि एक टाइप से आप आई ओपनर बोल सकते हैं, एंड ऐसी चीजें काफी ज्यादा मैटर करती हैं, बिकॉज बहुत सारी टीम्स हैं. अभी तो हम 16 टीमें देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर एक्सपी, बट आपको भी पता है कि इससे पहले हजारों टीमों से शुरुआत होती है पूरे टूर्नामेंट की. एट द एंड फेलियर्स, जीतना, हर चीज इट्स पार्ट ऑफ द गेम.
I mean, if you make a mistake, it's what happens after that counts, right? If you learn from them and you come back stronger, well, that's a victory in its own right.
देखिए सिर्फ गॉडलाइक ही नहीं, बहुत सारी टीमें हैं जो बाहर हो गई यहाँ पे टूर्नामेंट से, और जैसे कि एक्सपी ने बोला, या तो आप जीतते हैं या तो आप सीखते हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से गॉडलाइक को बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा इस टूर्नामेंट से. क्रोंटन ने भी खुद यही बोला कि वो जो एक्सपीरियंस था, भले ही अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था, लेकिन उन्होंने उससे सीखा है. और जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि जोनाथन कह रहे हैं कि अभी जो उनकी लाइनअप है वो अच्छा खेल रही है, दे आर लुकिंग गुड, तो फ्यूचर ब्राइट है उनका भी.
आई मीन आप ही की एक लाइन होती है, आप और एंकी इस चीज को काफी बोलते हैं, या तो आप इतिहास रचते हैं या आप इतिहास रटते हैं, राइट? बिल्कुल जी.
देखिए जीवन में आपको ना दो तरह के इंसान मिलेंगे, एक होते हैं जो इतिहास रचेंगे, दूसरे होते हैं जो इतिहास रटेंगे. अब आप पे डिपेंड करता है कि आप वो कौन से इंसान बनना चाहते हैं.
डेफिनेटली. लेकिन आज देखते हैं कि इतिहास के पन्नों में जो हमारा प्लेयर ऑफ द डे है वो कौन सा रहने वाला है इस समय के लिए, जो कि पिछले कल के दिन के काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन के साथ आए थे. देखते हैं, चलते हैं प्लेयर ऑफ द डे के ऊपर, और वो रहने वाले हैं एनिग्मा एगी, जिनके पास जाएगी 1 लाख की धनराशि. काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से उनका प्रदर्शन आया था. सोचिए, आई मीन एक्सपी तो काफी खुश रहेंगे, डेडिकेटेड बोल्ट एक्शन प्लेयर को यहाँ पर आप वो बनते नजर आएंगे हमारे प्लेयर ऑफ द डे. एंड काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से यहाँ पर जो खेला गया इनके द्वारा कल के दिन काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया था. आखिरी जो चिकन डिनर आया था एनिग्मा का वो भी काफी बेहतरीन था. काफी ज्यादा लाजवाब तरीके से इन्होंने और इनकी टीम ने अपना प्रदर्शन ओवरऑल रखा है सर्वश्रेष्ठ सर्वोपरि.
I mean, it was brilliant. Of course, all those wonderful shots. But now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, well, we have something special in store for you. A little switcheroo in the studio over here. I've come on this, and of course, we are joined by two lovely guests. First of all, let me introduce you to Rosa from Craft and Esports and Komal, also from Craft and Esports. First of all, Komal, how are you feeling today?
First of all, namaste everyone. I'm feeling very good. How are you doing?
I am
XP?
good. Ocean, we're feeling good. I mean,
Amazing.
It's a pleasure having you guys here. So, Rosa, let me just come to you. So, this is your first time here in India.
Yeah.
Let's start off with the basic thing. How do you like our country?
Let me just say hi to India. So, Namaste, India. My name is Rosa, and I'm actually delighted to finally be here in India. And actually, although it's online, I'm in the studio and I'm seeing this hype. I'm so excited to finally be here. And the weather is a bit humid, but I'm getting there. I'm adapting it, and so far everything's good. So I'm happy with it.
The hype is real.
It definitely is. And
Yeah.
कोमल, आपसे मेरा एक सवाल रहने वाला है, वो ये है कि आपने पूरी जर्नी देखी ई स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स की, यहाँ पर टीम्स की एंड ऑल, यू नो, BMOC से BMPS तक जिस तरीके से जर्नी रही है. सो आपकी भी जर्नी और इन टीम्स की, लाइक, अगर आप ओवरऑल बता सके कैसा रहा है पूरा ये सफर अभी तक का.
तो सफ़र तो बहुत अच्छा रहा है ओशन.
जी.
बहुत ग्रोथ है. सो I'll start with OC.
जी जी.
तो OC जब स्टार्ट हुआ तो राउंड 1, 2, 3 सब बढ़िया गया. राउंड 4 जब आया, इट वाज अ आई ओपनर. बहुत सारे टॉप टीम्स
जी.
वो क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाई PS के लिए. एग्जाम्पल गॉड लाइक, TSM, स्काईलाइट्स. तो वी ऑल वेयर वेरी शॉक्ड.
हाँ.
But on the other hand, the newcomer like Autobotz, GOG, RTR and 7 more, जिनको कोई भी नहीं जानता था, वो आए, इतना अच्छा खेले एंड टॉप की टीम्स को पीछे छोड़ के दे गॉट देयर प्लेस फॉर PS. सो दैट वाज वेरी कमेंडेबल. एंड ये हमें ये भी बताता है कि कोई किसी से कम नहीं है. लाइक नो वन इज़ प्रो. ऐसा मतलब जिस तरह से अभी हमारा गेम प्ले हो गया है, एवरीवन इज़ लाइक अ प्रो नाउ. तो एंड कहने का मतलब ये है कि अभी जैसे हमारा गेम जिस तरह से हम डेली अपडेट करते हैं, अपग्रेड करते हैं, तो हमारे प्लेयर्स भी अपने आप को अपग्रेड कर रहे हैं.
डेफिनेटली.
न्यू टीम्स आ रही है, न्यू प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं, तो पोटेंशियल इंडिया में तो बहुत है. एंड जिस तरह से हमारा ई स्पोर्ट्स ग्रो हो रहा है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ भी बहुत है, तो फ्यूचर इज़ वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव और मज़ा बहुत आने वाला है.
I like this line. The future is extremely competitive.
I guess there might be something in store for all of us. And just to, add to that, I'm going to come to you, Rosa, real quick. So, business is booming here in India, right?
Yeah.
Esports is just growing. Now, if we look at it compared to the global scenario, it's almost like part of the culture in a lot of the countries.
Yeah.
So, since you've come here for the first time and you've seen something and you're going to be in India a lot longer as far as BGMI is concerned, so how do you think the ecosystem is going to grow in our country?
Well, first of all, I've experienced different countries' esports as well, but I have to say, not because I'm in India, but the overall, like, the atmosphere, the hype, the feeling is so different. Although we can't really see the community and all that, but I can still feel it. Like, I mean, there are like so many how do you say, like, reactions and like comments and all that, which is so different. So even though I'm like far away, it's so nice.
We're passionate people after all. Then.
Yeah.
We aren't afraid to shy away from letting our emotions felt on.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And before we just move on with the other things, एक सवाल मेरा रहने वाला है, वो ये है कि अगर कोई मैसेज आप लोग क्राफ्ट एंड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, अगर आप ऑडियंस को इस गेम की जो फैमिली बन रखी है ओवरऑल, उनके लिए अगर कोई मैसेज रहे आपका, तो वो क्या रहेगा ओवरऑल? मे बी विद सम फ्यूचर एस्पेक्ट्स, मे बी विद एनीथिंग जो कि आपके माइंड में रहे, ऐसा क्या रहेगा?
पहली बात तो आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑल ऑफ माई प्लेयर्स. दे हैव शोड अस सो मच ऑफ लव. हमारे पास जो इवेंट हुए, BGIS, BMOC, PS, दे हैव रजिस्ट्रेशन वाज ओवरवेलमिंग. सो दैट शोज कि बहुत सारे टीम्स बन रहे हैं, बहुत सारे प्लेयर इंटरेस्टेड है, एंड द काइंड ऑफ interaction we see in our community. So thank you for that. And as I said, potential बहुत है and opportunities भी बहुत है. So I want more number of teams to come forward. They grind themselves, come forward. We want to create more new teams who can represent India. And also adding along to this line, we have also seen female teams, more number of participation from female team. So I want to to encourage all my female players to form your team, come forward. Future we might have something big for women, like specific to female.
Oh, I
nice.
think we have some hints dropping in. Maybe we might just have a women's competition soon enough, huh, Rosa? Do you agree with what she just said right now?
Well,
Are you going to give us some little hints?
well, the hints are also going to be all going to be inside BGMI Esports YouTube and Instagram. So don't forget to subscribe. And yeah, new updates will be there.
New updates will be there. All right, before we wrap everything up, let's just have a look and, well, let's start the show today because it is time. All the players are ready and we don't want to keep them waiting. So
Sure.
with your permission, ladies, can we start the show right now?
Yes,
Sure.
let's
Let's
go.
Alrighty.
We are in it to realize our dreams, to kindle our passion for the game, to tend to our spirit of adventure, to fortify our emotions, to prove that we are the best through our actions. We are in it for all. We are in it to win. We are in it to be crowned the new champions. And our next song is the top.
Men at war are the masters of their fate, and today a lot of men have a worthy to prove. And let's not forget that this is the second day of the grand finals. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. With me on the desk is going to be Fixes, and we're going to be the clerks for the day. Without anything delayed further, Fixes, how are you feeling today? And what are your expectations for day 2?
It's day number 2, and we all know day number 2 is usually considered as the day of comebacks. Now, this is where I would want teams that lie in the bottom half of the table to really pick the pace up and finally bring the fight to the top 8.
Obviously, right, when we speak about comebacks, we have two teams which name keeps popping up. One is going to be Team EXO, the Comeback Kings, and the second one, all of a sudden I feel it's going to be Hyderabad, Hydras, right? Because they tend to always perform the second and the third day, build the graph so high that from there on they're going to be unstoppable. Do you think that's going to be the case even today?
Ideally, yes, because if you talk about the past matches, the past tournaments, they've always done this. But today is a new day, and well, we do not know what to really expect because the ones in the top 4, the top echelon teams, they're going to be challenged, right? Everyone's done their homework. We all have a slight idea as to who's going to drop where. I think mysteries still lie in the map of Vikendi to those 3 teams that did drop over at Milna. But I think we've got to get the conversation back to Erangel, right? First Erangel game, we did witness a few changes, few teams going here and there. And again, Global Esports, they've been making a news out on the social media that, they're going to be drop clashing with Hydra officials again.
I mean, I hope that's the case because eventually the teams on the bottom are going to take advantage of all these things. But it's time for us to thank our sponsors because with this tournament coming up, I do understand that iQOO have done a lot for us. And let's not forget Loco as well as a promo right now is going to be coming on our screens. And this is for you.
Well, Rosa out there did talk about how humid it gets in Hyderabad, right? The perfect device, the iQOO Neo 6, still ensures everything is tickety-boo once you're inside the game. The cascade cooling system really helps you out. But, of course, you can check that out on Amazon. It's an Amazon special available. You get the best deals out there. And now, getting back
to the games in hand that we have. The first game of Erangel. We've been hearing news about Global Esports and Hydra official drop clash again at Yesnaya. Yesterday, however, they decided to go other ways, right? They decided to go towards the Western Georgia city and still managed to get the first chicken dinner in the grand finals.
Now, somewhere I feel that, these two teams need not take this fight. They're still not on the top of the table. And this is going to be the most crucial day, according to me, for the tournament. This is where you set the momentum, and from here on, you build on that momentum. So, in case you're going for a clash with someone else earlier itself, getting into the skirmish and then getting wiped out, one game of losing 12 points on an average, which is required, that pressure is going to build up from the second match itself.
The pressure is definitely surmounting, especially on teams like Global Esports, because they did manage to drop off a few points. But this is where I think we really have to talk about Enigma Gaming. They did manage to get the final chicken dinner. Eggy has been the highest fragger so far in the grand finals. He's on a whole different role.
Obviously, right? Because he's living up to the name which has been given to him. He's living up to the name of the org as well. Because eventually we can see that the other players who are with him, even though they're not performing, they're able to give him the right kind of support as well. We have seen Rex has always been that assaulter sometimes when required. But eventually it's Eggy all taking the limelight at this point of time. I'm really happy for him as well.
Me too, 100%. And finally, recognition where it is overdue. He's receiving that. And talking about giving and taking, we know you've been loving us, right? It's time to give some love away. Yes, we are giving out 10 iQOO Neo 6. And of course, in the chat section, you do have a pinned comment. There's a link that you have to fill up. And if you are lucky, ladies and gentlemen, by the end of the evening, you might have one in your pockets.
And let's not forget the merchandisers giveaway as well. Do not forget that, you're going to be going over there in the chat, voting out for your favorite team or the team which will be on the top by the end of the day. And you will be receiving a merchandise for yourself. And also, something else which is coming is Ask Loco. And this is going to be happening on Twitter. You guys have to be careful. You get on Twitter, you're going to tag them out with hashtag AskLoco now.
Let's ask Loco.
Let's ask Loco. And then you're going to make sure that you ask your question over there. And if you're lucky enough, you're going to be getting a shout out from our side and also the question answered, which is going to be coming from your side on Twitter.
I mean, I'm going to answer those all along with Arka, of course, if he's on the desk with us. So tickle my brains, boys and girls out there. But for now, I think enough chit-chat, right? We've had enough of that. Let's just get into action. It is, of course, going to be the match number 1 of day 2, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of Erangel being played out. And yes, yesterday we did get to see a rather centralish circle, a little bit of a shift towards that northwestern part where teams like OR Esports and Global Esports had a really good time, and Esports Wala WSF, as a matter of fact, had a rolling start into the tournament. But eventually, as the games progressed, that is where we saw a steep decline also coming in for Esports Wala WSF. So eyes are definitely going to be on them. But there has been one team, Arka. There has been one team that has really impressed me by the way they've been performing. I think I'm talking about FS Esports. What are your expectations from them for this day?
Now, see, they have got 39 position points in comparison to the 23 finish points they've got. That shows to us that the IGL is actually taking them to the exact spot they need to be in inside the circle and play for placement points. It's just that if they pick up the pace, if Crazy Soul, who's been performing from the side of INS, if somebody like that comes and steals his limelight as one of the best assaulters from the side of Team FS, I do believe that they might open up the triggers so quickly and take the people down, and they're getting those finish points as well. They're going to be leading on the top.
Oh, they certainly can. All they've got to do is focus a little bit more on fights, like Arka said, pick a few more finish points because the position points has been one of the best. I think OR Esports did manage to get the maximum position points out of anyone out of the lot, and they're going to be eyeing out to take that top spot as it is time, ladies and gentlemen. We take it up to the skies. The flight path trajectory heading all the way from the southern side, from the Susnovka military base, all the way up north towards Siverny. And this is where we have the flight path inclined a little bit towards that western side. So teams getting towards the eastern side might have a little bit of a trouble. But considering this particular flight path, Arka, I still feel that Global Esports is going to head over towards West Georgia.
Now, this is going to give them space, right? It's almost going to the center, so allowing everybody to go to their specific drop locations. As you said, there is not going to be any necessity for anybody to go in for a drop clash. But again, if there's just going to be one player who's going to be distracting them, trying to hold them off from doing that farming, eventually the rest of the team is going to get the right kind of farming and then coming in for an assault. I do believe that is going to be something which is important from the side of GE as well as Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh yeah, that certainly is going to be pretty important. Nothing denying that. But for now, Autobotz, they're heading over towards their good old Primorsk region. We've of course got to take a quick gander at where the other players, especially Hydra. Oh, they're heading out towards Yasnaya Polyana. Nothing much to worry about. But Global Esports, there you go. Nothing really changing. But Esports Wala, WSF, the same goes for them. Northwest Shajapur City, along with Hyderabad Hydras. They've sort of have raised that olive branch, right? None of them kind of poking in each other's business. But this circle in front of us is a hybrid one. Right,
Yep.
Has tendencies to go a little bit up north, has tendencies also at certain times goes a little towards those ruins area. Maybe we could get to see some action happening around the water city.
Now, two places where my eyes are going to be setting is one towards the side of farm where we can see that vehicles are traveling, and also I can hear some gunshots if I'm not wrong. That is where Team EXO have to watch out through the roadways they're traversing, and also the side of Team RE. They were the only team flying towards the side of military base. They would have seen it as they're getting down, but eventually still to be on the safer side, going to the dead corner of the military base and then try to traverse towards the side of Novo. I believe it's for that probably the vehicles they were heading on to.
I think, this is something that we've always been privy to, even in the past, right?
Yeah.
Big Brother, Team EXO, they tend to drop right beside each other. 7C, they've left that place. They felt the traffic was too much and they were having issues while rotating. And as a result of which, they took over Pochinki, which was previously held over by teams like Blind on certain occasions. We did witness the players of Esports Wala WSF also dropping over when Blind was not in the lobby. But for now, even 7C, this is one of those teams that we really need to talk about, because the journey in the BMPS league stages started off with them being pretty aggressive. They did not really care about the position points so much, but now that the time has come where they have to look over it, I really feel that they are second guessing their decisions.
I believe the second guessing is coming in the placement rather than the finish points, because eventually whenever they're taking a fight, you can see that, they have a lurker far away who is doing the job from far off, either with the grenades or, retaliating when required. But let's not forget that they do have 20 finishes for themselves, which is almost equivalent to the side of FSC Sports, who is holding the 5th position. That shows that, everything is going fine when it comes to the firepower, but something which is going wrong for them is the rotation, right? In between, they're getting taken down. At least one or two players in the rotation clashes is getting taken down, or the location where they're reaching is being contested by more than one team, and the third parties are taking advantage of their position.
Oh, they certainly are. And I think this is where 7C have to be a little bit more clinical, a little bit more decisive in what they want to do. Now, this is the team that everyone has their eye on. Right now, the leaderboard toppers, Team Soul. A name that's quite emotionally attached with majority of the fans out there. Now, Team Soul, first 3 games, they were phenomenal, right? The first game, 9 finishes, even if they did not get the chicken dinner, was still in contention. And the second and third game, back-to-back chickens. And they were absolutely steamrolling throughout the lobby. But then onwards, from that Vikendi game, we started to witness a decline in their performances. That is where they were having issues while rotating inside the circle. The timing was completely off the place. As a matter of fact, they did engage in a few battles early on, which I'm pretty sure they've realized and will not do again. Now, this is where Esports Wala WSF really comes into the picture. They started off with a banger, but then suddenly they sort of fizzled out. And what do they need to do, Arka, over here to fix their issues?
According to me, they need to bring up that firepower, which they did show up. Let's not forget, in the final league stages, the final 2 maps, the way they are played, rushing into compounds, rushing in the face of the enemies, assaulting them head on, and taking all those finish points when required. Because ultimately, you need to do at least one game like that in the grand finals, pick up around 15 to 16 points of finishes in total, get around 30-35 points, so that you cement yourself somewhere in the top 5, and then try to play for an average, waiting for the others to make a mistake Tech to go on top. So I do believe one good game like that for the side of WSF is going to be more than enough to boost their confidence.
I think day number 2 and day number 3 are something that they really need to be focused on, because they've been having that Cinderella story going along with them, the way they've been playing, especially how they qualified into the grand finals. The final 2 games, getting a chicken dinner back to back and cementing their spot. That was something for the headlines of all the articles out there. But Hyderabad Hydras, this is again one of the teams that really had a rocky start. Were getting caught while rotating. Their areas of taking were already kept by teams like Enigma, if you remember, around those snake buildings. That is one of those compounds they head out to, and eventually they kind of rotated pretty late, as a result of which they seemed lost. But I think they got their traction back once they went into the map of Miramar, and the second map of Miramar, in fact. That is where they got a chicken dinner. And Ace Black, he's been having a tournament of his life. The way he's been delivering, the way he's been performing, along with the little support coming in from Maxi. Manti as well has been pretty impressive. So I think Hyderabad Hydras, I think, have a really, really monumental task ahead of them, that they need to prove to all their fans and themselves that what they're made of. Which brings us to FS Esports. Now, we did shed a little bit of a light upon them, but anything extra that you want to tell about this particular team?
Now, FS47 I mean, I don't know how to call him. He's become
K47.
Yeah, K47. I like to call him AK47 to be specific. He's been that gun. He's been that gun. He's been always assaulting, leading the fight from the front, and also making sure that, he's one of the man to watch out for. And this is where I want to bring in somebody like Clutch as well as Explicit, because even though they're playing as a support and they also have that capability of bringing in a fight with one another, they can actually step up and get 2 or 3 more finishes for the squad. And in case they do that, FS Esports, with the kind of momentum they're going with, I think they're going to be reaching places. And this is where I want to shed light about 2 players are coming in. FS Clutch is also there in the top 20 fraggers with 5 finishes for himself. And then we have 47S with the 9 finishes which he's gained so far. So there is firepower. There is a placement for themselves inside the circle. Just that trigger which is to be pressed, and that pedal once hit, and we all know how the bus is going to rush in.
Hit the pedal to the metal is what Arka's got to say, ladies and gentlemen. But hold on. With bated breaths as Nigma Galaxy, Apollo. I think he's got vision. An enemy right in front of him. Has to be someone from FS. I believe it is going to be Hitman. And they're not still letting those bullets at their direction, right? They're not firing it. So this is where the discussion really comes in. From what has been happening, holding on to my thoughts. Well, 7C again trying to rotate around Sarang, taking a hefty amount of damage, still somehow gets himself out of harm's way. Now, what I really need to get to the vision of all our viewers is the fact that Global Esports has rotated pretty early on from this side. They've decided that the circles is somewhere going to be on the northern side, and hence they've been contesting for the center. The same goes with the likes of Nigma Galaxy as well.
Now, somewhere I feel that the zone might shift to the southern side, and again, they'll have to rotate around, coming back to the southern island. But yes, as you said, OR is beautifully known for one thing, which I want to shed light over here. That's going to be creating a no-go zone, right? Wherever OR is, they tend to fire at the enemy, striking fear, not allowing them to come for a close battle, and then eventually try to dominate on it. But somewhere I get proved wrong yet again, as the circle is going to be taking a northern shift where shooting range is going to be the dead center, and G have done the right kind of rotation. But this is where we have to speak about the side of EWSF, right? They have a huger range coming in from the side of the western side, coming into us a side of shooting range. Holding that mountain next to Severny might give them a key to success.
I love Hyderabad Hydra's position, because that particular area, you've got a little bit of a hill to play around with. You've got all that aerial vision of all the teams traversing across wherever they are. So Team Soul, they had an initial intention to try and contest for the center. The moment they tried to do that, they realized that Team Soul's already, Team Hyderabad Hydra's already well stationed. There's another team right beside them. So this is where we can see a little bit of shots being fired at each other's direction. But Team Soul resorting to that intersection junction point that ideally on many occasions we've seen Global Esports hold on to. This is where they've spotted out the players of Team Kinetic, Akshat. This time, however, he's looking at that particular direction, but still did not fire.
Now, this is where I would like to say that WSF stood up to their name, right? Especially this building when they rushed in and picked up all those finishes in that final map where they got qualified. And then from here on, the domination. I do believe this is the terrain they would want to come back and dominate rather than going in for a rotation, trying to, centralize themselves in the zone itself. But on the other side, as you said, shots have been fired as Jackson takes down Kinetic. And this has been the case for the side of our Esports, where they did not stick together. Send one lurker, always gets taken down with lack of information. Again, not getting those placement points. Could this be the beginning of the end for the side of our Esports?
I mean, this is again happening, right? Yesterday it was around those southern areas, around the centralish island. Today, this time around the northernish side. And our Esports, they made some strong claims that, the grand final trophy, the iQOO BMPS champion, would be them. And well, the way they've been playing, the action speaks otherwise. But for now, Team Hydra official, I think this is for the second time they've resorted to the bunkers. And the last time they got kept over by Team Soul. Then Esports Walla WSF
then
also
GOG.
joined in. And just GOG just comes in, kabooms everybody in the lobby. But for now, Global Esports also holding on to a decent spot. We have seen they have kind of put themselves on a little bit of a leash, right? Not engaging in unwanted fights. And I like that about them.
Now, Autobotz on the other side are one of the squads I want to speak about because they have 20 position points, which they've been playing well. But before that, I have to also bring in a little bit of BB as the rotation flash has come up in the side of Hotel. And look at the firepower coming in from the side of IGL, hard scoping and trying to connect those shots. Not happening. And this is where I feel that, Autobots have to capitalize on few opportunities given to them. And that is the only way for them to make it into the next round.
I think
or
still
get
getting
the trophy. I'm so sorry.
Still getting that first finish is enough. But look at Jadu, lost between in the open lands. Is being fired over from multiple directions somehow. Makes it into safety. Team EXO do have a little bit of a 2-2 split going on, and we've been talking about their comeback. They really have, established themselves as one of those teams that loves to play around the edges. But now even they're on that eastern part of the map. They're still yet to make it to the center of the circle. They're still waiting for that curveball to hit, and once it does, maybe this time onwards, could be a little bit towards the eastern side. There you go. And of course, now this is where Hydra officials, they're in a very prime position. OR Esports, they've got that entire northern area to themselves. Enigma Gaming, staying around shooting range. I think this also could be a possible back-to-back chicken dinner for them.
Now, that is where OR Esports are going for the right mountain, right? I know that looks like a potato hill right in front of the side of shooting range, which will have a high ground advantage for themselves. But one other thing is that, there's a little bit of a hard compound next to it, which few teams might have to hold. But Enigma Gaming, as you said, it will be looking out to get themselves a winner chicken dinner as they take down Perv at this point of time with that Mini 14. Finally, Mini 14 coming back in the map of Virangal. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Eggy's been one of those players that really loves his DMRs, his bold action. Now has the players of Global Esports in his radar. Just needs to open it up. Does take a few shots. Nothing really connects though. But now Global Esports might be stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Eggy just denying, trying to flatten out the tires. Still trying to pepper down a few bullets, but nothing really connecting though.
Now, this is the point where we have to say the fingers are warm, not warm enough for the side of Enigma. Again, he'll have to do much better. But yes, there's going to be 3 other players who will be fighting it out as INS is going to be losing a player, and immediately a confirmation comes in. It looks like 7Cs and EXO have started to make a statement that you come into our crosshairs from here on. We're going to make sure we put you down and also confirm you to get that free finish, which is going to be lurking towards us.
We've also witnessed a little bit of a fall coming in from Team INS, but hold on as Hector finds himself a little bit of a shack. Omega tries to just charge in at God's direction. Now God, is he aware of Omega's all these aggression coming in his way? Realizes there's someone in the hiding and realizes that's not the good spot to take because he would have anyways been shredded apart by Onyx and KU right beside him the moment he would have stepped out from cover, and there was no chance on earth that Hector could have helped him out in that scenario. Still takes a very false move, gets a knock onto its God, and why I was down Team Soul, these are madmen in lobby and will have no trouble getting the rest back up.
Now, at the same time, the way they rush in, he took information, went and bought a cavalry with him, and that was the best part. He didn't come in alone. He knew that, in case a trade comes in, the confirmation will fall up as well. Beautiful. And eventually, there's going to be a very, very happy finish for the side of Team Soul. But again, they're going to be the epicenter of all the action right now with this ridge almost covering most of the corners. one or two throwables towards their side might put an end for at least 2 players of Team Soul, as Crazy Soul has complete information of the side of Team Soul.
But Hector needs to watch out, because there's still Team Kinetic on that higher ground. The moment he oversteps just a little bit, things could go really awry. But for now, Omega still trying to lob grenade, apply that pressure on Crazy Soul, because he's sort of been the backbone for his team. He's been doing all that heavy lifting, and it is imperative that he stays alive. But for now, the circle taking another drastic shift towards that eastern side. This is where I finally think that our esports can get a few position points to themselves if they can somehow tend to survive. In the midst of it all, Crazy Soul, he's been taken down, and there you go. Akshat will get the finish, and Team Soul off to a really good start.
Now let's not forget to see the finish feed coming in. We can see WSF versus the side of BB. 2 of these underdogs locking horns at this point of time, I would like to say, in the lobby compared to the others, because eventually both of them actually needed those finishes as well as the placement points, as WSF are going to be reigning winners of that, with last man standing Hell got a lot of pressure on his shoulder already to play for placement points, and WSF making it inside the side of 7, even nobody's going to be stopping them, as OR again coming in close proximity towards the side of GE, as Joker almost getting taken down. It's Jelly's crosshairs which will be finding him.
But now Aru has been taken down. Now the pressure is surmounting on OR Esports. They somehow need to deploy all those smokes out there, because Team Enigma, they want to charge, they want to fight. And there you go, and Eggy has already entered inside the compound. So will Rex as well. Eggy, he's taken quite a hefty amount of damage. Atanki somehow needs to figure out a way, but still Eggy gets on the top of it all, as Jelly, he's just going to be hiding in the attic over there. But how does he survive? Because it's still 3 players of Team Enigma still kicking. But now there you go, Jelly also gets dealt with, and OR Esports are out of the server.
And the least expected team to actually hit the ground has hit it too hard with just 1 finish for themselves. 1 point is what they're going to get, but they have to watch out for the other teams in the overall points table who's going to be creeping up and making sure that they level their points with them. On the other side is Hyderabad Hydras versus the side of Nigma Galaxy, where Autobotz from far away are trying to do some third party, as they might rush in to take all these finishes away. Ace Black still going offensive, as I do believe that it's going to be Manti living up to his name for the first time, picking up those triggers when required and making sure to get 2 finishes for himself.
But in the right nick of time, gets into cover. MJ and his teammate Wixky, they will have to get inside the circle somehow, considering they're still around, still outside the zone. They need to hold on to the edges, and Team Hyderabad Hydras need to somehow get the player back up. And has that happened? I've got to check out a little bit on that map feed. Yes, indeed, the revives are already given. Now they're trying to enter inside the zone. Now, how do they enter with Team EXO watching from the certain side? On the southeastern, you've got 7C. On the southwestern, you've got Autobotz. So the only avenue should be from the western side. Are they going to resort to such measures? That's the big question.
At the same time, Sensei is also opened up against the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and they are going to be one of those teams who had to get a lot of points for themselves, as Maxi is going to be behind the rock. It's going to be the zone also eating him up, and also some pixels visible, due to which he might get taken down. It's the zone who puts him down, but the finish might be taken away from the side of Team EXO, just in case they dare to move out and pick that up. And it's all important for the side of Team EXO to pick up as many as possible, as Ace Black at this point of time concentrating towards the side of Nigma Galaxy, rotating outside the circle.
Oh, Hyderabad Hydras again having issues getting inside the circle. Well, wasn't really in their fate today. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras, they do have a vision on the players of Nigma Galaxy yet again. MJ, his head is visible. There you go. Ace Black goes for him, but really misses his shots a mile away. But this is how he tries to get inside the circle. But now he's not going to be shot from 2 different directions. Ace Black still somehow pressuring in. Needs to get himself patched up. But before that, he will be lobbing a few grenades.
Now, this is where this could be a very defensive maneuver. But on the other side, he has to watch out for the offensive gameplay or the offensive grenades coming in and making sure he's in cover, as Carry will be also bleeding out a little bit far away. Now Ace Black has a lot of job in his hand. He has to survive, but ultimately 1 good grenade coming in from the side of MJ will be putting an end for the side of HH. And let's not forget BBE also got taken down by the Team Soul, and as we speak about them, they're going to be rushing in towards the side of FS, where they have a chance to put down Omega as well, as 47 Ace comes out puts down a player and confirms both of them as quickly as possible.
This is exactly what we needed from FS's side, as elsewhere we do have 7C in a little bit of a pickle against Team Hydra. With all 4 of their players alive, already 7C have lost and 2 have managed to get that rest back on Sabita, but Hydra Dynamite's grenade could be an end to 7C as again 3 players just go kaboom, and Team Hydra officials get another squad wipe to their name. But right now, Joker, he wants to pick a fight against Esports Wala WSF.
And the best part is Esports Wala WSF exactly don't know where Joker is hiding as Invader tries to come out to the window, probably tossing it over, but a molly will be coming in just in case as a defensive maneuver as Honey outside gets taken on. A grenade does connect from the side of Invader, and eventually a confirmation will be coming up with a follow-up grenade which is going to be tossed in by him, but they have to pick up 2 of their other players, right? One is going to be Current, but it was way too late for them as Honey will be the next man who has to be revived to build a 4-man match, and Ronnie is going to be pushing in quickly as possible, but safety is where they lie. The finish might be coming in any second soon. Oh, perfect angle coming in. Ronnie's going to be pushing in and eventually getting one more. That's Ronnie clutching it out. All 4 finishes for him, and he'll be reviving all his teammates peacefully.
I've been telling you, this guy has been making a lot of difference for global esports in the grand finals. Yesterday also played an instrumental role in them getting that chicken dinner. But for now, Enigma Gaming, they've been one of the most consistent teams so far, have been off to a really good start, have already taken down OR Esports. They were the team that were on the 2nd position. Now this is where Enigma Gaming can dream to claim that 2nd to themselves, as Hitman finally is going to be put 6 feet under courtesy to that grenade as Team Kinetic. They're also still alive, not anymore, as Evo's grenade takes down Bio.
Now this is where Enigma is going to be dominating, right? They need this winner chicken dinner very badly, and they're doing everything right. As at this point of time, we can see a smoke trail between these 2, right? Either of them are actually planning for a rush as Nigma Galaxy. I don't know. They're getting churned. They're getting taken down. Every single player in every look and corner. All they can find is death for themselves.
They certainly can, but one of those teams that's still comfortable has to be Team EXO. Not so comfortable anymore as Rex gets pushed over. Still manages to win that duel against one of the players of Team Kinetic. Has to be KU, but will instantly have to administer that first aid on himself, get himself back to 100% HP. As Avi, had he had a few more grenades lobbed into the right direction, could spark an end to Team Kinetic, but trying to show his head over there, Bio makes sure that he opens up his skull as Onyx gets picked off by Rex. He's been the star so far. Can he do it again?
No, I don't think so. It's going to be easy, right? The pressure is actually building up on the shoulders of Kinetic, due to which they're making mistakes after mistakes. But eventually, the smoke trail was obvious that Enigma were preparing for it, and they understood, right? There's going to be medkits thrown everywhere, so they're going to concentrate on getting this other finish for themselves. No throwable whatsoever in the hands of Enigma is going to be restrict them a little bit, as BO is going to be fighting both the ways. One is going to be the zone, and the other one is going to be the bullets, which is going to put an end for him. An elimination for them as well.
Of course, there you have it. Enigma getting the better out of Team Kinetic as well, and this is where they've really actually put the pedal to the metal as Autobotz go against Team EXO. At this particular moment, Team EXO somehow need to push their way inside the circle as Spark, the nade is going to be flung over at his direction. The second one, the Molotov, does follow suit, but nothing really connects as Sensei, along with Snacks, he's making a move, goes in for a drive away, gets the better out of Hell. Snacks steps out, gets knocked down, and so does Sensei. This is where Punk really needs to step into the fray. A nade from that IGL's direction, a little undercooked, and there you have it, doing no particular damage as Fox and Mr. IGL somehow need to patch themselves up and get themselves back into the action.
Now we have to see whether it's going to be Fierce who's going to be rushing and clear things off, as Punk on the other side has gone in for healing, as grenades are going to be tossed in towards him. And let's not forget, this 2-man squad can do wonders, and at the same time Snacks and Sensei did the biggest mistake for going into that ridges and eventually getting taken down. A good retaliation coming in from the side of ABZs, but on the other side is where they have to watch out for, as GE and Enigma are standing tall as the mountains have hit the ground really hard to be the stable ones in this map.
Oh indeed, Team EXO still against all odds made it to the top 6, now getting the better out of the players. Mr. IGL just in the cost of death goes wiped out from the server as Team EXO gets a really good start, and now from here onwards Punk barely surviving. Another grenade follows suit from Jackson's side. Spots out Fierce, goes taken down, and there you go. Team Hydra also deleting Team Exo out of the server.
Now look at which three teams are standing in looks and corners of the circle itself. One is going to be the side of Hydra with 4 men standing, Global Esports in the other, and Enigma. And we all know that this rotation coming in from the side of Hydra would be the best one yet in this game, because eventually they're going to wait out for the other two to fight out, as Enigma at this point of time are going to be rushing in towards the side of 47 Ace, as 47 Ace AK is going to be spilling bullets and making sure they put down both the players. That welcome finish is going to be open-armed and hugged with all the might.
I love the micromanagement there. The way he got over the vehicle, had that little bit of a area to shoot bullets at the players of Team Enigma. But look at Eggy, still persistent, still getting those knocks delivers. And now Team Hydra, they are in shambles. But FS Esports still at a very prime position. Enigma still do have the better of the circle for now. But once the circle shifts, it's going to go away from them. But for now, Zoro trying to get that rest back on his teammate. Hydra still a 4-man strong squad. But how do they get inside the zone, Arka?
Now this is where I have to say FS Esports are going to do double trouble for the side of Enigma as well as the side of GE, because they have a little bit of an information, as Ronnie from one side is going to be lofting smokes. I just hope that FS Esports do not have the right kind of grenades for these two teams to actually make it around. But on the other side, it's going to be Hydras. The divided attention from the side of GE might be something very, very fatal for them, as Joker puts down 2 more. And these two finishes are going to be very vital, but 47 is again clutching it out. Oh my goodness, how much more can he rake up in this game?
FS have been the Grim Reapers so far, the way they've been playing. But now they want to dig in deeper. They want to get a few more finishes to their name, holding on to that wooden shack. And they've done that with all their might. But Global Esports, they are a force to be reckoned with. They are trying to make it inside the circle, pushing in from every different direction. Nakul gets a beautiful pick up on Explicit. Now this has opened up. Now K47, the lonesome survivor, but he's got to deal with the push coming in from 2 different directions.
Now this is where he has to watch out and decide what to do, whether he's going in for a revival or he's just going to stick around and find a very, very hard cover where nobody's going to coming in. Smokes are going to be something which he's going to rely on for a really long time. But Enigma, no, that's not going to be the case, as Manya's grenade is going to be landing in the perfect position to take them out, as Enigma far away still waiting it out. Can they clutch it out against the side of GE? Because GE, the statement from them was they're going to be clashing out with the strongest of the teams in the lobby, but eventually now they're going to be lying here with 4 men standing, taking it all in the name. Can this be the winner chicken dinner for themselves?
Indeed it looks like, as Ronnie, he's going in for the final blow right at the hearts of the players of Team Enigma. Nothing really stopping him over here. Gets a quick glance at them, knows where Reggie is, also has the idea of where Ravi is. Oh, some more movement being made by his direction. And look at Knuckle just blowing his own teammate away. It was intended for the boys from Enigma, as the second one will connect, as it is Eggy in a 1v2 situation. But Eggy still being relentless, still being quite persistent, does not really want to step out of that fence, as Knuckle decides to go in, but again backs out, as Eggy will be giving his life away to the blue zone. And this is Global Esports, all high and mighty, getting another chicken dinner in the bag.
Oh, consistency. I don't know if Global Esports gets another 2 of these winner chicken dinners today. They might be the team on the top and probably taking away the trophy for themselves. What kind of composure they showed in this game was amazing, right?
Yeah, of course, as we transition into the post-match segment powered by Loco, this is where we do have the point standings in front of us. Global Esports, all high and mighty, 27 points. We were talking about that little bit of a fall that they took yesterday in those final few games. But seems like they're again back with a fresh start. But Team Enigma Gaming, they've been denied the chicken dinner. But again, a very valiant effort, and I feel they've done enough to clinch that second spot on the overall standings.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, right? But Enigma Gaming, oh my goodness, I really thought they're going to get wiped out, right? When 2 players made the biggest mistake of rushing in towards the side of FS, I really thought that, you know, they might get taken on, but that did not happen, as FS Esports position points, all thanks to 2 players just holding one shack, which is the hardest to be, according to me, near the side of 70, but still held on really hard for 16 points for themselves. And Hydra official, they, you know, there was a point where I said this could be the best rotation for them, but eventually they did not have the proper rich to cover them, due to which they had to pay a hefty price.
Oh, indeed, they had to. But the iQOO MVP has to be Eggy. 16 100 points of damage. Is it the highest so far by an individual player? I mean, we've got to check this out with production, but 6 finishes clearly do not speak of what he's done. But, you know, we have the statistics, we are working out, we do have the numbers, and okay, take a bow, my friend. The way he's been playing, the way he's been contributed for Team Enigma's success so far, as we take a look at the top 5 leaders in this particular lobby, and K47 couldn't have been far behind.
I said you're right. He's that AK-47 for the squad. He knows exactly when to press that trigger and make sure he gets all those finishes. 700 damage for 5 finishes. I would say he was not that clinical compared to the side of Ronnie, who's got 5 finishes with 624 damage for himself, but still has done an amazing job for the squad. Now Joker and Nakul are also going to be happy, right? We did speak about this in before the match started, that GE, just in case all their 3 players starts to assault, they might get that winner chicken dinner, and they've successfully got it in this map. And 10 grenade finishes is going to be standing out for me in this map.
So many grenades were flung over, and 10, this is the result in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. But the longest finish comes to Nakul. Of course, the healing numbers pretty much even Stevens. This is nothing out of ordinary, but one vehicle finish I think did come out from Team EXO when they decided to charge in at Autobotz's direction. But regardless, once we take a look at the FT graph, we'll have a more clearer picture, right, as to what really happened in the map of Erangel, because I've got a lot of things to talk about, but look at the damage numbers on Team Enigma and Global Esports.
I mean, 3,153 in the map of Erangel. Oh my goodness. And we understood this, right? Even though they were the one who's doing the hard work, there were other squads who were actually picking off all their finishes. And GE as well. What an amazing game they played. They were more clinical from the side of Enigma, obviously, because they were concentrating on one side of the map, that is going to be FS, whereas Global had a better vision of the others moving around, and that's how they could pick up more finishes for themselves. But for me, the team which stood out in this specific map is going to be the side of FS and Autobotz, right? 771 from the side of Autobotz for just 5 finishes, and for the side of FS, it's going to be 900 damage compared to the 6 finishes they've got.
Oh, 100%. You know, we're going to talk so much about them, but now is the moment of truth. The overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be right in front of you guys, and Global Esports have taken that first position away, and Team Enigma have gotten the second, whereas Team Seoul and OWA, gets to those the one bad game that they had in the first game itself, will be thwarted down a little bit. You know, at the 3rd position, OR goes way down to the 5th, as FS Esports, they're also on the prowl. 78 points now on the 4th spot, and one more good game maybe could be contending against the favorites in the tournament.
Oh, this is such a shocker for me, right? Because OR Esports also getting taken down, Team EXO getting taken down. The least of these teams, you know, we expected not to be present in the final circle, and then ultimately, you know, they get taken down. In the bottom of the table is the point of concern for us. The teams under the radar right now is going to be 7Cs, Team INS, R Esports, and Team Kinetic. Still not able to find the right kind of synergy, still not able to find the right kind of momentum into this game. What is in store for them?
I mean, for iEsports, considering how they rotated around, eventually the recovery was pretty good. They still lost out on 2 of their players, though. Now, that is one of the cause of concern while rotating. Do not have your players picked off. You know that there are areas that the flight path trajectory hasn't been. You've done the homework. You know how teams tend to rotate, from which areas they rotate at what given that particular time. So that is one thing that they really need to work on, because you do not have enough days anymore. It's just 2 more after this, right? So iEsports, despite all odds, did have a very prime position around that eastern area. It was quite open. But this is where we have to actually talk about Global Esports and their heroics, right? Global Esports come in, drop over at Western Georgie. We saw them. They took quite an early rotation, and they were just floating around the map, here and there, trying to pick up fights, you know, just peppering down a few bullets, then instantly changing position. There was one occasion against the likes of Esports Wala WSF where they got in. I think the tipping point was Ronnie pulling that clutch, right? That 1v1 situation. He wiped down the entire squad out there from Team Kinetic, and from there onwards, Global Esports had some sort of an energy instilled within them, and that is how they got that chicken dinner.
Now, when one person is actually doing it, the others are just going to follow up, right? But it's time for us to thank our sponsors. It's going to be iQOO Neo 6, an amazing device which all these players are using in the Grand Finals. A promo for you guys.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, stream, play, repeat. And also you can add earn, because if you want to start your streaming careers, Loco is one of India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. And how do you do that? Of course, with this beautiful device in my hands right now, the iQOO Neo 6, with the given segment that we have, offers you a plethora of features and will really help in getting your game really up the standards. But for now, getting back to discussion about the topics, about the teams right now, I think this is where we talk about the rotation of Enigma. So Arka, shed some light.
No, this is where, Enigma made one mistake. I know the rotation was perfect for them trying to enter into the parts of 70. It was the dead center of 70, according to me, comparing to the zone itself, right? So they were holding a very good house. Let's not forget they had to fight to take it up from the side of Team OR, right? All that's going to be visible on our screens as we're going to be stepping into the highlights where things went wrong for the side of Esports from the get-go itself. And 7Cs from one side started to show their domination, but eventually there was a huge downfall. But this rush coming in from the side of Team Soul, oh my goodness, but God did fight out. That was a valiant effort coming in from his side.
Yeah, and this is so well calculated. When I really thought that Omega is just gonna back off, he did not. He caught in the whole squad and did get those trades, but could not receive that from the other players of Team Kinetic. But I think OR getting eliminated pretty early on, that was a huge dent. But so with the boys from Hydra wiping out the better of 7C. And globally esports, they realized, no monkey business anymore. Let's get serious. Let's start picking up fights. Now, this is where we finally saw Ronnie bringing it up a notch above. The way he fought against the players of Esports Wala WSF. Tango was barely out of options, was out of HP, and he managed to get all three of his players back alive. Now, this is where I was talking about our esports. Had they had two more of those extra players, they could have also been contenders for the chicken dinner.
Now, at the same time, this is where I want to shed light, right? Team Soul getting eliminated from one corner completely, and Rex over here taking down the side of Kinetic, and they had all the information on the other side. But one big mistake coming in from the side of Team EXO is going to be the Sensei, and as well as Snacks. They're going to be rushing in. They did get a knock because of the vehicle, and then after the retaliation from the side of Autobotz was really amazing, right? They did spread out. They stayed back to the same place and eventually had to pay a hefty price.
Oh yeah, I think this was one of those moments where, Punk could have really pushed in a little bit more deeper, could have stepped out of cover, but I think he was getting worried about shots from afar, and as a result of which. But this is where K47 really lived up to his name. The way he delivered over here, I mean, he was just spectacular. But this is where, global esports get to their own cocky ways, and that is how they managed to get the win for themselves, right? I really loved global esports' every single move that they made into this particular game.
Now, coming back to the question you asked me before we stepped into the highlights, the rotation coming in from the side of Enigma, right? So the starting of the game went in such a way that OR were the first team to tag them out to an extent. 7Cs were getting tagged on, I'm so sorry. Then Enigma's rotation came in. They went to the dead center of the 7E looking at the circle and did not go to the dead center of 7E itself. They calculated it right. They went in, took down the side of Team OR ruthlessly, then took down the side of FS Esports. Then after that, the mistake they made is to traverse through vehicle when G was having an angle on them. So they had to go to the right side of that building as they rushed in, because they couldn't give that double trouble, hitting head on, two players coming in from different directions. That wouldn't have been possible. But while they were traveling somewhere, I feel that Global had also tagged them a bit. The health was pretty low. They went in, and FS, oh my god, 47est, he was just maniac, and his teammate also did an amazing job. You saw that over the vehicle, jumping and taking the players down. I think that's the only mistake Enigma made, but eventually that was required for them. Probably, cooking up a grenade and traveling and then tossing in and then going in would have been much more better, I believe.
Yeah, it should have. It was indeed much better in that particular situation. But Team Enigma, I really loved how fast they were with their rotations. But we've got a few more analytical points to bring up. This is where we have to talk about Team Enigma, and they really rotated in pretty fast inside the game. And well, I really loved their rotation. I really loved their rotation. The way they went into shooting, range, and that is how they work things around. And then their movement after the circle came in from the eastern side, that is where things got really amazing. And that is how the cookie crumbled towards the end. They were phenomenal. They could have certainly done better, but it's all right.
Now, one other team which actually stood out for me was the side of 47, right? Because FS 47 is, the reason being this, even though they went in for one shack which they had for themselves at one point of time, they were getting ruthlessly taken down. They were getting shots from somewhere else. But that is where I felt that Hydra had a very good opening towards them, and they could have taken them down because the door was pretty much visible for them. There was not much cover for them to move around with, and that is where GE came in as a blessing in disguise for the squad, and they started taking down the side of Hydras. That spray from Joker, I hope you remember, 2 players with just last bullet, just that trigger discipline, and he's not letting go of the trigger until the final bullet is sprayed, and that was the best part, and that is why he was rewarded with 2 knocks for himself. But FS47ist picked one finish from there, stole it as well, and that enraged the side of GE to rush in and put those grenades as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was well cut out for the boys from Global Esports, the way they played. But I think so far, I mean, we've been loving the storyline that has been built up, right? Global Esports taking that first spot, Enigma Gaming be consistent as ever, have managed to secure the second to themselves. Now Team Soul, they've been pushed over, and this is again the concerns come over into their rotation timings yet again, right? They were pretty much late to try and contest for the center. They've been playing around the edges, and every single time they tried to contest it. I think one of the major areas where we did start witnessing the fall of Team Soul was when they decided to push over the players of Team FS, out of which they were so well prepared. One nade goes in, one of the players gets knocked out, and suddenly K47 realizes it's just one more player. He takes that risk, right? Coming out of that shack, you're anyways making yourself vulnerable to being shot from every possible direction. Still goes in, picks that fight up, and takes the 2 players down there. And that is where Team Soul kind of went into a mad frenzy as to what to do at this point. They started having that panic set in their boot camps, and that is how the cookie crumbled, right? That is how they sort of messed up. But this is for the 4th time that they've not had a good game, right? They've had a really good start, but eventual games weren't the way they were supposed to have. But Team EXO, as a matter of fact, we've been talking about the comeback, Arka, but seems like for the comeback, we've got to wait a few games longer.
Now, one sentence which I'd like to refresh to the memories of the viewers as well as you is, you did say that, Team Soul this time is going to be challenged with the rotation if they try to get to the center of the circle, and it has come out true. So once you're an open book, for me, Team EXO, 7C, as well as Team Soul have now become an open book. The strategy has been read every single line perfectly. And this is where they have to execute plan B. And it's high time they do it, right? Because second day, if they don't come up with a successful plan B, they have 2 more days to come up with a plan C or a combination of A and B to make sure that, they might rake up some more points for themselves. But let's not forget, the other teams who are taking advantage of all these things, as you said, is from the side of GE, from the side of OR as well. Somewhere I felt that they could have taken advantage of this and been on the top of the table, but the way they got taken on, what do you have to say about that?
I think one of the situations that OR were in, they had to deal with 2 different enemies, right? It was the boys from Global Esports and Enigma, and it was too much for them to handle. They were kind of helpless, and it's a rocky start for OR into today's day number 2, and they really have to recover from here onwards.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget to thank our sponsors among all these things, because great action coming up. Another promo for you guys from the side of iQOO smartphones. That's going to be Neo 6 promo just for you.
game number 1 done and dusted for day number 2, and it is going to be Miramar next. Now, from what we did anticipate, we thought maybe teams like EXO, Hyderabad, Hydras could stage a comeback, could pick up a few more points for themselves. EXO were on the right path, but Hyderabad, Hydras, they were in shambles. Now, this is their strong arena. This is Miramar that we've been talking about, and they literally went bonkers in that last Miramar game we had. So, again, they would be looking out for that win, but anything you want to say about Hyderabad Hydras in this map of Irangal, Arka?
I don't know. They're not prepared for the specific map, right? When you know that this is the map you're going to play the most in the grand finals itself compared to the others, I do understand they're going to be strategizing against the next best map and trying to pick up averages. So if that average pointers which you're trying to gain in the map of Irangal is not working out, you better step up. You better start doing a little bit of a homework and then try to come in and pick up more than those points, or probably just concentrate on the finish points, which they're pretty much capable of, because in the map of Miramar, they go bonkers. They're proved to us, they have that firepower. So in the map of Irangal, before getting taken down, just like Team Soul did yesterday in the map of Irangal, getting 8 to 10 finishes, I think that could be the key for success. Just one good game like that, and then from after that, they come into the map of Irangal, a confidence will be there that we might pick up the finish points. That becomes easier for the IGL to place them properly inside the circle, and from there on, probably one winner chicken dinner will also be possible from their side.
It certainly could be possible, but seems like there are a few changes being made by all the teams out there. So I think a few substitutes will be in front of our screen any moment, and there you have it. So Bajwa comes instead of Honey, and I was wondering why did they have to resort to Honey when you already have Bajwa in a really good form at this point. And the same goes for Team EXO as well. Again, trying out Snacks instead of Immortal in that particular situation. Snacks comes in with that buggy, gets picked off, and it was sort of a death push, right? It was suicidal. The way he went in, you have to be understanding the kind of an ambush you go in for. It's pretty much risky, and the moment he steps in, does not even get to fight. But I think a few more things really would come up. But so far in Miramar, I'm also keen to see what the players of OR Esports are up to. We've seen some ridiculous shifts coming out from their side, which pretty much hasn't really worked so far.
This is where my mind was just lingering around the fight with the Team EXO while they got taken down, right? So I don't know who was driving the buggy. My mind was still over there.
Sensei.
Sensei was driving the buggy. Then Snacks had to register a knock, amongst all these things. And that is where the smokes gave out for the side of team which was holding that ridge over there. And they took a huge advantage of that. Just in case Snacks at that point of time rushing in with him could register one knock with that gun and one knock with this buggy which they went in, I think the story would have been much more different. But again, they were way to the corners of the circle. Even after that, getting inside the circle would have been a huge task, a monumental task for them. And I do believe that Team EXO went down with a small mistake of not prioritizing the center of the circle.
Yeah, I think that's been the way they've been playing, right? And for all you viewers out there, we do have the iQOO Neo 6 being given away on the BGMI official esports channel. You do have that pinned chat that has been there. You've just got to click on that link, fill it up, and that is from there onwards. You're going to be marching to glory. And if you're lucky, 10 winners will have one of these bad boys in their pockets at this particular moment. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to venture into the map of Miramar. Of course, we're going to have to bid adieu to Arka for a little while, because the big man experiment will be joining us pretty much soon over here as he settles in down. And XP, what a day. What a start to the day has it been, right? And I mean, the way these teams have been performing today, and especially for the likes of Global Esports and Enigma Gaming being so consistent. Finally, Team Soul, the top spot has been contested. They've been taken down not just to the second, but to the third spot over here. And somehow they really need to pick up from the ashes.
Well, of course, first of all, thank you for having me here. I was a little confused as to whether I missed my cue or not, but looks like everything is tickety-boo, and I am now going to be talking with you. Ooh, the graveyard on our screens. Now, of course, coming back to Seoul, well, everyone wants a piece of the action. Everyone wants to be the kings. Everyone wants that throne, and, well, looks like the kings have been dethroned for now. But Miramar is going to be a different affair altogether because we did see Team Seoul win a chicken dinner. In fact, the second chicken dinner in a row, and Hyderabad Hydras did what they do best. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking the skies high above the deserts of Miramar, and it looks like we are going to be traveling a bit to the west with a little inclination towards the north, as we are going to be flying over Minas Generalis, San Martin, and things are going to end over El Pozo.
Oh, of course. Now, this is one of those flight path trajectories where I'm starting to wonder if Team OA do head out towards Puerto Paraiso, because yesterday, if you witnessed XP in that first game of Miramar, they've had a really weird 2-2 split. You know, 2 players just on the eastern side of Los Leones, 2 players went towards Puerto Paraiso, but despite that, they had a little consistent run. That has been their mantra so far for Team OR Esports. But yesterday, in the second game of Miramar, they were given a run for their money by the players of R Esports, especially Jadu.
They were. Oh my goodness, Jadu did have the magic in his fingers. But before we get to that, I like what I see over here. Now, have a look at Hyderabad Hydras, 36 points. And mind you, 35 came from one game. And in the other Miramar, well, they could only get one for themselves. So let's see if they are going to be packing a punch. And again, like we mentioned, oh boy, Jadu, he did something amazing. In fact, his teammates were going to be instrumental as well, you know, making sure they keep an eye on one another, and I do want to see something similar happen again, but for now, looks like action is going to be breaking out early, and Bayo, buddy, you might want to get yourself a weapon. Unfortunately, he can't, as MJ, with his UMP, is going to take him down in action once again, right at the beginning here in Miramar.
Of course, this is happening around the graveyard area. Enough time to build their graves, and Enigma Galaxy are off to a good start. And something which they were kind of missing out in the first game of Erangel. This is their path to redemption, redeeming themselves the former glory that they've had. But what a beautiful run has it been for Enigma Galaxy so far into the tournament, right? Because they did go through a roster shuffle. They had I think 3 players out of team Celsius coming into the fray. They had a change in their IGL. That's where I think we got Dreams into the mix, and now he's not playing. I'm wondering who the IGL, who's going to be calling the shots. But regardless, I think Enigma Galaxy have been way better.
They have been indeed, and after day one, they were mid of the table. Let's see if they are going to be rising, because the circle this time is going to be a little to the north and a little to the west. I want to see something at Creative Fields happening, because again, I love all that drama. And speaking of drama, Los Leones once again is going to have 3 teams vying for control. However, like we said yesterday, they have mapped the city out, and they do like keeping their distance. But I wonder if OR Esports are going to do something different all the way down over there at Puerto Paraiso, because once again, have a look at Jelly and Atanki. They are going to be far away at La Bendita, and in fact, if you just have a look at the mileage, it's at least about 3 miles that separate the 2 teammates, as big brothers, well, they're going to drop to the southwest of Los Leones.
I'm trying to rack up my brains to rationalize what the real intention is. Is it the loot? Because Puerto Paraiso, it's not a 4-man loot city, right? I think maybe to get some vehicles, or maybe for some extra ammunitions. What about?
Of course, I'm going to be accepting that what you just said right now. I'm going to agree with you. The loot, and also, because it's such a huge map, right? It is going to be easy to transition into the circle. And one thing, right? I mean, first come, first serve as far as position goes. So Jelly and Atanki are some of their stronger players. They can handle their own when everything is, going awry around them. So, yes, the loot is definitely something that they are going to be keeping in consideration. However, it's also those crucial positions that they are going to be vying for. Maybe up top on a hill, maybe in some compound.
I think this is where, I kind of have a little bit of a thought on my mind. Because, honestly, staying aloof from their 2 teammates, their intention might be to try and get inside the circle. Now, consider this, that you've got so many teams around you. It's going to be such a huge problem while you try to get inside the circle. In respect to the fact that you were heading out from Puerto Paraiso, you used to take that southern highway around. You always had a better entry inside the zone. I'm still wondering why.
Well, I mean, we do have the map feed for ourselves. Looks like we did expect them to move towards the circle. However, it does seem like they might be on a bit of a collision course with the Autobotz, because they might want to put some pressure on. And if OR Esports' remaining 2 members on our screens right now here in Puerto Paraiso, as far as Aditya and Aru are concerned, they're going to have to move as well. But again, it is the loot, and it's a huge map, Fixers. There's so much real estate up for grabs that, even if teams do see vehicles, drive past them at this stage, if they have a decent distance between them, they're not really going to try and take those shots. They don't want the fight, because they themselves want to get in the circle and have a better position for their own team.
Oh yeah, I think right now, like you said, They're trying to rotate in a little bit early on, but I'm still a little bit worried about Aditya and Aru at that particular situation, because where do they go from? Do they take that southern route, or they just go head on and might face the wrath of Team EXO, Autobotz, BB, so many teams around them.
Speaking of Team EXO, have a look at what Sensei is doing as well. His team is going to be down in Los Leones. However, if you have a look carefully at La Bendita, he's at the A of Bendita at the end, and he's going to be trying to traverse down south. Again, just making sure that his team has, you know, the lay of the land, and there's nothing that's going to be blockading them, because at this moment, it is going to be about information. But that's where the risk comes in, right? Because if he is going to be spotted out in a vehicle all by himself, a few lucky shots could spell trouble. And, well, he is going to try and get back to his team. But I wonder if the Autobotz, Orva, are going to open up on him.
I still wonder though, but because Autobotz is one of those teams that has always relied on trying to take the center of the circle instead of trying to take the fights from the edges. But when it comes down to that, they're the ones who do not shy away from picking fights. But our Esports, as you can see, have taken that eastern highway for themselves, and they want to rotate in from El Azhar, where teams like Esports Wala, WSF lie waiting for them. And do you think this is the right time to pick a fight against WSF?
I mean, look, Hero was already over there, right? He's going to be their scout for them right now. He's going to make sure he does all the reconnaissance. And, well, he does seem like he's asked for backup. And as far as fights go, look, they do have options, right? We did see the map. No teams to the south, no teams to the north. So the thing is, maybe it's a bit of a mentality push. Maybe they want that little confidence coming in. And, of course, if they can catch a couple of the members from Esports Wala WSF off guard, and, well, this is what I was talking about. Now, everyone is going to be in their vehicles, right? So the time it takes for you to alight from your vehicle, lay down some shots, well, you are losing valuable time making it into the next zone. So I guess, the OR Jelly's little gamble definitely paid off.
I finally think it makes a lot more sense right now. I think considering it's the grand finals, OR Esports had always been one of the teams that used to play around the edges, right? That's a fact. But this time they want to try to contest for the center, where Jelly wants to get a good part and wants to hold it off for his teammates like Aru and Aditya to really come into the fray, as Sarang opens it up on Rex, and that's a huge blow for Enigma Gaming.
Oh, it is indeed. Of course, one of their stronger players going down, and Sarang is going to make sure he finishes what he started. Now, what was surprising was that Aladdin, of course, down on the bottom, has to be a bit careful because he was getting shot at from elsewhere as well. I mean, we did see a couple of their members up top on the hill laying down some lead, but for now, he is going to be just a little bit safe. And Sarang, of course, he did get all that information that, someone's shooting at me from the other hill. He's going to make sure he does what he does best and just keep them secure down below. Now, as the planes are going to come in, the drops are going to drop the circle. Again, it's going to be interesting because quite a few teams are already trying to go in for the center. And El Pozo, Crater Fields are going to be the epicenter for all the action to come. But Fixes, what about the teams coming in from Los Leones?
I mean, well, they're going to go for a late rotation. Indeed, they're trying to get in. Autobots still a little reluctant because Team EXO, they're on the move, right? At least 3 players I can spot. They've made it from that southern side of the circle. And Autobots, they've decided to enter in from a little bit of that eastern side. Now, this is where I'm getting concerned about Aditya because he's not just going to space one player. It's going to be the entire squad. And Aru is way behind. I think they have that information that there's someone right on Aditya's tail. So OR Esports really need to calculate their movements.
Also, it could be something like maybe Aditya's going to just lead them to a trap because he's going to be reeling all the information as we are going to wait for the circle to change. And he might be like, hey, there's the team on me, but now it's going to be problematic because the last member, Aru, as you mentioned, is pretty much driving right past them as the circle is going to shift towards El Pozo. And looks like Autobots are going to be getting out the vehicles. I do see a few of them maybe laying down some lead in their direction. And I wonder if Aru is going to be safe. But this is where they can really corner him in. The ones in front of him, there you have it, once again, are going to alight. I'm pretty sure we are going to have a look at that little skirmish take place right now because it is Miramar and vehicles go boom a lot quicker. And speaking of vehicles, for now, it's going to be INS Joker laying down lead in GE's position as Joker is going to make his escape. Keep in mind, Knuckle is just to the left.
Oh, yeah.
Aru's gone down?
Almost, Knuckle he's caught between a rock and a hard place, nowhere to run and hide. Eventually, Crazy Soul, he's going to try and rotate a little bit and maybe get that perfect vision on him. And this is where Global Esports, this is going to hurt them, right? Losing out on one of those players pretty early on, as Vert has also joined the fray in again. And there you go, Crazy Soul getting the better out of Knuckle. And INS, we know they're the wild dogs in the lobby, not too shy in going in for the finishes.
Well, they are the loose cannons. However, they have kind of reined it in the past, couple of days. And of course, you need to do that because this is the grand finals. And now Joker, he has an idea that, someone was trying to make his escape from this position. And, well, Ronnie kind of read what was happening as well. He predicted that these boys are going to be coming in, but there you have it. The vehicle is going to be spotted. Shots are going to be let loose. The M4 is going to rattle up all those 5.56s. And before the vehicle goes boom, Ronnie makes it safe.
He does, but there you go. Esports really stepping up, getting one of the most crucial knocks. Now, this gives the perfect avenue for the players of INS to go in for the push, and here they go. Do not really care if it's a buggy or an SUV. They decide already cooking up that grenade. Will go directly at Mania, but the timing has to be perfect. Could also be in a suicidal run, and here he is.
Here he is, and now he's going to be cooking up another one. Keep one thing in mind, FS Esports on the side could be playing a little bit spoil sport for Global Esports from the other side. Now, they are going to be split a bit, and Vert, the man of the moment right now, who did get that initial knock, is going to have Joker set in his sights. Now, the sound cues are to give it away. They are going to have a little bit of a visual over there. The grenade is going to go off. Crazy Soul is still going to be lucky to be alive, and now, with the duck, he does get the better of him. In fact, his teammate comes in from the other side and puts some lead in his opponent. Now, this is what I was talking about. GE, for now, have a little bit of respite because FS Esports, well, they're going to be playing Guardian Angels, but again, grenades are something you cannot really block. It does go boom. Unfortunately, it was just a bit too short, and now in comes FS Esports.
Picking up the exploits over there. Explicit just coming in, gets try to start fire at Ronnie's direction. Does he succeed? No, it's going to be the answer. Ron is still, packing a punch over there, getting that knock, but now needs to administer that first hit. But before he does that, K47 wipes him out.
Once again, K47 basically living up to his name, as Global Esports are going to be bidding us adieu. There you have it. They couldn't take the onslaught from two teams, and now Team INS know that, hey, wait a second, someone else is joining our little compound. It is going to be a bit of a kerfuffle still, as Joker is going to be laying down a grenade, but this might just be a little bit of a wrong move. Lucky for them, they decided to go left, and now they go back whence they came from.
The first time INS has ever retreated from a fight, but can they make it out alive is a big question. Just getting hammered down with all that lead, but somehow make it out of harm's way. But for Team FS Esports, I love this aggression from their side, XP. This was the only thing that had been missing from them. They've worked on it, and they're looking perfect.
We were talking in the prelude as well that FS Esports is one of those teams we weren't really singing accolades up, but for now, as the circle is going to be shrinking even further. Oh boy, it's going to be a kaleidoscope of color on your screen, and as expected, it is going to be in El Pozo, and the Crater Fields are going to come in play as well. Now, we were talking about our esports and esports while at WSF. Have a look at our esports' position. They are now to the northwest. We're going to come back to that later because I do believe FS Esports, boy, these boys are hungry for some more. And the fact is, they still have the circle for themselves. And this is something that we predicted as well. Look at them firing from the back lines, making sure that, well, his agony was short-lived.
I mean, this was what we were scared about for Team OR Esports. They really need to get back into a different zone, get back to their old playing ways. But taking a look at this particular fight as well, XP, I mean, this gets very risky, when you're trying to pull off something like that at a stage like this. This was bound to happen. But Crazy Soul, mind you, he got knocked out from the players of Team FS Esports. Now, that is where Ronnie managed to secure the finish. And I loved how, kind of went left, right, and did manage to get those finishes off. But now Jackson, he's got the players of 7C right in his radar, fires a few shots, and gets out of harm's way.
Well, 7C are the ones who are going to get the first blood in this case, but we're going to hold on because they're going to be taking fights on different fronts. It's going to be Team EXO at one end and, well, another at the other. Now, Sarang, again, he loves this position, right? Now, I know that he does have wings on his back. Unfortunately, he can't really fly anywhere in this map. But what he can do is lay down lead with that barrel influence. If those shots do connect, ooh, it does sting just a little bit. But, coming back to that fight we were talking earlier, as I do believe they are going to deploy the smokes, but there you have it. Spray God is going to come in. Now, he is going going to be instrumental because he might just make them peek over, and, well, grenades are going to be showered in. Savitar is going to make sure he comes to back his teammate up again. Now, if this grenade is going to be timed to perfection, well, Punk and Fierce are going to be in a lot of trouble because it does go boom. Unfortunately, it's not going to connect, but this is where Sarang from up top is going to be helping them out.
Oh yeah, 7C having it all calculated, and there you go, the knock comes in, Fierce gets taken down, gets it to Spray God, and this is where the second grenade also will follow suit. As did it connect? No is going to be the answer. Punk and Snags clearly out of options. This is where Team 7C can decide to engulf them like an amoeba and eat them up.
They can indeed, and in fact, if you have a look at Punk's position, if someone goes on that hill up top, it could be problematic, but you got to keep another thing in mind. There are going to be teams in the vicinity who are going to hear the commotion, and speaking of in the vicinity, looks like Joker is going to be tangoing with the Tango from Esports 1 WSF as shots are going to be fired, and Kinetic Onyx, well, just blew himself up.
I do not know what really happened over there, but regardless, KU, he's going to get the rest back up. As Zoro, he's bleeding. He's yelling and shrieking for help, but I don't think that's going to come out anytime sooner. But the moment God steps out of that cover, right, steps out of that smoke, he's going to get shredded apart. But look at OR Esports. Now they decided to be just on the northern side of where Team Kinetic are. And I'm really intrigued to see what they have to give in this particular game.
Well, what they can do right now is just make sure they have a little bit of a footing in this next circle, right? Because they don't really have to battle it out because teams over here are still going to be fighting with one another. And there you have it. Karun is going to bid us adieu as Hitman is going to hit him just a bit too hard and exactly where it hurts. Now, the circle is still has a little bit of that urbanization, right? We still have the amphitheater. We still have a few buildings as far as El Pozo is concerned, but everything is going to be out in the open. And I'm going to be looking out for a couple of teams that still haven't made it into the fray. If you have a look at your map, on the extreme right, you still have all 4 members from Hyderabad Hydras just trying to find the perfect time to come in and, well, get a hill for themselves elsewhere. As we were talking about the buildings, Team Soul do have a compound for themselves, as do the 2 remaining members from Hydra Official. But for now, they are safe. But if the circle shifts away, buddy, oh boy, that is when it's going to be a bit risky. And speaking of risky, Wixie from Nigma Galaxy just went down.
And really, I feel that this circle is going to go a little bit towards that eastern side, to where the players of Team Enigma or Savitar is from 7C. Right? That's ideally how we've seen the circle really shift. I'm going to be surprised if it stakes to El Pozo. That's going to be something out of ordinary. One of the uncommon circles that we have talked about. But Hyderabad Hydras finally making the rotation from the southern side. But Team Kinetic might have some action. There you go. Few shots being fired. I guess at maybe Team OAS direction, or was it FS?
Well, for now, there is a little bit of a calm, but again, things can definitely change because Team Kinetic, well, they do have the enemies in front of them, they do have enemies at the back, and for now, they are going to be safe. But we were talking about fights taking place out in the open. Now, on our screens, it could be possible that, of course, we are having a look at Big Brothers make their maneuvers into the new circle, but the thing is, they do have to get to the top, and, well, Beast OP does have an idea someone's nearby. I am going to be keeping an eye out on the kill feed as Evert, once again, instrumental in Miramar, is going to get the better of yet another WSF player, as Hyderabad Hydras should be popping up on our screens at some point because they are taking the fight straight to the boys from 7C Esports. But for now, Hellgod sees some commotion in the distance and, well, just let loose a few shots from that M16.
Wasn't clearly connected though, just trying to tickle the players of, I guess, Team EXO over there. But for now, Esports Wala WSF Bachwa getting the better out of Rockstar. And this is what we were concerned about, right? Our Esports, they were having a good spot, but where's the cavalry? Where's the cover fire? Smokes have been laid out, but is that going to deter Bachwa for going in for the push? Because he's getting shot from elsewhere and has to be INS Joker just poking him and getting the life snuffed out of him.
INS from one end, Enigma from the other. This is problematic because now Jadu realizes, hey, wait a second, we just got shot from a backsides, and it is going to be a Mini 14 going up against the Car 98. Question is, who's going to come out on top? Now, this is what I was talking about. Have a look at how Hyderabad Hydras, they waited, they were patient, they realized that they love taking those hilly areas, they love being the kings of the hills, and more often than not, Fixes, once they do take the high ground, they always come out on top, pun intended. But there you have it. Sarang, since he was alone, has been kind of pushed off from his little perk, but oh my goodness, the circle has shifted away from them. And once again, INS, our esports are looking good. But for now, Team Soul, they're going to be taking the fight straight to Hydra, Jackson, and Pav because, well, there are two members standing up, waiting for the enemy to come down from below.
Now, this is a very difficult compound to go in striking, right? Now, Goblin and Omega, two of the players alive, they realize that this is not the time to pick fights. This is the moment that they have to get inside circuit. Now, the big question is, are the players of Team Hydra going to let them pass as Team FS have a good chance of getting the better out of the players of Team EXO?
They do indeed. A few grenades could seal the deal for them. There you have it. That one looks good. Snacks could be in trouble, but no, it's going to be Punk who gets a massive chunk of his HP taken out as grenades are going to be coming back in return. Now, the push should be coming in. They know the vehicle is going to explode. Clutch, you better move away because those grenades are going to bring you down, and there you have it. Hitman is going to hit them where it hurts hardest. Snacks is going to get the better of Clutch. Now they do go up. This grenade could be it, and with another boom, we are going to have to look at the kill feed, but it looks like the Team FS Esports, they are going to be in trouble. But again, OR Esports could be a little bit of a pawn. 7C from behind could be shooting at their position, and as far as Team EXO are concerned, yes, they're a two-man squad. However, this little dip that they have fixes is really working out for them.
Clearly out of meds, Team EXO at this point, but somehow OR coming to aid for Team EXO. FS overextending just a little bit and have been punished as Team Soul decided to push against Team Hydra. And Jackson completely annihilates them, obliterates them, deletes the existence from planet Earth.
Let me tell you one thing, even though Parv has gone down, he did do his job. In fact, he got the better of Goblin first. I do believe they did share the finishes right now, and for now, they're still going to be a two-man squad elsewhere. 7C Esports finally taking the fight, two Hydras. This is what we expected, as they did just run over Mandy, and they are not looking good. Ace Black goes down as well, which means now Hyderabad Hydra just have one man standing. Can he do something at this moment? He has been spotted out. Grenades are going to come in, but Spray God is doing what he does best, spraying lead in every single direction, and with his AKM, well, the winners of Miramar yesterday with the massive 20 finishes have been obliterated in a mere few seconds.
And they get nothing out of this game, XP. Keep in mind, another bad game for Hyderabad Hydras. We're back into the action where Team EXO, they're still breathing, somehow surviving as those grenades keep on flying by. But Snacks and Punk, they've got to pull off something magical around here, something phenomenal that we've never witnessed. But how do they, considering they're right at the center of the circle?
Well, the best thing is they do have that little dip that we talked about earlier, right? Which means all the bullets are going to be whizzing past over their head, and FS Esports, they can't really do much at the moment because they are going to be running out of all those amazing, delicious grenades that they love throwing at one another. But now FS, against all odds, they have deployed a numerous number of smokes, but we have to look at the replay. There you have a look. Pav is going to be the first in line. He does take down Omega. He does take down Goblin, and then Jackson comes in and seals the deal once again. Team Soul pushing in. We know they're good at compound rushes, right? However, the fact is they were funneled in, and well, nothing is going to happen over here, and this is how Hyderabad Hydras went down. Sarang just going up close and personal, running one of them over, and well, Spray God did the rest.
And on 7C, they've been phenomenal right from the very start of the game. The way they've been splitting across, and now they knew that they had the players of Hyderabad Hydras cornered down as Savita just tries to go in for vehicular manslaughter as MJ barely breathing as Spray God also comes in.
Ouch!
And there you go, just trampling him over. This is carnage, XP.
But this is the 7C Esports team that we wanted to see because they are going for all those finishes. They are taking the fight straight to the enemy's gate, and now they are going to come in a little bit of a pickle, but looks like our Esports have decided not to let loose those few shots because again they're out of the circle, and finally 7C Aladdin is going to come in. He gets the better of Snacks. Can he do something against Punk? Because Punk is going to be a bit quicker on the trigger, and unfortunately he didn't have the HP. Meanwhile, the remaining team of 7C is going to be fighting it out with FS Esports, if I'm not too wrong, because Spray God is on a warpath of his own. He gets one explicit, almost getting taken down. It is going to be that same situation, but now Clutch is going to make sure that Spray God is down on the ground as well. The question is, where are the remaining members? And there you have it. It's going to be answered. He comes in, and Clutch almost getting run over. Shots are going to be fired in the dark, in the blind, and Clutch is going to run around. In fact, the teams are right in front of one another, and finally, FS Esports are going to be put down. But let me tell you one thing, 7C Esports, 12 finishes. These boys are looking good, but in this position, oh boy, I do fear for their survival.
The godsend plays, man, the way they're just coming over, bouncing over each other. But for now, OR Esports still a three-man strong squad. They do have the players of Autobotz right in front of them. It's going to be hell, and Aditya knows exactly what he's going to do. He's got his work cut out as Atanki gets the better out of Shane, kind of bringing him out of his cover with that Molotov, then putting the final nail in the coffin.
He did indeed, and of course that final lane was with that AKM. When it goes, oh, it's going to hurt just a bit too much. Now, once again, we were talking about this, right? Team EXO, they don't have to budge, they don't have to move, they have their vehicles for cover. 7C are going to be coming under fire. But again, you know, as far as Team EXO is concerned, they're really not going to have those finish points as well as our Esports' Canary and Jadoo in an instant are going to be taken down, but it was not 7C Esports, it was OR from the other end. Well, Aditya and Jelly putting them 6 feet under, which means now we have 5 teams remaining, 13 players still alive, and boy, these boys from 7C Esports look hungry. That is a good grenade, unfortunately just a bit to the left.
Oh yeah, but for now, Jackson, he's pulled off one of the plays of his life, but from here onwards, Team Hydra, they've been very consistent, mind you, XP, even the wrangle game went the way they wanted, but now they've got to dig in a little bit deeper, finally coming out in the open. Can he make it out alive? So many players looking at this direction. There he goes, falling down to the circle, but it's going to be Zen OP who gets the finish.
Zen OP does. Now keep one thing in mind, Big Brothers, they have all 4 members still alive and kicking, as do the gentlemen from OR Esports, but the circle has shifted up north. It is going to be in Team EXO's position. Again, looks like the gods of BGMI are going to be shining down and smiling on this team because they do have a few crates next to them, which means they have those timely replenishments that they needed. Now, 7C Esports, they know that these 2 lads are going to be right over here. And again, the fact that they have literally their backs up against a wall, they really don't have to worry about anything unless OR Esports decides to outflank them and shoot down from the heavens above. But for now, OR Esports, they did lose Aru early on, are going to be taking on Big Brothers. Now, Big Brothers, they've got to move to the open. I don't see any vehicles over here, and this is where they can set up all those flanks and, well, take them down one by one.
Somehow, you know, Atanki, he knows that Marv's just
finally
around. Finally gets the footsteps, but there you go. EXO being brought down, but still stacks his life. The last glimmer of hope has been taken away. 7C, they are on the prowls. Next up the top, they've taken the words quite seriously.
We did kind of just anticipate this, that they know the position they are going to come in because, well, Aladdin would have confirmed that there were only 2 gentlemen sitting in that little dip. But now, OR Esports, they've got their work cut out as well because Big Brothers are going to be making their move. Vehicles are going to be heard. Scream, I thought, was going to let his weapon do all the talking, but now he's going to make sure he has just a little semblance of cover, which again, I am not going to be disappointed with. However, he does have to come in. Althunki is taken down by Scream, and now this is where Sarwang knows somebody went down and is going to steal that finish right under the noses, and Aditya is going to be in a lot of trouble over here. There you have it, 7C Esports, 16 finishes. This 2-man squad is still vying for more. They are going to go up against 4-man Big Brothers, but if they take them out one by one, chances are, well, Scream might just be burned to a crisp.
Did have his position really was pointed out though. They tried to flush him out of his cover, was not really successful in his endeavors. As Sarang, he's trying to reposition himself, has that little bit of a ridge to play around, has spotted out Hellgod, will get the better out of him, but it was a bait and switch play, out of which Scream really did come out on top.
He does have to patch himself up for first aids, and keep one thing in mind, Big Brothers are going to be a 2-man squad for now, as the revives are going to be going in, which gives him enough time to go in for the revive as well. Now look at what he did. Before he did patch himself up, he made sure he throws a smoke in Sarang's position. Again, this is what teamwork, ladies and gentlemen, is all about. It is going to be a 3v2 situation. In comes Scream, his position is going to be given away. He is going to take a few shots. The AKM is going to rattle off, but it's going to be a bit too much. These 2 guns were trained on him as Big Brother Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to get their first chicken dinner of the grand finals. And as we move into the post-match segment powered by Loco, of course, they're going to be smiles abound.
Oh, indeed. And it's been a tough journey for BB Esports, right? The way they started off yesterday, weren't really finding the edge, weren't really getting that chicken dinner. But here it is. But look at 7C Esports. 16 finishes to their names. Could have been even better had they not really divided their units into going one after EXO, one after FS in that particular situation. They were kind of a little bit lost, I really felt. But yes, you had a thought?
As far as Team EXO was concerned, they weren't expecting anyone to be there, and suddenly Aladdin goes in. In fact, the reaction on the lad was just phenomenal because he did manage to take down Punk, and then of course he was taken down instead. And on the other hand, Sprayguard as well, just doing what he does best. He pretty much took out almost 3 members, but finally, luckily, Cavalry did come in, and well, 16 finishes is what they are going to end the game with, and 28 points is going to be no small feat. However, Hyderabad Hydras, man, they were caught off guard again. 7C Esports just wiping out teams left, right, and center.
Oh yeah, and we've got to talk about 7C right from the very start. The way they were holding out that wild split, the 1-1-1 split, where they kind of decided to take over the hills. They were getting themselves into a lot of fights. After they went after Hyderabad Hydras, they suddenly had the adrenaline injected inside the body, and somehow, you know, with that coursing through their veins, you have the iQOO MVP has got to be no one than Sarang. 1300 plus points of damage. I mean, what are we in for? We witnessed the first game 1600 plus, now 1300.
I mean, this is what these boys are all about. And if you have a look at the top 5, he is going to be joined by 2 of his teammates. Spraygard with 7 finishes for himself, 783 points of damage, and of course Savatar at your right end with 4 to his name. Now, big brothers, they did get a chicken dinner. However, keep one thing in mind, they are still going to be 6 points behind 7C as far as the point standings go. But Scream, boy oh boy, he does have 3 finishes, but the damage is something I am looking out for. OR Esports also had a good position, but again, you know, they were caught between a rock and a hard place because, well, the hard place was pretty much 2 members from 7C Esports doing what they do best, as we are going to have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures.
Just 2 vehicle finishes? I'm kind of disappointed. I mean, it was Carmageddon going all the way along in this particular map, especially by 7C, what they were really up to. But 7 grenade finishes, we expected the healing numbers to be a little bit higher. But teams are starting to commit into the fights, right? 2 knocks and they instantly go in for the push. We did see that happen on one of those instances where INS went after Global Esports and then again retreated back, not giving enough chance for the other teams to kind of get themselves back up with full HP.
Something we didn't expect because INS never backs down, as we are going to have a look at the FD graph. And of course, it's going to be 7C Esports who are going to be shining under the terrible sun in Miramar. 3,119 points of damage, 16 finishes, just head and shoulders above everyone else. And, well, a lot of teams did get a taste for blood. However, if you have a look at the first team over there, Hyderabad Hydras, they did let loose a few shots. But even though Spraygard was that one guy who did, you know, go right to their position and dealt them a heavy blow, I'm surprised at how quickly they actually crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, at that particular situation, right, for Hyderabad Hydras, they were cornered. One thing for sure. It all started with 7C getting that first knock, just trampling over the vehicle there. And they knew that all the players were stationed there. They got in the other men and just kind of engulfed them completely. But now is the moment of truth XP, the overall standings.
Well, there you have it. Everything is still going to be up on your screens. Global Esports still in the lead with that 1 point, but Enigma Gaming, they're going to hold on to the second position as well. Team Soul, not a good outing for them. They're going to slip down to 4th as OR Esports are going to be in 3rd with 90 points.
And, you know, Global Esports, the first position still being held on. I do not know how. And Enigma Gaming, I really felt this is the point where OR Esports are finally starting to take a little bit of a climb there. Just 1 point shy from Enigma Gaming.
92, 91, 90.
Yeah, 92, 91, 90. It is as close as it gets. But for Team Soul, we've got to talk about this, right? Why did they have to fight against Hydra, especially when they knew that they had to get inside the circle?
Well, because, of course, they didn't want to be shot at from the back. That was one thing that does come to my mind.
Urban compound.
But again, the fact that, you know, they thought maybe just it was still a little bit in the circle before it did finally shift away. So they were kind of hoping against all odds that they still have a window to peek out of because, you know, that's all. They love their compounds, right? However, I'm just a little surprised because if you have the layout of that building, it is going to be, you know, the stairways do come up and there's just one door which basically Parv and Jackson had their guns trained at, and it kind of looked like they just walked into all their bullets. But now if we have a look at the second page, because of their efforts, Hydra official are going to climb just a wee bit up to the 9th position with 54 to their name.
And this is where I think we've been talking about the comeback of Team Hydra, right? The first game of Erangel, they make it into the top 3. The second game, they kind of make it to the top 4, top 5. They've been looking promising, at least if not in terms of the finish departments. Of course, we did have Jackson pull off a clutch of his life against Team Soul over there. And now we do come back to that particular fight, right? It was the God buildings. It's very difficult because you've got those narrow passages up the stairs and it's so easy to set up a crossfire. Now, Team Soul, look at the situation. They knew they had to get inside the circle, and mind you, it was not inside the zone that time. They knew the circle had shifted away from them. Now, what ideally could have been the case was they lay down a trail of smoke and then take their vehicles and make a run for their life, and could have picked up a fight which actually had an objective inside the circle against a different team at a better condition.
Absolutely. Again, you said it all. I mean, basically, I just don't have to say anything at point because that's exactly correct. But I still feel they do not want to be shot at from the back. But, you know, again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. That is the beauty of this tournament. And speaking of this tournament, the biggest in Indian history so far, massive thank you to BGMI Crofton and, of course, our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. So once again, you know what time it is. We're going to have a look and see how to slay your dragons.
Watch it, earn it.
You know, I like what you said earlier. Of course, you got to watch, you got to play, you got to stream, you got to repeat. But you also added you can earn some moolah for yourself as well. That is where Loco comes in, India's own gaming community. And once you do that, what you have to do is get yourself a little device that does everything. And that is where the iQOO Neo 6 comes in. So what are you waiting for? Go grab it for yourselves. Now, quickly coming back to the last game. Again, I understand the circle has shifted away, right? So Team Soul, I think they could have probably left one, maybe two members back there to, in fact, provide them with some cover fire as well. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, because the highlights are going to be popping up on our screen and we're going to see exactly where things went wrong. But buddy, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of 7C Esports. Whew, they had the game of their lives, the way they were just taking finishes left, right, and center.
Oh, of course. I mean, it all started, of course, with this one particular fight where Team Kinetic, I mean, they're going through a very traumatic phase right now. Two bad days so far. They somehow need to pick up pace. Now, this is where it all started. This was one of those iconic fights, right? INS and G fighting it out together. And then FS just comes out of nowhere and tries to pick a few finishes to their name.
And that is, of course, what you are supposed to do because, you know, you see a couple of teams fighting out. You know they're not going to be replenished. You know they're going to be down on their luck. And, oh, boy, Dreams tried to get in that Marauder. Unfortunately, he was taken down before that. Now, this is where Aladdin kind of just, you know, impressed me because he did get the better of one of the members. Snacks did go down, but Punk was over there. And elsewhere, Savatar was doing his job. Now, over here, he finally realizes, hey, wait a second, the enemy is right in front of me. Why not just take him out?
And this is where, you know, OR Esports, despite losing out on Aru, somehow managed to recover, right? Did get enough of those position points, get a few finishes to their name. And, after this, you know, you had 7C. This is where they started picking up pace, right? One fight after the other, just kept going on.
Of course, and this was a little bit of a mistake. Hydra Jackson just went down courtesy the zone over there, out of options. And I'm kind of interested in seeing fixes, how 7C Esports basically traversed, not the open waters this time, but the deserts of Miramar because, well, we do have a few gadgets coming up. And over here, they did try to get into cover, but he was taken down. At this moment, now Sarang knew there was someone at the rock. He knew the moment he gets up that it could be a bit problematic. But let's see if they are going to learn from their mistakes. But you know what? They had a wonderful game.
Oh, they indeed had. And this is exactly what 7C really needed to pick up from the bits and pieces because yesterday, the kind of a start they had was not really what they wanted. We were talking about them. They were having two minds of whether they need to commit to a fight or not. That hesitancy, that reluctancy in engaging in one particular situation was clearly missing. Today, they've gotten over the problems. They've fixed all the issues, and I think they're looking a lot more stronger.
Well, they are indeed. And speaking of 7C Esports, I love that we have a few gadgets in our hands because we are going to show you exactly how they traverse the open deserts of Miramar. Because I'm telling you one thing, Fixes, they're going to be all over the place, in my opinion. But you know what? Let's have a look in about the next couple of seconds because you are going to see something different popping up. And, well, as far as the team is concerned, let me just bring them up on our screens. Now, they did drop down just east of the power grid. That is what we definitely saw. And this is going to be Savitar at this moment right now. I'm just going to zoom in just to have a look at all that commotion over there.
Yeah.
They went up, they went down, they went up, they went down, they went left, they went right. And now if I can add a few more players, let's have a look and see what Sarwing did. Now they had a split drop coming in, right? That is something that was pretty much instrumental for their success because he was still in and around El Pozo, making sure he goes back right at this point over here to, you know, provide some much needed cover for his team. Now, they were taken down just northeast of El Pozo, but again, this was something brilliant. Now, let's have a look and see what Aladdin was doing because, well, their grave sites are still going to be pretty similar. Now, they dropped all the way around El Pozo, power grid, just north of Monte Nuevo. So they had the lay of the land, and luckily for them, the zone was coming in as well. And before I give it over to you, Spray God, again, this is what I loved, buddy. All over the place, left, right, up, down, up, down.
Oh, yeah. And 7C, like we've been talking about, you know, they take really big risks in the map of Miramar, right? All the players are kind of having themselves stationed at different positions. And the next thing they do is they take the higher altitudes. They climb over the mountains, get a vision all over the place, and cause a lot of trouble for the other teams.
You know, I'm kind of giggling right now because it kind of feels like, you know, if you give a kid a little pen and something on one of the devices, it's just like doodles over there because that is exactly what it kind of looks like. But again, this is what we've been talking about. You know, 7C Esports all over the place, making sure that, you know, they kept the enemy guessing. But then what that kind of shows me is the moment they get a knock, the moment they do something, they did have 16 finishes, man. They go in for that finish.
Oh, they indeed do. And this is what I've been talking about, right? Especially when it comes down to for 7C. They had a few mistakes yesterday. They worked over it, and they're looking pristine. But for here onwards, you know, this discussion again comes down to the other teams. Hyderabad Hydras, we are yet to see them making a comeback. Team EXO losing out on Sensei, had their heads cut off. Still somehow managed, despite all odds, to pick that one little ridge, which they defended with all their might.
I mean, it was a godsend because had it not been there and had the circle not come in their position, they still wouldn't have ended up with the position points that they did. And, you know, like you said, once the head is cut off, well, the chicken can't really fly anymore. But again, I loved what 7C did, just adding to your point. Yesterday, we were saying they were a bit reluctant, they were a bit hesitant, but this is what we saw in week 3. As far as the league stage goes, and looks like they might be climbing higher and higher on the leaderboard if they do so. And if I may, about Hyderabad Hydras, I think give them a couple of games because that is when they always come in. Maybe the next Miramar could be theirs.
Maybe, but this is what really concerns me, right? You're contesting for the top spot. Now, Hyderabad Hydras is not one of those teams that says, now we are happy with just the top 3, you know, we're going to be focusing on the top 5. They're here to fight for the trophy. You know, they've been one of the prime contenders, and Miramar has always been their strong suit. Now, this time also, they made a great rotation inside the circle. 7C, of course, really read that perfectly well. Now, how do you get all that information, especially when you've got your players stationed high up on the mountains, right? You got that vision, the bird's eye view, and that is how they kind of go in and get things done.
Well, of course, that was Miramar done and dusted. Now we're going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means once again the studio is going to get just a little bit brighter because I'm going to go out and, well, the sun himself, Arca, is going to be coming in and fixes. Whew, it's going to be heavy action in the next game as well.
Of course, now it's going to be Sandhawk that we're talking about, right? The match number 9. Here it is. And here we have all the teams with us, and Arca, well, he's got to settle himself down over here. And now this comes down to how the teams are going to be performing in this particular game. Now, Team Soul, they've taken a hefty fall. They've been making wrong decisions. Hydra, they've been very consistent with their position points that they've accrued for so long. But your speculations, Arca, who do you think is going to come out swinging in the map of Sandhawk?
I think it's still going to be 7C. You know, the way they've come in, I'm going to name them the Vikings of the game today. You know, literally the Viking of the tournament itself. 3,000 damage in 2 different maps. I mean, that shows the kind of firepower you have. You did speak about 7C from the beginning, and I told you that 7C have the best firepower. It's just that they need to be placed perfectly by their IGL, and it looks like that is what exactly is happening, and they've done everything right. All they have to do is push on to their luck as much as possible, pick up all these points which are actually doing in the form of finish points. As we all know, the top 2 positions will obviously get them the position points. So I strongly feel it's still going to be the side of 7C dominating in the map of Sandhawk.
It certainly could be, right? They've been riding the waves, and well, for all you guys, ladies and gentlemen out there, of course, we've got to thank BGMI and Crafton for having all this event up, and our sponsors, iQOO Neo 6. And we've got a video for you guys telling how to slay a dragon.
FPS again, that's one thing which I can still never get off, but at the same time it's visible, right? The performance of every single team. When you have a good device, you're all on the same table, and we can see that every single day there's one team which is actually dominating and making sure that it's all equal, and it's all about the talent which is going to be placed on the table as of today. And at the same time, let's not forget that WSF and Team Kinetic, these two squads are still not able to make the best of what they're given with that opportunity, because there were times when they were holding the circle to a perfection, where from after that the rotation and the getting clashed. What do you have to say about these two teams?
This is where we'll get back to that just in a wee later, because now we've got a few substitutes coming in, and Joker is going to be sitting it out, and AJ comes in. Now, I like this change from Global Esports, because AJ has been one of those players that really had a huge role to play in how Global Esports were in the BMPS round 3. But finally, few major changes, few much needed changes. Snacks goes out and Immortal comes back in. Now, this is where I think we've got again a personal change in the side of Team EXO, where now Punk and Fierce can play on those front lines, where Immortal can be on the backs providing support, and Sensei does what he does.
Now, at the same time, I would say that, Snacks being present in the map of Miramar, for me, was personally right. Because there was a point where only 2 men were standing, and Snacks was the person picking him up every single time, trying to loft grenades and be that defensive person when required, and making sure he was not only a person who was supporting, but also an assaulter when necessary. And this change in the map of Sanhok for Immortal to be coming up is also a very good change, because Snacks in that mid-range is going to be unstoppable. But whereas in the map of Sanhok, it's all about the close-range battles where Immortal will have to hold an off angle and support that proper push coming in from the side of Punk.
I think, I feel, considering the circumstances, Snacks did what he could do best, right?
Yeah.
And no complaints from my side. But for you guys out there, you've got a chance to win 10 of this beautiful iQOO Neo 6 that we are giving away. We're spreading love, and well, it is all for you guys. All you've got to do on the chat section, there's a pinned comment. You've got to press on that link, fill it up, and make sure before you do that, just subscribe to the BGMI official esports YouTube channel and follow us on our Instagram handles. That is the BGMI official esports Instagram handle. But now it's time, right? It's time to get back into Sanhok. Now, yesterday we did witness Team EXO almost got the chicken dinner before Soul took it out from their mouths, right? Now, this is where we've been talking about the comeback of Team Soul. And yesterday we had the luxury of witnessing one of those ruined circles. Do you think we're going to get something similar to that today, or is it going to be completely different?
I wanted to go towards the side of Dogs or Kampong, again witness a very bizarre circle for all these squads to actually fight out and make sure that they are the team on the top. But at the same time, this map of Sanhok, a game changer map which we keep speaking about. This is the chance for the side of Team Soul, probably the side of Team RE, to actually bring a change in their gameplay, or probably try to do something different. But one thing which actually shocked for me in the map of Miramar, the reason why I'm bringing this up, the god building rush coming in from the side of Team Soul. There was a discussion where you said that they might be getting tagged off from the backs, was what XP came up with. But somewhere I feel with that, the add-on was their ego that they can take down anybody in that god building, right? And the third floor, I do believe that there's an opening in which you can come out and give information. But the fourth floor, or the final floor before the terrace, that is where there's no opening. You have to go, open and then get taken down.
This is where, you know, the discussion comes about Seoul were really itching for a fight, I feel, at that point. And without getting any knocks, just pushing over at Hydra officials, they had to be fended off, and that really was a reality check for Team Seoul, that they cannot get away with anything and everything, ladies and gentlemen, as we take it all to the skies as Autobotz, Orva, right in front of our screen. He's playing this device on the iQOO Neo 6. Not just him, all the players, all the 64 players in the lobby are going to be spotting that big beauty right in front of you guys, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Cow towards Tambang, not going to concern any of those teams though.
Yeah, obviously, but a team which is trying to go towards the side of Cave or Docks, they will also have a long journey up ahead, and they have to watch out for the team hitting the ground first, picking up those guns and trying to hunt them down, as the duck hunt might somewhere start off in this map. But let's not forget to see, is there any possibility of some early skirmishes? It looks like there is not going to be any to the northern side of the map. Our Esports pretty much going to the complete corner. 7Cs, as always, going towards the side of Hathin is going to be pretty safe, but 3 to 4 squads towards the side of the the northern western side island, that is a bit of a shocker for me.
Now, talking about shocking things, well, I'm looking on a lookout for what we can really expect. Now, Nigma Galaxy and Team Seoul might just lock horns down south, right? You've got Goblin, you've got Wixky right beside him. Hector's also present over there. So this is where Team Seoul really need to watch out. They've got that western belt to themselves. Teams Exo loves to get that southern belt to themselves. And in the midst of it all, in Sami, lie the 2 players of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, one other thing which we have to look out for is WSF holding the dead center, where they can actually play this around. They can go in for a late rotation when required, trying to evade all those people will be trying to come in and making sure they create a no-go area towards themselves as well. But coming back to the down south, you know, where we can see that Sensei, Fierce and Immortal again going for a split, as Punk goes way, way far away. But at the same time, could this be a moment where Nigma Galaxy will be facing off the side of Team Seoul, as Goblin is coming a bit more closer? Dreams knows his location, and the push might be something inevitable. But wise choice, fall back, regroup, and then come in against the side of Team Seoul.
You know, I really want someone to fight against a Goblin at this point, right? Does not have the best of weapons. He's managed to find an M4 and a DBS, at least for now.
The deadliest of them all.
Yes, does not have any helmet. Look at his helmet, completely damaged, right? One shot and he might be done for. Does not have any first aids to administer at this point. Needs to get those boosters up, get those energy drinks kicking in. But this is where Team Seoul need to somehow rendezvous at a certain point. Need to somehow come into aid for his teammate.
Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, the split gameplay from the side of Team Seoul seems to not work out for them, right? I know that they're planning to get the maximum of farm possible when it comes to the map of Sanhok. But at the same time, when situation like this occurs, that is the wake-up call for you. When some team is actually coming in and challenging you, where they were scared of you and they're not anymore, that is where you would want to bring in a different kind of strategy. Probably stick at least 2 men sticking together and taking those farms and trying to, you know, get in for a trade when necessary, and picking those early finishes might boost the confidence for the side of Team Seoul, which is very much required at this point of time.
Is indeed though, because especially after Team Seoul, I was talking about this yesterday, even after the games got over on the streams. Now teams are going to try to figure out how you try to rotate. Teams are going to try to obstruct your path into the circle. That Team Seoul had been primarily playing around the center, and it had worked out so beautifully for them. But hold on, Beast and Jelly just might cross paths, and they did indeed. But they're completely unaware of each other's existence, and both of them alive and kicking. That's a good sign.
Jelly, whenever I look at his face, I have one question in my head. What dream did he have the last night? Because let's not forget to shed light for all the people out there.
Yes.
Guys, this is one thing which OR always does, right? And Jelly did open up to us, you know, in that interview, telling that he gets a dream the previous night which predicts him the performance of the team the next day. And in case everything goes well, they might lift the trophy for themselves. So I would say dream a proper dream, my friend, because ultimately when you keep dreaming on the right way, the team will be flourishing.
It's something that we really can't control, right? You dream about a lot of absurd things sometimes. And Jelly, well, he's going to hope that he's got a proper dream just after the day 3 ends. Needs to lift that trophy. That's what OR Esports have been eyeing out for. But now, 7C, Sarang and Aladdin, they're trying to cross over the bridge. They know they're being watched over. And they know it is Team Autobotz. Now, Look at the sort of a camp set up for them. The moment Aladdin goes out in the open, this is where they're going to open fire and will take him down for good.
Oh, that's going to be the case or not is going to be the next big question, because ultimately they also have to realize that, you know, that commotion can attract all the other teams, as well as FS Esports is also coming in over there. As the drop is going to be happening to the dead center of the map, probably allowing the circle to be shrinking in for itself. This is where most of the teams will prioritize to go to the dead center, right? So we can see that most of it is happening as Sarang at this point of time fisting air and also getting a very, very good location at the shorelines.
Indeed. Now at this point, 7C, they're being very cautious. Really do not want to give their position away. Hence the Superman punch. And we all do know, right? Does not give you the footsteps of all these players. Now Sarang trying to close in. Mr. IGL has no idea. Neither is Ova. Has no clue of what's going on. Now if Sarang just comes in and opens the door, voila, there's an enemy right in front of him.
Now at the same time, he needs backup. Sarang can't do it alone. I know that he's coming here for information, but this is where he has come up. He needs to have some patience, have some composure from here on, because just in case he gets detected, which he might at this point of time, giving away his footsteps. Yes, Mr. IGL gets to know that there's a player close by. All he has to do is retreat and make sure he gets into cover, and this is where the backup is going to be much more important. I do understand the nade is going to be cooked in towards him, but jumping into the water, swimming towards his teammate will be the best option for him right now.
No, he doesn't want to back out. Finally does though. Can he take a leap? Yes, he does successfully. But look at Autobotz. They're hunting for him on the prowl. Look at Orba. He's already taken a leap into the water and has got an idea of where he is, but Autobotz decide not to overextend at this point. Decide not to have enough of the personal dropping inside the water, because that opens up their flank from that other side. Now that is what 7C want, right? Their players have their attention redirected, and this gives the perfect avenue for the other players to push.
Now this is where Autobot's sensors are going to widen, right? They're going to be looking at every look in corner. They're like, one person has come behind us and we didn't even get to know. That means that we are not looking properly, as Savitar at this point of time in the crosshairs of Fox with that 4x, hard scoping him, not letting go of any of that lead, making sure that he has information and not ready for a fight yet.
This is getting interesting at this point, right? I really want to see what 7C are up to, because, well, you've called it, they've been riding the waves, right? They've been the Vikings in the lobby, just clobbering down every single opponent that they had in the previous game, just towards the end, did not have the numbers to support them for. But for now, 7C, you can take a look at Spray God. Just trying to scout around the land, make sure that any player from Autobotz overextends. But elsewhere, we do have a different fight. There's going to be WSF locking horns against Global Esports.
And they're pretty far away from one another. It's not going to be much of a fight to look out for. But one question which I have to ask you at this point of time, Sarang spray with the 3x and 4x has been, not Sarang, sorry, Spray God's spray with the 3x and 4x have been phenomenal from the time he's been playing this game, right? But eventually, we have been seeing that yesterday and today he's been relying on the red dot. Do you feel that's the right thing for him? Probably with that long range scope or the mid range scope, he could register more finishes for himself?
I think it's all about the RNG factor. It's about the availability of the loot, right? If you do not have a 3 times, I mean, ideally in Sanhok 3 times is more than enough. But I feel that you know, the way the place that he dropped off were at Hatin would not have found one, so hence does not have one to play around with. But I think more on those mid-range sprays. This is where I feel that you've got a little bit of that Sarang supremacy. Because right now in the current meta, especially in the iQOO BMPS, there's no better player than him on those mid-range situations.
Absolutely. Agreed on this point. We also have Sarang, who might be coming into a contest with him. But let's not forget the Joker from the side of GE is also been lately trying to bring in that mid-range sprays and try to connect them as well. So let's see whether that's going to be the case, as anybody's going to be challenging the side of Spray God, who's living up to his name perfectly, Spray God himself.
Yeah, I mean, Spray God, Sarang, both are 2 amazing players. Now let's divert our attention to another team, as Hyderabad Hydras might just have a collision course against Team Enigma, who are stationed at a small little compound right beside the western side of Paradise Resort. Now, ideally, this circle kind of goes or really favors the boys from Big Brother Esports. We've seen OR also doing wonders. But look at Nigma Galaxy, look at Team EXO, still on those southern belt, making sure they collect as many first hits they can, and Punk has already collected 14. Sensei has 6 to his name. I think it's going to be again Immortal that resorts to that healing battle.
Yeah, Sensei's got 4, and I think Immortal also got 4 on himself. We already have 24 or 24 in their hands right now. They're going to be coming in late into the circle with more for themselves. We did see a number yesterday in the map of Vikendi of 45 coming in from the side of Team Soul. Now let's see whether Team EXO is going to be challenging them with that number. An unwanted challenge to be specific, but ultimately the challenge which can actually give them a lot of placement points, or probably the second position itself. But to the center of the map, where we can see that towards the side of boot camp, where I don't know whether WSF are prepared for the number of teams rushing in towards them, because ultimately if they come out of cover, they're going to be getting taken down. Sticking together might be the only key for success for them inside the boot camp.
I mean, at this point, yes. The only issue that I have with bootcamp is trying to get out, especially when you've got so many teams around you, right? You've got the boys from Hydra, you've got Global Esports, then you've got our Esports, and even Seoul. They do not want to be left out from the party, right? The Southwestern cluster is filled with so many of those teams, and imagine if the circle kind of takes a hard shift towards that eastern side. OR Esports, they're going to be welcoming it with open arms.
Yeah, at the same time, the northeastern side of the map where Kaho and Mongai, nobody has gone in over there. A lot of loot for all these teams to pick up. And let's not forget that coming in from that corner, you're not going to have any kind of commotion. And we can see that only Big Brothers as well as the side of team INS, who've somehow made it from traversing through those places right now. INS probably might be walking into the jaws of death with the rotation they've been taking in, because towards the boot camp is where most of these teams are holding out. But INS, if just hold on to this ground, I do believe that you might have a fighting chance.
Well, let's hope for the best. Fingers crossed. Team INS, I mean, haven't really performed the way they ideally do this time. We did see some engagements, and we did find them disengaging from one of those fights. So I was kind of a little taken aback when I witnessed that happening. But for now, at what things in hand, we've got our Esports, they've got Hydra officials right on the eastern side of where they are inside those warehouses. Now the big question is once the circle shifts away from bootcamp, do our Esports wait for Hydra officials, or are they the ones who make it inside the center of the circle first?
The better choice will be to make it to the center of the circle and also getting some finishes on the way. But one thing which is still striking my head when I saw Crazy Soul coming close to those big rocks next to him, will there be any physics which is going to be defied and Buggies is going to be climbing up the rocks again to reach the top of the hill?
I think in Sanhok it hasn't happened yet. I mean, unless and until some player discovers it. But for now, hold on. Scream has gotten better out of Jelly. Elsewhere, that's happening on the eastern side, just on the western areas of Camp Bravo, northern side of Bhan, where Global Esports are also on a collision course. But right now, this is where OR really need to try and get their players back up. It's not going to happen, as Zen OP has also got the better out of Aru, and OR Esports, they are in tatters, Arka.
Now, at the same time, a rush is going to be coming in from the side of Scream. Big Brothers are playing everything right today. The perfect chords, music to the ears for all their fans, obviously, because of the domination they're showing in over here. It's going to be Zen OP from far away with that 4x, as Scream is going to be rushing with the red dot. Perfect gameplay coming in from their side. But Hellgod is also going to be coming as probably a support. Do you like this formation coming in from the side of Big Brothers? I know that is kind of common, but yesterday they were actually not playing this formation.
You know, actually I love this, what Big Brothers have been doing. Sanhok, we've been talking about this even in the past, right? In iQOO BMPS, I really felt during the league stages, Sanhok was one of their strongest suits. Now, we've seen them always rotate from that eastern side, get the center of the circle, somewhere where the players of Team Kinetic are positioned. And OR Esports has got a little bit of a similar rotation. We find these two teams locking horns. This time they were a little bit complacent, weren't really aware of Big Brother's whereabouts, and had to pay a price. Now this is where it comes down to Atanki. He's been one of the lone survivors, and he's still alive, still in the picture. When it comes down to, you know, a player that you need to rely on, Atanki has always been there for our Esports.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case for this map at this point of time. Look, at Enigma Galaxy still way far away down south at Bantai. I do understand they're looking out for all those, you know, medkits which they can gain, but at least do they realize that Team EXO has already farmed this area clean and already made it towards the circle at this point of time. The southern western side of the map, where, you know, a lot of colors are going to be rushing in, a lot of commotion is going to take place. As I said, from the side of Mongai, your rotation would have been much more perfect in a map of Sandhawk. It's going to be all these bulls locking on. Can the Vikings pick up what they've done on the previous 2 games is going to be the next big question as Akshat opens up against Sensei. It's a confirmation immediately as Team Soul are looking a bit offensive.
Oh, they certainly are, and this is what we wanted from their side, right? They've been picking up fights, but let's see if they can get better out of any of these situations as K47 is one with the nature at this point. He's observing all those movements being made by the players of our Esports, is yet to open up all that fire, all that lead at their direction. Now they're just baiting them away, right? The moment they have their entire bodies exposed, that is where, you know, all the shots are going to be fired at their direction.
Obviously, and this is what I see, and I can tell that gatekeeping to the best from the side of FS Esports. But on the other side, it's going to be Kinetic coming into the third party over here, and also FS is going to be opening up against them, and our Esports is also getting taken down. It's going to be the Storm which is going to be hitting now, because we're all done with the Calm, as Team Soul is also down with Akshat. It's not going to affect them much because Kinetic pretty far away. They're just trying to taunt the enemies, as EXO from behind, after losing a player, might look out for retaliation, or a rotation from the side of Punk away from Paradise Resort could also be one of the rotations of their life.
I think I really am curious to see how many first hits does Hector have on him right now. Because I'm pretty sure Team Soul have given it all away. They've kept a few basics, you know, 1 or 2 first hits on themselves. Everything else lies with Hector. For it is very imperative that he stays alive. Now, we've been witnessing this circle, right? This has a little bit of a tendency to go a little bit down south as our Esports finally have their position compromised. Elsewhere, Akshat is on a collision course with the players of Esports Wala WSF. Something that we did talk about. The moment the zone shifts away from bootcamp, all these teams are going to be somewhere clawing and scratching their way, as Fox is going to be unleashing that spray on that QBZ. Barely connects, but Orva makes sure he gets the better out of Hero.
Now this is where M4 seems to be more stable than the side, than the other gun itself, and let's see whether how many finishes they can pick up. Let's not forget that FS on the other side, or also those brawlers, wants to pick up everything over here. That is going to be 47est. K47S still waiting for somebody to come over that horizon. Canary comes in, almost gets taken down. Our Esports in a very vulnerable spot. It's going to be so hard for them to rotate around here. As Hydra from the other angle, this is the end of the story for the side of our Esports.
Our Esports hurts us though. I mean, they are in a whole different world right now, you know, facing so much trouble as FS finally open it up against Esports Wala WSF. They've been fighting on all different fronts right now. There you have it, Bajwa. The moment he steps out in the open, he's trying to bob and weave, hence decides to resort for the healing battle. I think that's what he's going to do. But it's pretty early. It's the 4th circle, and there he has to administer all those first aids on him. And this is the thing we were talking about, the shift towards the southeastern side. Now, this is where OR Esports, this is where teams like Big Brother Esports, they're all going to try and get a prime position for themselves. But Team EXO, they've taken that southern side, as now Hydra are in real close proximity of Team FS.
Now Team FS knows all these commotions, right? One last man standing. This is where the push might come in, but it's going to be Jadoo from the other side who's grabbing all the attention, will be hitting the ground, and that's going to be our Esports getting eliminated to the 16th position with no finishes for themselves. And FS Esports is going to be happy coming in over here, taking all that hard work coming from the opposite side, picking up all these 3 easy finishes on the ground. But one last man standing from the side of Hydra. What is he going to do with all those throwables coming in from his side?
I mean, at this point, look at him. He's still trying to loot around instead of going for that finish. But K47 just going for a wild spray over there. Did not really connect, as it's Zoro against the world all by his lonesome. He's making a run for his life. But from elsewhere, it's going to be the boys from Autobotz that fire at K47's direction.
Now, that could be a blessing in disguise, right? This is what we have been saying in the map of Sanok. When a third party comes in, you're going to tuck and run away. That is giving an opportunity for someone else, an open window to get the best of what they can. And 47S is going to be so happy. This one grenade, look at it connect, taking down 2 players, if I'm not wrong. Yes, that was Jackson and Dynamite getting taken down, giving a hope for the side of our Esports to actually run away. But still, they stuck on, and due to which they also had to hit the ground real hard. But Team Soul on the other side, it was Goblin with the grenades again doing things. Invader gets taken down. The second one was with a grenade, an opening which they were looking out for.
Team Kinetic finally having the center of the circle, a final glimmer of hope for these lads, because this is something that they were eyeing out for as a Aladdin goes up. The boys from Team Enigma, both of them might fall. Yes, sir, gets into the play zone as Evo. Does he have enough time to administer that bandage? Because he's out of meds pretty much. As Hyderabad, the Hydras, hearing all that commotion, get the better out of Spray God.
Now, at the same time, Aladdin was pretty much, visible for the side of Evo as well. And this is going to be the moment where Hyderabad Hydras can pick the maximum of what is there in front of them as they make it inside the circle. 7C is pretty much clever in their rotation, right? They immediately pick the vehicles up. They're going to be making it inside the circle because we all know these Vikings are looking out for some proper players, and if they get one, that is where the assault begins.
Indeed. But for now, look at INS. They have Knuckle cornered. They know he's behind that little vehicle, behind that coupe, as Ronnie needs to make those big brain plays. So has spotted out Joker, will unleash all that mag, but barely misses out. And this might come down to haunt him at the later stages, as there you go. He gets taken down from elsewhere. It is going to be the notorious Goblin who dishes out all that damage.
Now, this is what happens when the zone is going to be favoring them yet again from the corners of the circle. It's going to be the side of G, and INS facing it off, as Soul inside the circle will be taking the best of what they can. On the eastern side, we have BB versus the side of Enigma taking place. On the northern side, we have 7C trying to come in as quickly as possible, as Nigma Galaxy is taking the best of the side of BB, as Apollo outside the circle have to make it inside, and eventually coming into the crosshairs of Scream will be inevitable. Apollo versus Scream. Which team is going to stay alive?
Well, we'll find that one out. Wixkey, he's got to lob the grenade in the right direction, though. Has no idea that the revivals are in front of him, right in front of it, and finally figures it out. But is it going to be the final nail on the coffin? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is. Does manage to get both the players out here, as Big Brother Esports have been eliminated from the game, as now Team Kinetic still holding strong to that one compound that lies at the epicenter of the zone. This is where OR really need to get few more position points, but hold on, Manya gets spotted, and Hyderabad Hydras get the better of him.
Now, at the same time, Nakul also knows the information. He's been surrounded by 3 different positions. Look at the minimap. He's just suffering over there, suffocated by 2 other teams. But what he can do, just wait it out for these 2 to fight out, and then eventually come in and take away all those finishes which is left out for himself. But at the same time, let's not forget, there's going to be other crosshairs over here. That is one coming from the side of Team Soul, as well as Carry is trying to do the best of what he can, as 2 players have already got taken down. Carry and Maxi OP with the least of HP for themselves, as INS is coming for a push. Joker not there. It's Crazy Soul who has to do all the hard work.
Well, we have to see Evert, latest addition to INS. He's been doing wonders for this team. Finally breaks open at Maxi, gets the knock. It's going to be Crazy Soul who secures that, as the trades are in order, as Carry just jiggling and jangling around, helpless as he gets annihilated. And at the right nick of time, Global Esports strike out from nowhere. INS out, Hyderabad out, as Knuckle is still breathing.
Oh, this is what I said, right? He had to be careful. He had to be patient. His composure has paid off a lot. He gets only one finish for himself. That's going to be the side of Nigma Galaxy in front of him. But the amount of placement points is gained for the team so far. If he's got the right kind of medkits with all those bodies lying around, I do believe he'll be going in for a heal battle and probably getting the best of whatever possible in this game. Vexy on the other side. Westkey on the other side with 10 medkits for himself. I don't know how long he's going to be surviving this, because eventually he's way far away from the zone, and there's going to be another circle which has to be still shrinking in. Kinetic holding the best spot. How many finishes have they got? Just 5, and 4 more lying right in front of them.
Now, these 5 are all they needed, right? We were talking about having that one good game, and maybe in Sanok is where they find themselves back in the overall standings, just sitting at barely 15 points out of all these games. Now, this is where Kinetics God has a slight idea of where Team EXO are. Punk, he's leading the charge, but right now he's hiding in that murky smoke. The moment it dissipates, that is where the trouble rises. But this is exactly what Team Soul want. Kinetic focusing on Team EXO, and that's how they enter.
Now this is where high ground advantage for the side of Team Soul. That ridge behind that house is going to give them a lot of options, as Global Esports on the other side picks up exactly what we were speaking about. All those meds for himself. He's going to go in for a heal battle, as Nigma Galaxy might say goodbye to us in the 5th position, giving another placement point for the side of GE. But let's not forget to see what's happening to the center, as Hector is left out with just 7 more medkits for himself. Immortal with a little more can be that ray of hope for the side of Team EXO, as the attention from side side of Soul is going to be coming in towards the side of Kinetic. A divided attention from the side of Kinetic from here on.
Team Kinetic really can't let go of this match, right? This is theirs to lose. At this point, Team Soul, they will have to make a movement to enter inside the circle. And that is where KU needs to pull off those 2 knocks that really matter at this point, as nades are being flung over at this direction. Does not have to panic as Goblin. He's made it really close there as Punk opens it out on God, and this is what we were being scared about. Team Kinetic, they're being pushed over by 2 different directions.
Now this is where Kinetic had to choose whom to take down first, but eventually is paying a very hefty price as Punk will be going to be rushing in with that grenade as an angle inside KU. If this connects properly, then it's going to be a very, very wrong move for the side of Kinetic. It kind of connects, does a lot of damage. He's going in for a frontal battle with so less HP. Is going to pay a very hefty price as Immortal, the last man standing with level medkits, waiting it out for the side of Team Soul to clear things off, getting the second position for himself as Global is still alive, far away with that healing for themselves. Let's see who's going to be standing out top for the second position itself.
Oh, any silence has taken over at this particular moment. Got a little bit of a hiatus as Goblin still trying to get this fight resumed, right? Team EXO has got few of their players knocked out. Immortal is still up for that healing battle. It all comes down to how Goblin is going to perform. Has 6 first aids to work around with. Now for Team Global Esports, Knuckle is run out of gas. He's not got anything else to play around with. If he could have spotted out Goblin, this could have been a huge problem for T-Swell.
Absolutely agreed on that point, but eventually Goblin staying in that hard cover somehow has survived so far. But one thing which shocks me so far is Team EXO just having 1 finish for themselves. They badly need more to climb up the ladder. They badly need more to make sure that they stay alive. Immortal left out with 2 more. This is the moment where the circle is going to be shrinking and bringing all of these players together. I do understand that from the side of Team EXO, Immortal will not be surviving to see the final battle which might take place over here, but Kinetic, he needs to get taken down right now, or probably a 1v2 from his side is also successful as BEO is holding the corner. Goblin and Hector are trying to push in to the dead center of the circle. Perfectly played from the side of Team Soul. It's just them taking this winner chicken dinner, possibly 99%.
I love this from Team Soul. Not only have they got Goblin, not only have they got Hector into the mix, they also have Goblin to play around. And BO, look at him. I really can hear his heart beating at this point. What does he do? Does he strike? But I'm pretty much sure Team Soul, they're out of options. They do not have those utility to work around with.
Oh,
no. Flirting going on from Hector's side, and Goblin, there you go, has picked something up. A grenade going in, will land it to perfection as BO gets deleted, and Team Soul, again, all high and mighty, getting that chicken dinner when it was needed, might have reclaimed their first spot as we head into the post-match segment, powered by Loco, as we do have the point standings.
Now, Sanok, we did say it was a game changer, right? For the side of Team Soul, for the side of Kinetic, we named them and they're over here in the top 2, doing the best of what they can. 23 points, a huge breather for them and all their fans. And there's going to be a lot of fans spamming out in the chat that OP coming in from the side of Team Soul. And again, Kinetic living up to what best they were deserving. That one compound which they had for themselves, and the circle being coming in and holding in 4 different directions was also one of the amazing things to see, where Team EXO with just 2 finishes for themselves, 10 placement points, even they're going to be happy with that performance.
Oh, they certainly will be, right? Finally getting that little bit of a consistent run. One good game in Miramar, which is eventually followed in Sanhok as well. Their contingency plan did work out for them, but this is what I'm more concerned about. Kinetic finally getting some breath of life in them. From 15 points to getting 19 in just 1 game. This is amazing, right? But Autobotz also find themselves picking up a few more points. But this is where the concern arises for the teams like OR Esports and Global Esports and Enigma Gaming as we transition, ladies and gentlemen, into who the iQOO MVP is going to be.
From the side of Team Soul, obviously it's going to be Goblin, right? He went around, he was trying to tag off many other players, due to which he dealt a lot of damage, but couldn't register much finishes for himself until the final moments of the game, where he actually came in and took all of those away. From the side of Kinetic, from the side of Team EXO, from the side of probably it was ABCs who were coming in from another corner. A good game for him for sure, as 47S is still gonna be here. The man standing out for the side of FS. got 4 finishes with a total of 641 damage.
So far, for me, he's been the player of the day. You know,
Yeah.
if you just take 3 games into account, he's delivered in every single
Player
one
of the tournament for me, because 2 days he's the only man doing all the hard work for the side of FS.
Yeah, he's been doing that, right? And if FS wins it out, we can certainly give him that accolade.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
for now, even God gets himself back into the mix. Akshat being consistent as ever. But it was really clumsy in that one little fight, right? Autobotz and 7C, we really thought it would be happening, but
Yeah.
it didn't. Eventually, as we transition into the match summary, few more visuals of facts and figures in front of us. And this time, finally,
Yeah.
Sandhawk living up to its name. 13,000 plus points of healing.
Now, not only that, just 27 assists shows that, you know, the chances of you getting taken down and finished off was really, really high. 2 airdrops looted over there. I didn't witness, I think I did see some coming in.
A ghillie suit at least.
Yeah, a
One of
ghillie
those
suit
players.
at least, yes. But on the other side, 7 grenade finishes. There's not going to be much of, you know, these skyscrapers hitting all above, as Kinetic at this point of time will be really happy to share the highest number of damage being dealt by a team, with Team Soul with 1,430, whereas Team Soul with 1,656 with 8 finishes for themselves. But let's not forget, the clinical of them all was the side of Team Autobotz with 1,126 for 9 finishes. That is why they were placed in the top 3.
Oh, I loved this entire thing coming out of all these teams out there, especially our Team Soul. Despite all odds, right?
Yeah.
They were on that western belt, did not have a lot of room to work around with. But now let's take a look at the big picture, the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. As Team Soul, there you go, have reclaimed their top spot with 110 points, but just 9 points shy are Global Esports. And Nakul and his heroics, we have to talk about it.
Yep, agreed on this point, because eventually they could have hit the ground a little more, where OR Esports could have retained that second position, but still him waiting it out, the patience, the composure coming in from his side when 2 teams are fighting right in front of him, then eventually picking up Nigma Galaxy's one last player inside the circle, and the next best thing what he does, loots everybody up as quickly as possible, gets all those medkits for himself, the right kind of thinking, and then heading towards the circle and getting himself for a heal battle, a good one coming in from his side. Nigma Galaxy is going to drop down a bit, but I believe that's not going to restrict them from doing the best of what they do in the next 2 maps.
Oh yeah, and now this is what we've been talking about, right? Kinetic finally, courtesy to that really one good game where they got that second spot in nowhere, 19 points. 34 is where they're going to be sitting at this point. But when you talk about the big names, the big dogs, Hyderabad, Hydras, is a name that's really concerning me, because barring that one really good game in Miramar where they got some 37 points, they've just been invisible.
Now, we do understand that, you know, they're trying to get some placement points in several other maps, which is not working out for them so far. But we have to also understand that, you know, the firepower from the side of Hyderabad Hydras is not something which is working out for them. They need to go in and become a little more aggressive, knock somebody's doors and try to, you know, take them out as quickly as possible, get that early 3 to 4 finishes for themselves, and then capitalize on it from there on, right? Because as you said, they were, even in this map, in the map of Sandhawk, if I'm not wrong, having that Paradise Resort is where they were, you know, kind of holding out, and from then on it was much more easier for them to go to the northern and then come in and make sure they have that rotation. But still they failed to do it, and due to which they had to pay a hefty price. No frontal battles coming in from their side. Do you agree on this point?
No, for Hyderabad Hydras, there was no need, right? Majority of the times we did witness the circle to be around those Paradise Resort, after which it took a shift to where Team Kinetic were. And the main point where we had the entire fight breaking out was when 7C decided to go after the players of Team Enigma. They fired those shots, and suddenly Team Hyderabad Hydras decided that also we want to join the bandwagon. We also want to be a part of the party. They also started firing. And this is where the entire commotion was created, where Enigma Gaming got out, 7C could not get in, Hyderabad Hydras finds themselves in a mix, INS, so many teams were just in those areas. It was a complete bloodbath.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. But at the same time, you know, we have to look out for the bigger picture which has come out over there. And also thank our sponsors. That's going to be a promo which is coming up. You all know what time it is. It's time to slay the dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, play, stream, repeat, and also earn all the way in Loco. That is what my friend keeps saying, right? He's always been behind that, I wouldn't say money, but ultimately he says we need to put bread on the table, and eventually
That's the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal. And the way esports has been growing over here, it's amazing, thanks to the contribution of two different entities. One is going to be Loco, who've come up forward with an amazing platform for all of us, and also let's not forget iQOO, because they have been coming up with some amazing devices, in a range which lives up to all those high-end devices, and also a little bit of a cheaper price.
Of course, it does. And might want to check that one out. It's an Amazon special. But for now, let's take a look at the highlights in this particular game of what really happened in Sandhawk. Because a lot of absurd things did occur, though. But one of which was finally OR having a chink in their armor, and Big Brothers really capitalizing on a point, right? Getting those few knocks. But majority of the fights did happen around that southwestern area, right? Around the boot camp once the circle shifted away from it.
Yep, agreed on this point, but at the same time, let's not forget this was the moment of the game for the side of Team FS to actually take away everything from the side of Hydras, and also Nigma. I don't know how that spray did not connect. The final bullet, in case it had connected, they would have been stopped right there, and 7C would have picked up more finishes for themselves. But Enigma from there on did put a valiant effort, and this is where Global Esports, one player, Knuckle, was just lying right to the dead center of all the action, waiting it out and striking when required.
Now this is where, INS, Hyderabad, Hydras, they were fighting it out, and Knuckle is, guys, you do what you're doing, I'm not gonna mess around. And I think it was maybe someone from Autobotz. Somehow INS did manage to clutch it out, but eventually they got picked off. If it was not Knuckle, had to be someone from Autobotz getting that final finish. But regardless, it was a zone that really favored the players of Team Kinetic. And the only big problem was that they were being pushed in from two different fronts, right? From one side, you have EXO applying pressure. From the other side, Team Soul applies pressure. And I can understand in the shoes of the players of Team Kinetic how difficult it could have been.
Yeah, but still, when you have low of HP, you have a space to run back and re-strategize, heal yourself, but still KU does the big mistake of stepping out against two players of Team EXO. That shows that, the micromanagement of resources, right? He could have used a molly or a grenade if required, but ultimately, since they were in the only compound not having much of farming, I don't think so they had the right kind of resources to take the fight and only go in for a frontal battle. But the next segment, which is going to be coming up, that's going to be the analysis segment, where you're going to get a lot of information about the rotation of all these squads, as well as that's going to be coming on our screens. And I would allow Fixes to please guide us through every single thing which happened on the map of Sandhawk.
My pleasure, sir. And we've got to talk about Team Soul. Of course, they were the ones who did get the chicken dinner. We did discuss early on, right? Now I'm talking about Team Soul's Goblin over here. Look at how he is rotated. He drops just right beside Nakham. Initially, he was being obstructed by the players of Enigma Galaxy, kept himself alive, and Team Soul had a really arduous path from there onwards, right? They decided to check out every single compound while they've been going, and that is the reason why they tend to get into those healing battles, as a result of which you've got so many of those compounds being covered, not just by Goblin, but even if you can see Omega and Akshat. Now, all of these players have made their circle entrance. They've been holding around the bootcamp areas. They've been holding around these hills, mind you, over here, these areas, and they waited for the circle to kind of shift away from them. Now, once it did, they still held on those southern path, right? They still held on those southern path and made sure they do not get themselves into the midst of the action. Now, what really steps out or stands out for me in this particular matchup was Hector's inclusion in the final battle with Goblin, right? He was outside the zone. Now, this is where we take a look at how Hector was stationed. Now, this is the compound, ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about. This is the area that he was doing a healing battle. And then he realized that, all right, we've got a chance that we can enter inside the circle. He finally comes into the aid of his teammate Goblin, and eventually they end up getting their final finish, and that is how Team Soul did manage to get the chicken dinner.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just hope that you got all the information which came out over there. It took time for me to also understand so much of that, right? And the best part of it all, the way you loot as you traverse inside the circle is also something very, very important. And that was actually visible over there. Every single compound they went to. And also, when you're traversing inside a circle, you need to get into some hard covers every now and then. Because when you take a rotation in the open, there's going to be a lot of, scopes coming in towards you, a lot of crosshairs which are going to be spraying towards you. But ultimately, Team Soul did it to perfection, where we saw that heal battle position also, which you correctly pointed out. That was one of the key factors. And from then on, still, after losing all those medkits, getting into battle and being close to the circle so that in case you run out of meds, you'll be that one man extra required. That was one of the best things for us to witness from the side of Team Soul, as we'll be stepping into the matchup, the pre-match segment powered by Loco, where we're going to have the bass voice stepping in. Time for all of you to increase those volumes, as ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the map of Weekendy. Everything is going to turn cold. And for few teams, it's not been such a great day. And I do want to, shed light to the side of Team Hydra, for the side of Team HH, Hyderabad Hydras as well. You've come in over here, XP. I have one question straight away. That's going to be Team Soul picking up a winner chicken dinner, which was most required for them. And they've retained the top spot. Can they continue that in the map of Weekendy?
Well, of course, Weekendy is going to be a little different for everyone, like we've said time in and time out. So they could, because yesterday also, once they have that momentum rolling in their favor, we did see back-to-back chicken dinners, and something like that might be possible again today. But, Sanok again was just a phenomenal affair for them, making sure they claim it back, and once again, the throne is theirs for the taking. And that is going to be the beauty of this tournament, right? The competition is going to be razor thin. It's going to be a nail-biting affair. So a massive shout-out to BGMI Crofton for giving up this game. And, of course, our wonderful sponsors, iQOO and Loco, for making this all happen. You know what time it is. Once again, let's have a look at the video, which says it all. Arka, one of the things that I do love about this device in our hands is that refresh rate, right? Because if you had a look in the video, the thumbs, they're going to be moving like very a bit cray-cray, very fast. And it's not just for BGMI. If you are into other games as well, you want to have that instant touch and the instant reaction, and that is where this device comes in handy. And speaking of instant reactions and instant touches, well, we're seeing that on our screens as well.
Yeah, absolutely. With all those players playing out with specifically this device, it shows that this device is capable of doing wonders. And you always, we Indians, we put few things to test. But before I make that point, we have a substitution coming up. That's going to be Joker coming in for the side of Nakul. And that means they're going Assault.
Well, looks like Assault is going to be the key because, again, it's Weekendy, right? So what's going to happen is a majority of the teams, they're going to try and go for those compound pushes because... You don't really want to call it in the open because, yes, we have hilly terrain, but I'm going to come to my point in a second because we have something for you, the viewers, and that is, of course, this amazing BGMI merch. We've got some T-shirts and some water bottles to beat the heat in Arca. How are we supposed to get it?
Now, you guys will have a pinned comment in the comment section. Click on that. From there on, you'll be leaded to two different places. One is going to be YouTube and one is going to be Instagram. You need to follow BGMI Esports specifically and make sure that you come back to the very link which took you there, and over there, you're going to be filling your name and waiting it out. And we did see even one of the casters did get himself a merchandiser.
Well, of course, and also if you want to be featured on the BMPS stream when lakhs of people are watching, all you have to do is go and tweet your questions using the hashtag Let's Ask Loco and tag @GetLocoNow, and who knows, lucky users will stand a chance. Like yesterday, we did see something like that. You'll have a chance to basically have your questions answered by us, the experts. Ooh. And of course, have a massive shout out on the stream. So again, engage with us because that is the beauty of this show right now. I love that we've actually added that. It just keeps it keeps it a bit more versatile, and it's like as if the viewers are right here and we can interact with them.
That's the most important thing, right? Because the viewers will have so many questions, and sometimes they're going to tingle our brain and make us think in another perspective altogether. And that's more important for us when it comes to this place, because we'll be so much concentrated to specifically what's happening on the screen, we might not think their way.
Could be, and of course, everyone has their opinions. Everyone has their opinions. Do we agree with that, Arca? I don't know if you guys missed the little kerfuffle in the studio yesterday. It was amazing, but for now, we are going to be saying goodbye from the studio because it's going to be beautiful right at the beginning, as we are going to back away from the snowmobile just a little bit. But I love the tundras. I love the snow. And, well, what better place to have all this action other than Vikendi?
Oh, yes. I mean, the snow, giving away all those footsteps, the vehicle trials, making sure that you're pretty much capable of getting the information and the castle. This is where I want the circle to be coming in this time, where it's going to be the high ground which will be coming into, gameplay, and also that off angle, and also the low ridges as well, which is the other place you want the final circle to be forming in.
Oh, speaking of the castle, have a look at how beautiful it looks in the backdrop as the Whirly Bird is going to be crashing down. The Blackhawk finally is down, ladies and gentlemen, but have no fear. All your favorite teams and all your favorite players dropping down. Well, we've equipped them with parachutes that do work, so none of them are going to hit the ground and go splat. But anyway, talking to the castle, I want to see something happening over there. I want to see in each of the towers, right, on each of the fortifications, I want to see a team just hold down the ground, hold down the fort, so to speak, and just be dishing out damage left, right, and center. And of course, the port up to the north, and we've never really seen this in play too much because, well, the circle doesn't usually permit it. However, we are going to have a lot of action in and around Goroka. That is something I'm expecting. And Podwatch, though, the city's up on our screens right now. But again, where do you want it to happen? Because Fixes and you were the ones who were, had the opportunity to go through this game yesterday, where, of course, my prediction did come out to be true. But oh my goodness, what do you expect is going to happen today?
Yeah, that's as I said. I wanted to be somewhere around Castle, but eventually, but eventually Dino Park will be always that place which I would pick up. Cosmodrome, if the zone is going to be falling there, I'm going to be happy.
Well, for now, the Big Bird is going to take to the skies, and looks like we are going to be heading in the northern direction with a little bit of an inclination to the left. Now, things are going to be starting high up above Milnar. Dino Park is going to be right down below in a few seconds, and, well, the flight path is going to end somewhere around the port. But again, the question is going to be, where is the first circle form, and are Hyderabad Hydras going to do something like they did yesterday? Now, just 1 point from this game in the day is something that they weren't expecting, because if you kept in mind, they did switch their drop spot from the Vinery. They did go to Milnar, and it didn't really work out for them.
Now, at the same time, we also have to focus from the side of FS Esports, who knew exactly how to pick up those placement points with that heal battle when required, and also finish points when they were all stepping out over there. And let's not forget to see that man over there on the top, K47S, the kind of damage he did yesterday against all of them, and getting those 5 finishes, crucial one, as the circle will be going to the western side of the map this time. Do you feel there's going to be a change in the gameplay of all these teams?
Well, I already see a massive change. Hyderabad Hydras are going to be heading north, and oh, baby, this is going to be exciting because Team Seoul, they are going to be in a little bit of a split over here. Now, this action is going to take place at the church just north of the Vinery. And the thing is, they don't have all their members intact right now. In fact, one of them is going to be all by his lonesome. But speaking of lonesome, Sensei, he does sense some movement in the distance. He knows he has to keep his ground. He has to make sure he doesn't move a muscle or bat an eyelid, because, well, he is currently outnumbered. And have a look at your mini-map over there. From the other side, another yellow dot is going to be coming down, which means Team Seoul, well, they could be a little bit of a thorn in his side.
Now, Sensei is not having a good day, right? He'll be the first person always to get taken down. And one other thing what happened to Sensei, he was looking at a gun over there. He was like, should I go pick it up? It's literally calling me at this point of time, because he doesn't have nothing but a Thompson in his hand. And, oh, this is very, very clever coming in from their side. They went in to check whether the vehicle was gone off first, and then concentrated on the other, as Sensei is going to be falling back, not watching out for his back. Could be the biggest problem, as from behind comes in 2 more players to take him down. A jump shot from his side, but eventually hits the ground, all thanks to the helmet and vest held on by the side of Goblin.
He didn't even take a shot though. That's the beauty of it, because although the opponent did jump over him, you know, he did miss all his shots, and well, you got to make sure you are accurate in this situation. And when you go up against the Green Goblin himself, chances are you are going to go down. Now we have seen one of the members from EXO go down, and now the other is going to take a fight of his own. Crazy Soul hits the deck, but he is going to make sure he puts him down on his bloody knees, and well, then there were just two. Team EXO reduced to a two-man squad, and elsewhere we did have a look. Global Esports did open up on OR Esports, and Jelly, their IGL, well, he is going to be put 6 feet under.
Now, this is something which Team EXO and OR did not want for themselves, right? Because they're not having such a great time in the tournament and also not such a great day. You know, both the bad things are already having double trouble for them. But let's not forget that at this point of time, we just have one player from the side of Team EXO holding the side of Castle, where Punk is going to be running towards him and try to play a two-man squad. But also, Enigma holding the center of the circle at Gorka with another team pretty much close to them. I don't know who they are, but ultimately we can expect a skirmish also to take place over there.
Could be a skirmish taking place in the city. Goroka, of course. You know, I love the map of Weekendy. I don't know what your take is, but it's been fun playing around in the snow. Now the circle is pretty much up on your screens. Most of the teams are going to have a little bit of a northern shift when they do migrate in at some point later on, but Team Seoul are going to be on a bit of a high. Now, this is that little gamble that Team EXO loves taking, right? Because they kind of expect no one to be dropping in these small little compounds. Now, we did see action at the Abbey. They must have assumed that, hey, Team Seoul's going to be heading to the Winery. Again, this is all the homework that they've done. But sometimes, you know, we always have some tricks up our sleeves, and this time around, looks like Immortal and Punk are the last two remaining members, and, well, the odds are stacked against them.
Now, this is the new formation which has been coming in, right? They tend to go in and take down that one lurker. They've understood these are the teams which will be going in for a split. So let's just man up on them and take down a player. That's going to be one early finish. And from then on, let's concentrate on the rest. And they take down the strongest team, weaken them when required. And when it comes to the final circle, obviously, it's going to be much more easier for them to take down 3 players rather than 4.
It is going to be easier, but again, you know, it could be problematic. Now, again, for OR Esports, if you did notice, the fact is that most of them did jump down to the cement factory. And Jelly, of course, as usual, was all by his lonesome on another part of the island. And, well, when you have 4 guns trained at you, escape is going to be a bit of an issue. But for now, Hydra official. Ooh, imagine if you actually go over the gas canisters and they blow up. That would have been devastating for Jackson right now.
Yep, agreed. But also one thing which has been running around in my mind is Sensei. He had a vehicle, a snowmobile right next to the compound he was holding. All he had to do was a little daring, step out and see whether he's got a vehicle right next to the roads and just pick it up and go away.
Well, you just pretty much answered it yourself. You had to be daring, but again, he did not want to give his position away. He thought that nobody knew that he was there. But, you know, when he did go prone, that is where, from the distance, I think Omega kind of spotted something in the building and alerted Goblin. Goblin goes in, makes sure he checks every single corner, and, well, the rest, of course, is history. Now, OR Esports down to a 3-man squad. Again, still capable of, you know, doing wonders in this game because it is Weekendy, and it always does come down to those close quarter combats, right? I mean, yeah, you are going to have some mid-range and long-distance engagements. However, it's the compound rushes that I'm going to be more concerned about, and, well, these boys, they can definitely hold their own.
Now, where in the bottom of the screen, towards the side of Goblin, I can see that, you know, Beast Ophi is pretty much close to him. And the movement of both of these players have been restricted to a specific spot. That means there might be a chance that, you know, Beast has got to know the location of Goblin, or it's the other way around, as Omega is going to be regrouping with him towards the side of Dino Park, or the southern side of Dino Park, where we can expect another fight to take off. But to the western side of the map, towards the top, we can see WSF pretty much inside the circle, right? Creatures is where they're holding. They'll have a better rotation into the circle, but they need to go around and farm because we have been seeing them that lately they don't have the right kind of throwables when required.
Absolutely, I agree with that. But the thing is, for now, I like that you have your winners of the last Weekendy, FS Esports, pretty much the unsung heroes in this tournament so far.
Yep.
Going out for a little drive because they did have Goroka, and speaking of Goblin and Beast, Beast is going to take a lot of shots to his body, and there you have it. The final one in his head, right between the eyes, is what's going to bring him down, and with a few more shots with the G36C, the car goes boom, and with that, well, the Beast is going to be no more.
Now this is where, you know, BB's had to come in for him, had to give that backup as Goblin all alone, and eventually Omega is going to be quick enough to come and regroup with him just in case there's retaliation coming in from the side of BB. They can actually challenge them out. But again, Team Soul started their domination the previous match. They played it kind of safe from the corners, not showing much of their faces or their heads, but ultimately in the map of Vikendi, they've started to show their true colors, trying to be dominating early to finishes for themselves. Confidence boost as right now, Nigma Galaxy versus RE.
MJ again in that precarious situation. I wonder if anybody knows he's there, because our esports are being careful, and now they're going to find out somebody is going to be up here. He does let me do 2 shots. Unfortunately, he is going to be taken down because 2 guns were pretty much spraying him with lead. And once again, we've seen this, right? All these teams, they are playing a little dicey. I mean, their IGLs are the first ones to drop, which could be problematic. But again, they have this little role, right? They're not just trying to get some reconnaissance for themselves, not just information, but they want to make sure they have a nice little footing or a nice little safe spot in the next circle. And again, it's a high-risk maneuver, and looks like MJ just got left behind.
Oh yes, MJ. I mean, he could have been on the other side of the stairs, right? Trying to backstab them as they enter in, but still he was just dead on. He was confident that his plays are going to be strong enough, but ultimately 2 people coming in could be hard, as the instant reply shows us that it was an unwanted fight which was taken from the side of BB and had to play a hefty price. Sarang gets taken down from the side of 7C, as HH are going to be scavenging around as 2 men are looking out for finishes for themselves.
Now this is happening at the foot of Mount Kresnich, and Hyderabad Hydras, boy oh boy, do they need a good game over here. They are going to be unleashing hell on 7C Esports, and looks like FS Esports are going to be joining the party as well. Now, Team Kinetic, they did go through this commotion, in fact, between both the teams, the juggernauts on either side, and for now, they are still going to be a whole team. But I do have concerns for a lot of them out there. Now, again, this is what you don't expect in Vikendi a lot, right? Yeah, you are going to have that high ground, and 7C Esports are going to be down there. In fact, Aladdin is going to be in a vehicle by the look of things, just making sure he has a little bit of an idea. But in comes Sarang, in comes Spray God, and HH's Ace Black. Well, he definitely had that ace up his sleeve, because he let his Tommy gun do all the talking as he went all gangster on them.
Now again, one other team becoming a little overconfident, losing most of their players, have to play for placement points, can't be as aggressive as how they are, because Savitar and Aladdin at this point of time, both of them being a little bit of a support. You know, I'm looking forward to see whether they'll go in for a heal battle, because yesterday, Team Soul with 45 medkits for themselves, just looting the south of Winry. Yeah, 45 medkits.
Wow.
Just imagine if others are looting around the overall map and how much they might have.
Well, again, it didn't really work out for them at the end, because they did start taking those fights. And, well, we are going to have a look and see what happens in the finish feed later on. And speaking of the finish feed, there you have it. Manti coming in and making sure that Aladdin is brought down, because that means only one man is now going to have all that weight on his shoulders as Dynamite. He does know that something is moving in the distance, and of course he's going to be checking his backside as well, because you don't want to give your position away with some unnecessary shots. And speaking of positions away, Hyderabad Hydras, they need to come back a bit stronger in this game if they want to have a chance to, you know, even contend for the title of the iQOO BMPS.
Same goes for many other teams in this tournament, right? Because ultimately we have almost come for the end of day 2, and this is going to be the correct every center of the tournament itself. From here on, the strategy is going to be changing in case things don't go right. But 7C Savita still being a little bit oblivious of trying to come out in the open. But let's not forget that he did save his teammate, giving a little bit of a ray of hope for the side of 7C to sustain a much more better in the map of Vikendi.
Well, I gotta say that Lamborghini was looking nice, but you did bring up Team Soul and the 45 first aids yesterday. Have a look at Hector. He's that little yellow dot that you guys can see on your screen right now, even below Akshat, as he is going to make sure he has all those first aids in his bag, as Hydra official are going to make a move under the very watchful and close eye of Esports Walla WSF, because it's only going to be Karan and Bajwa who are going to be relaying all this information. But the thing is, at this stage, like I said earlier, no one's really going to make a move unless they absolutely have to. And, of course, someone is going to let slip the dogs of war later on, because in due time, this is where problems are going to be arising, and we're going to see vehicles hit up against the walls, and well, everything is going to be just a little bit too chaotic.
Now, somewhere I feel the zone is going to start favor the side of Team Soul from here on, and they might be the center of it all. Towards the northern side of Dino Park is where I'm placing my bets as of now. But let's not forget at Goroka, everybody wanted that hard compound for themselves, just in case the zone shifts away. The kind of fights which is going to take place over here to make it inside the circle is going to be very, very harsh.
If we do have an urban finish, urban circle at the end, Goroka is actually one of the best cities because of all the levels. You've got buildings at different heights, you've got different streets running through it, and there are just so many windows, which means if you are going to be creative with your plays, oh boy, you can catch a few people snoozing. But for now, Hector again, only 9 first aids for himself, 3 on Akshat, as they are going to meet up at some point or the other. And speaking of meeting up, looks like FS Esports are going to be hitting Kinetic as K47 got the better of God.
Now this is where FS is going to be feeling a little more confident than usual because it's the map in which they did wonders. They've got the best of it all and they are the team to watch out for, obviously. And look at what's happening over here. Goblin with 9 medkits towards the side of Dino Park to the corners of the circle, slowly traversing ahead. I really want to see how much Omega has got. Omega has just got 1 but picks up 3 more over here. Probably is the one marking it out for the side of Goblin. Is like, can you please come pick this all up so that we can hand it over with an amount of medkits. I really want to know how much Hector as well as Akshat has got in the sleeves.
Well, we are going to find that out later, but for now, have a look at how the teams are coming in just a little bit slow. Now, again, as anticipated, as expected, most of them are going to be holding down their own phones because they want to have that concrete cover because, smoke just doesn't cut it. Now, Team Soul are going to be coming in a bit late. Global Esports are going to have Tovar all for themselves because Team EXO, they, of course, had to move further in. In fact, just north of the villa is where those two gentlemen are going to be, but this is the problem with Vikendi, right? You do have this open terrain, but you have a lot of hills, and keeping a close vigil all around you can be a bit tricky because you might think you have your backs against a wall, and that is why staying inside is a bit safer. But if you go outside, well, you have goodies falling down from the heavens above, as an AUG is going to be lying there waiting to be picked up.
The thing which you said about, not looking out in all directions, you need to have that manpower as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you lose a player or so in the beginning itself, that is how the performance is going to be hindering on you. And Team OR is facing that right now. Team 7C is facing that right now. And we can see that Team FS is still... I would say they're being that maniacs against the side of 7Cs, not allowing them to move away, being persistent. But will that pay off for them, or is it going to be someone else coming in from behind and backstabbing them, is the next big question.
Well, it all depends on the circle, which has imploded in on itself. It is going to be pretty much centric as you have a look on your screens with a little shift to the north. So not a lot of problems arising for Team FS, to be specific, at this moment. Now, OR Esports, they're going to be coming in and might just clash with GE once again because at this moment, have a look at their position just north of the castle. In fact, we might just have one of our first compound pushes coming in as Canary is trying to regroup with Hero, and now suddenly the brakes are going to be applied, and there you have it. If you have a look a little bit for U-turn, they're going to be happy with their compound on the right side of that road. Now, as far as Global Esports is concerned, well, they can pretty much come in nice and easy, nothing lying in wait for them.
Now, because of the zone falling towards the side of Goroka, look at the amount of colors which is still visible over here. The third circle is formed in. The fourth will be coming in any second, so nobody wants to get close to one another. Somewhere when we feel this map of Vikendi is pretty big, it is. And eventually that proves to us every single time. But again, the next circle, that drastic shift, or probably what do you say, the crazy shift coming in, but eventually it's going to be HH versus the side of RE.
Well, there you have it. RE Esports are going to be in trouble. They still have 2 members alive and kicking, but now Ace Black is going to make sure it's only one. Canary jumps, Canary shoots, but Canary is going to have her wings cut off as Team Hyderabad Hydras. Well, this is something that they needed. They knew the compound is going to be hit hard, and well, they defended it to perfection. 6 finishes for themselves at this moment, and now all this loot is theirs for the taking because you know what? To the victor go the spoils. Have a look at that. They came in. Our Esports thought maybe that something already happened over here because there's a burning vehicle. The way they came in and stood still and was pretty much ambushed from all sides is what led to their untimely demise, and well, in the blink of an eye, they were wiped out.
Now that is what I call a double trouble, right? From one side comes Manti, from the other side comes Hayes Black, and to the center comes Mania, Maxi, I'm so sorry, and then eventually it's all done for the side of our Esports. I don't know why they went in for a rush with just one vehicle, and that was a bit of a shocker for me.
Looks like that Penguin had the same idea because it had a question mark finally in its element, because I did see it in Miramar, and well, it was just a bit too hot over there. And speaking of things heating up, looks like Bajwa is still, again, we saw them earlier on as well, right? This was a little stalemate that was going on because they are going to be on either side of that no man's land, that little road in the middle. But again, since the circle is enforcing them, they don't really have to move just yet. Now, the only thing is they've actually got some decent loot on them. 7 first aids over here. So most of the teams are going to be content with what they have and hold down the fort. But I wonder where the next circle is going to be, because one team, if you have a look, isn't still out in the blue. They are outside the circle. And that team, of course, are the gentlemen from Big Brother Esports. And oh, this is going to be exciting. Now, this is something that I want to see. Now, I don't know if you know about this. The White Death, a sniper back in World War II, was renowned, of course, loved his iron sights, and, you know, he could never be seen because if you use a scope out in the open, right, the enemy can see it as well. The Angel of Death, I'm forgetting his name right now. I'm going to bring that up later on.
There's a movie behind him
Of course,
as well.
of course.
Yeah.
I mean, famous personality. But I wonder if we are going to see some sniping action from the snow itself, as GE, once again, might just collide with OR Esports.
No, with this white color in this map, that is how it makes it so different, right? In the map of Erangel, no matter ghillie suit you're wearing and far away with a sniper, you can easily get detected. But eventually in this map, it's so hard because of the way the terrain is not allowing the skies to be hitting the ground easily, as the circle is going to be shifting again, shrinking towards the side of Goroka. This is where OR Esports and G to the southern side of the map, as well as BB, the kind of rotation they will take is going to be mattering a lot for the side of IGL, because eventually if they go in from the side of Kresnich and come in, that's going to be favorable for the side of Esports. OR, I'm so sorry, but for the side of Hydra, again, coming in from the western side of Goroka, will that work out?
It could, but the thing is, they have a team on their trail. It is going to be a Big Brother Esports. They still have a 3-man squad. However, 3 can still hit hard. Now, OR and GE both have the same idea. In fact, OR Esports are going to be going out in the blue, coming up somewhere north of Mount Kresnich. And you know what? It actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's a mountain, right? Even if the compounds up top are taken, you can still infiltrate pretty easily. You can still sneak in. And, well, you are going to have people like Crazy Soul from Team INS trying to make sure they stop you in their tracks, as Esports, while WSF are going to be their intended targets at this moment.
Now, at the same time, I'm looking out for the side of GE versus the side of OR, right? The way GE is catching up towards the side of OR shows that they have better vehicles when it comes to speed, and that is how they might be the first team to be reaching a compound, but eventually they take a deviation towards the side of Nigma Galaxy, as OR is going to be surviving a little more better towards the side of Coal Mine, as somewhere else it's going to be triggered, being pressed, as HH is also gone into a fight.
Well, they are picking some fights, but we're going to try and see if Evert can once again get a few finishes. He does get a few shots. In fact, they are going to connect to perfection. And, well, for now, he's going to go back in cover. And looks like elsewhere, someone is going to be shooting down on WSF's position as well. So they are going to be in a little bit of a whammy, because I do believe it could be the members from Big Brother Esports who were hounding them and pounding them with all that lead. And speaking of lead, Apollo knows that someone is on the move, and well, he isn't going to shoot just yet, but looks like he is going to go for the last man coming in. AJ, the intended target. Unfortunately, he was just a bit too slow, but looks like shots are going to be coming in from elsewhere.
And that's going to be OR trying to trace him down, hard scoping and making sure they press the trigger with it, but eventually doesn't find any player. They have to be pretty much careful, because G now knows their location. The rotation next can be challenged from the side of G as well as 7C, because again, a longer rotation from them could not be something which we'll be looking out for.
They wouldn't be, but if it goes to Goroka, well, a few teams are already going to be nestled in. There you have it. The entire city is still going to be in play. And for teams like INS, they better not walk over the frozen lake, because it could be problematic, as OR Esports are going to be locking horns with Global Esports once again. And I'm pretty sure they want a little bit of revenge.
I could hear that engine also getting off, you know. Everything seems to be silent at this point of time. It's the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that you share it among your friends. They can come in and witness the 5th circle, which is going to be challenged next. And we still have 15 teams standing with 53 players. And this white snow is going to be turning out to be completely bloody anytime soon, as Autobotz on the other side has taken a fight against the side of WSF, as they were making it inside the circle. Gatekeeping at its best.
Well, you know, when snow is going to be falling down, it's going to be nice and cold, and when blood drops do fall down, you have a little bit of steam coming out as well, and that is something we are going to expect because the vehicle just went boom in the distance, and I do believe WSF are going to be short one man, the Autobotz, doing all the damage in their direction. Now, it is going to be a mad scramble for all these buildings, but again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Well, of course, you can't bump into one another because it isn't really going to hurt you right now. What is going to hurt are bullets coming your way, and OR Esports are now going to feel that same hurt once again. But they are going to make it to the top of this little mound over here. But the problem is your winners of the last weekend are going to be lying in wait. There you have it. Explicit has an idea where they are. Expect a few grenades coming in as well because Aditya has been taken out by Manti from the other side.
Now, at the same time, OR is also changing their location, right? RO is doing the right thing, trying to traverse away, not getting into the crosshairs of anybody. Might be getting taken down as Athanki is put down from the side of Clutch. Another player, that's going to be Aditya, also hitting the ground. Oru, the last man standing, as Clutch is going to be cooking up a grenade. Will this grenade connect? It's going to be tossed to perfection, but eventually, yes, it does connect. And that's goodbye for the side of Team OR to the 15th position with no finishes for themselves.
Well, OR Esports are looking like a bit in trouble, but looks like Team Seoul are still looking good as they're picking fights with multiple teams, INS to be specific, and boys from Big Brother Esports. But for now, Hitman, we're going to be focusing on him, and Hydra is still lucky that they have their compound. Now, outside the play zone, people are going down, but looks like Dreamed is going to be shot down by a member of Hyderabad Hydras. INS Joker, on the other hand, is following the similar fate as grenades are going to be coming in, and Apollo and the boys, they know they have to make it in, but unfortunately, Hyderabad Hydras are going to be snuffing them out one after the other, and then there was just one. Now, the god Apollo himself, does he have the sun as bright as he is backing him up? Because, well, all of the attention from Hyderabad Hydras is going to be on him. And, ooh, if you had a look on the side, maybe 7C Esports could spot him out, but one big grenade is all that is needed. Unfortunately, that tree is just a bit too thick.
No, at the same time, I think that he was behind that specific thick tree, but let's see whether that is the case, as HH at this point of time are going to be falling away. The composure coming in from the side of Apollo might be paying out for him, but does he have enough to make it inside the circle? No, it's not. Yes, he was behind that big trunk. You were right, but eventually gets taken down by Carry. It was a faint flag coming in from their side, right?
I do believe it was the play zone that actually took him out. But again, you know, Carry could have capitalized on it nonetheless, but elsewhere, looks like Hitman is trying to capitalize on something over here. He does shoot with his AK, and Manya is going to be brought down to his knees. Now the question is, are Global Esports going to mount an attack? Because, well, they are going to have an uphill battle quite literally at their hands, but this is where Team EXO could come in from behind. They've been spotted, and looks like their element of surprise is now lost. And Global Esports, we were talking about this, AJ on the other side is going to get the better of Clutch. However, a revive should come in pretty easily.
Now FS have got the best spot, right? They got the high ground. They have a little bit of a hard cover for themselves. They're gatekeeping everybody else at this point of time, as EXO is going to be rushing in. Probably they understood that there might be somebody who got taken down and eventually take away that finish from the side of FS. But behind them is going to be GE. They exactly know the location of these players, as Grenade is going to be cooked in. Immortal from far away was trying to retaliate. Eventually gets taken down. Now Punk has a lot of job in hand. He can concentrate either on one team, and GE would be the best option for all those finishes lying in front of him.
It was all about the timing right now. INS, they did come in a bit too late, and Global Esports, well, they're going to pay a heavy price because FS Esports are going to be on hand to make sure that they put them 6 feet under. Now the fight is going to be continuing between these two teams, and I like what they're doing. Suddenly the call came in that, hey, my flank is going to be a bit exposed, and they're going to be heading over to Hyderabad Hydra's direction. But for now, Orva is going to get the better of Esports while WSF, and, well, like I said, you know, you've got to be versatile, you've got to be ever-changing, you've got to be adaptive in this game. And the Autobotz, let me tell you one thing, although they have a man down, not for long, they are looking good. But the question is, if the circle shifts away from them, it could be problematic. And there you have it, Explicit with the grenade, and his team is going to back him up.
The grenade projectile not connecting at this point of time, and this is where Ace Black would want to step in and make sure that his crosses does all the magic, but still Carry pretty much vulnerable. Explicit had an opportunity but given away. But let's see whether Hyderabad Hydras can cup it for this uphill battle. Can they move in with those grenades giving the right kind of opening, as Clutch on the other side has tossed the grenade towards them. Will that connect? It kind of connects, puts a lot of damage for them, but eventually that boosters is helping them out to stay on their feet.
Now the problem for Hyderabad Hydras is they are aware, well, a vehicle is going to be giving it sound, they know that someone is going to be to the right as well. For now, they are lucky. They have this little downslope to work with and this massive rock to take cover behind. 9 finishes for themselves, and of course, they're going to be hungry for a lot more and maybe some chicken as well. Savitar and his teammate, on the other hand, their position has been given away as well. And, well, a couple of grenades could spell trouble for this team. FS Esports, meanwhile, are looking good. They have 6 finishes for themselves as well. And from the King of the Hill situation, well, they are literally raining down death and destruction.
Now this is where I feel HH have to watch out for their backs, because this circle is going to be allowing Enigma to come in inside the circle. Probably pick that up as Soul versus the side of Kinetic taking place in front of us. Goblin's grenade connects, and this is the opening Omega was waiting for, and eventually does connect the final bullet and eventually puts him down and under. But again, Team Soul is not done over here, because they have more teams right in front of them. They have BB, they have Autobotz as well as Enigma.
They do have a lot of teams, and all these teams are going to move from compound to compound, making sure they make it to the next circle, because it has shifted up north, and well, FS are going to be looking good. Speaking of FS, we're going to come to them in a second, because they're going to be still engaged with the fight as far as Hyderabad Hydras are concerned. And speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, looks like Manti just got the better of a member from 7C, if I'm not mistaken, which means once again, you know, they are pretty much in a sandwich situation, right? They're going to be a little bit, they're going to be in a predicament, if I'm going to be honest, as God. He is going to try and time that grenade to perfection. He lobs it. Omega, the intended target, unfortunately, it fell outside.
Now, this is where he could have held the same angle and waited for them to come out in the open, which he does turn away, giving a little bit of a space for Soul to breathe as also make it inside the circle. Grenade is cooked to perfection at this point of time. Will Avi get the damage from that grenade? No, he doesn't. It was a little bit far away, but from here on, Enigma have to watch out for the side of Team Soul. Divided attention again by them towards the circle as well as to the backside.
Oh, looks like one of the Autobots just burned himself. That is going to be a bit problematic for them, because someone is going to go and have to revive them. That means they're going to be one man short as far as all the fighting is concerned. And now Goblin, he's got a nice angle. He's got a nice idea, and looks like Enigma might just get out of harm's way, because now they're going to be regrouping in full force. All 4 members in one position, and Goblin, he knows his map well. He knows how to traverse around the plains and, well, the little hilly terrain of Goroka over here, because they have to move forward. But speaking of Goblin, looks like again, like last time, from the distance, it's going to be Kinetic's God who's going to put him down on his bloodied knees, and he is going to try and finish him. Buddy, that is not a helmet that you see. That is just something glistening in the sun.
Now, at the same time, Kinetic can actually come in and strike against the side of Team Soul, because they're vulnerable at this point of time, not only because of their divided attention, but also with 2 of their players already getting taken down. Hector far away is already gone in for a heal battle. That means he will have more in his hand as ABC's Hell God. Hell, he puts another grenade into the face of Team Soul.
Well, this is where Team Soul's Hector is going to be instrumental, because if you have a look at him, he's going to be patching himself up with those first aids. Oh my goodness, somebody actually called an artillery strike on their position, because shrapnel is what is being rained down from above, almost like those flak cannons of the days of World War II. But again, even for Enigma Gaming right now, they are in the circle. The problem is, it is going to be shifting further away from them. The question is, how do they get up there, as Soul, against all odds, are still going to be alive and kicking. And just as I say that, grenades are coming in. Oh my goodness, Goblin, you are one lucky man, as you basically have 1 HP left on your health bar. But there you have it, back again. And you know, the thing is, the Autobots up top are now playing spoil sports. They are giving them enough breathing space, and speaking of breathing space, they're taking the fight straight to Team Kinetic.
Now this is where God will have to jump from above and try to do the damage, as spokes are going to be deployed from the side of ABCs as they step out of the hard cover. Can he do some wonders over here, as Savitar far away gets out because of the zone itself? Omega gets taken down. It's going to be Enigma also coming into a fight. It's going to be Finish Rate going bonkers, as FS is going to be hitting the side of HH as well.
Oh, he knows where the enemy is. He does take one down. Unfortunately, it's going to be Hitman, or Eggy, I do believe, who's going to be making sure that that attack is thwarted. Now, this is the problem that I was talking about. Enigma Gaming, they still have the circle. However, they are going to have to get up, which again, I don't see any problems over here, as of course they are going to be sharing some equipment at this moment. Elsewhere, looks like Hyderabad Hydras are done for.
Yep, at the same time, FS Esports are also done with 9 finishes for themselves, but let's see whether that's going to be enough for them, as it's going to be domination coming in from the side of HH from the northern side, as Autobotz from the south is doing everything possible with 2 men standing, getting all those finishes. It's going to be KO coming in a bit more closer, but Jiggle will be more than enough for them to put him down, as Fox is. This is a terrain for a Fox, right? It's been the Arctic Fox in the map of Vikendi.
It has been indeed, and as far as Hector is concerned, he does have 10 first aids, as Hyderabad Hydras are finally going to bid us adieu in the 5th position with 13 finishes for themselves. Now Enigma, Avi and the boys, they have a little bit of an idea how to get up in case the circle does shift away, because the Autobotz are now going to come under fire, not just from down below, but from above as well, because the Hydra official team is going to move in now. Now Jackson with his ghillie suit, he is going to be spotted if he moves around so much, but looks like the Autobotz are going to be falling down, and Hector is finally going to be scumming to the play zone as well.
Now this is where the man advantage for the side of Enigma could be something which they'll be looking out for. They can spread around the terrain thanks to this ridge which is in front of them as well, and that is going to be hard for the side of Team Hydra as they lose another player outside the circle. A 2v1v4 situation, all favoring the side of Enigma, and much needed winner chicken dinner for themselves. Let's see whether they can capitalize on this and pick it up.
Well, all they have to do is make sure they look at the skies above, because silhouettes are going to be popping up over that little mountain as AB Fox, he is going to try and make a move, and now he knows his position has been given away. Is he going to go out to the blue? No, he doesn't, because Jackson is going to put down some lead in his direction and make sure he gets himself another finish point. Now he wants more. It is going to be a 2v3 situation. This is the problem I was talking about. Enigma Gaming, again, as expected, do not have an answer, and all Hydra has to do is chill, because he knows his teammate is going to be behind them. But wait a second, it all came down to the end, and Enigma Gaming, thanks to that man advantage, are going to be your winners over here in Vikendi with the winner chicken dinner, as we are going to be heading into the Postman segment powered by Loco. And boy oh boy, once again, a happy bunch of people on our screens.
I mean, obviously, look at that, right? The boot camp is filled with joy, but again, but the seriousness on the face of the team players is something which we have to look at.
Imagine if Jackson had a grenade at that point. All he had to do was just drop a couple down over there, and basically Enigma would have been scattered to bits and tits. Oof,
now,
it would have been amazing.
Grenade splash is one thing which needed time, but a molly would have been much more better, right? It would have been spread all around. Everybody will be running Luke in corner, but he had an option to go in for a heal battle, right? He had around 3 to 4 if I'm not wrong, but still, that's going to be highlighted in the highlights itself. As of now, it's going to be Hydra on the top with 22 points.
Well, when it comes down to the final circle, you know, even if you try and patch yourself up, the amount of damage, the amount of HP that is going to be taken away by the blue zone is way too much for you to get yourself that first aid. But Enigma Gaming over there, second position finish despite getting the chicken dinner, because Hydra officials, they did come in second. They do have 10 finish points, which means they're going to be at the top with 22. And again, Hyderabad Hydras, the other Hydras, we were talking about it. They needed a big game, and 19 points is again a decent affair.
Yeah, absolutely agreed on this point, right? They had to come in and capitalize on this map, because the next map is going to be the map of Miramar, where again it's going to be a stronghold for them, so the momentum can be picked up in the second map. So the right kind of start for the side of Hyderabad Hydras for the final 3 maps to be played, or the final 2 left out after this one, as Autobotz have got 15 points for themselves because of the position they were holding. I think that is where we have to shed light when it comes to looking at the team's rotation. But again, who could be the iQOO MVP? Because the teams on the bottom, everybody have gone on with 1 or 2.
Well, of course, it is going to be Goblin, it is going to be Green, it's going to be Team Soul who's going to be getting that crown on their heads. The iQOO MVP going his way. 4 finishes and 907 points of damage.
Yep, amongst the 6 finishes, 4 going in from the side of Goblin shows that, you know, as you said, you correctly pointed out that he knows the terrain really well. He was traversing through the edges and trying to make it inside. But again, with him is going to be the side of HH, Manti and Maxi with 5 finishes for them with 778 and 725 of damage respectively.
And of course, they are going to be joined by the other Hydras. I love this, that, you know, both of these teams, they did have a good outing here in Vikendi. Zorro, 3 finishes for himself. Jackson, who did kind of surprise me, in fact, he did impress me, is going to have 5 to his name. Now, look at the survival times, mate. 30 minutes is where this went. It was one of the longer games. As we have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures as the match summary is popping up on our screens. And as expected, look at the healing, 15,587. And I wonder if that is the maximum that we've seen, well, especially in the grand final so far.
Yep, it is the maximum which I've witnessed so far, 15,587. But the longest finish also coming in the map of Vikendi shows that, you know, Hyderabad Hydras, that height advantage which they took eventually in the beginning, you know, did help them out.
This particular finish is actually, I love the fact that, you know, it was at such a long distance, because Hyderabad Hydras were still engaged with another team at the edge of the circle.
Yeah.
And this was a finish, I do believe, on one of the members from Global Esports, because we did kind of notice, I was like, wait a second, why does the finish feed say that, you know, it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras Manti who got the knock over there because, well, look at that. The numbers speak for themselves. And, of course, you can have a look at this. But now we're going to give you a bit of a visual depiction as the FD graph is popping up on our screens.
And one team doing all the hard work have been paid off at least half of what they did. 2,800 damage for 13 finishes for themselves. Esports on the other side were holding that high ground for a very long time, that mountain for themselves, but eventually got divided because of that attention from the bottom and up. They did not choose which team to go with. 9 finishes, a decent one for them, will be for the damage of 2,040.
You know, where we did see Hitman up top over there when he did take out a few members of Global Esports when they did hit them at their rock. And, of course, if you remember, 7C Esports kind of snuck in on the side as well. But that is the point you're talking about. Hyderabad Hydras come in on the right flank. The call came in. Hey, something's happening over here. Too much commotion. They needed some people coming their way. And, again, since they gave the backup, the problem started. As now we are going to have a look at the overall standings. And, well, a few things are going to be switching around as Team Soul still hold on to the first position, but Enigma Gaming Buddy with the second chicken dinner climbed to the second with 112.
Now the balance between these two is something which we have to look out for. 60-64 coming in from the side of Team Soul and 53-59 for the side of Enigma Gaming. A very, very good balance, prioritizing the position points more just in case there's a tie. The team with the more position points will be always on the top, but at the same time Global Esports is also catching up, right? It's going to be the third position where they get dropped down, but still it's fine for them. They've hit the three-digit marker when it comes to the overall points for themselves.
Absolutely, and I like that the Hyderabad Hydras are going to be climbing to the 8th position at the first page of the overall standings, although they still have a long way to go. 50 points is what separates Team Soul and the gentlemen from this team. But again, if they have a massive game like they did in Miramar yesterday, things could be different. As we have a look at page 2, and well, for some to rise, others have to fall. Big Brother Esports are going to be slipping down to the 9th, and well, the Autobotz, they're going to be falling as well.
Yep. And this is where our esports needs to wake up. From here on, play the best of what they can. They just can't crawl around. This is not about making it into the next round. This is about always being on the top and getting the maximum of that biggest chunk, to be specific, of the grand finals. The total prize pool of 2 crore rupees.
I mean, it is just phenomenal. The biggest tournament in India thus far. And, of course, first place walks away with 75 lakhs. I mean, just let that sink in for a second. That is a hell of a lot of money, Arca. And, well, I guess I'm telling you, us casters, we need to probably form a team and actually go on the other side of this action. Who knows? We might still have something in our fingers. But, you know, it was a phenomenal game. As expected, action broke out late. And, you know, we were going to think that, okay, it's going to be those compound fights.
Yeah.
We did not really anticipate, except for Manti, of course, that there's going to be any long-distance engagement because, you know, CQB is the name of the day in Vikendi.
Yep, agreed on this point. But again, let's not forget to thank our sponsors at this point of time. One is obviously going to be the game themselves. It's going to be Craft. And the second one is going to be the side of iQOO. Where iQOO smartphone has come up with an amazing device. That's Neo 6. A promo for you guys. Information about this.
Watch it, earn it.
You know, quickly coming back to the game that just went past Arca Vikendi, again, it was pretty much what we expected, right? I mean, I did want to get your thoughts on this. So, it was pretty much scripted. That's what it kind of felt like, all those compound clashes. And at the end, we did kind of say FS Esports, they were diverting their attention to the right towards Hyderabad Hydras, which let the other teams kind of come up on top. And, well, Hydra official took advantage of that situation.
Yes, FS Esports were kind of held up. I do understand that 4-man had to see in 4 different directions, but right now it's going to be Pancham, who's going to be getting a shout out from myself and from XP. A huge shout out to you. But this is going to be the question. What is the reason behind Ocean Sharma's great casting energy?
I doubt Pancham is watching this stream right now because we do have a fan for Ocean Sharma coming in. But what do you think it is?
The thing is, first of all, he knows the momentum of this game. He's been casting this from a really long time. He knows every look and corner. So when you know about a team, you know exactly when to hype them. And that is going to be one thing. And the second thing is that, he's a man with a lot of numbers in front of him. He's a man. He has to live up to that expectation. So that could be the key for his energy. A lot of traveling as well. Your thoughts?
I just think he's a smooth talker. I mean, a few similarities over there, and it is going to be a bit easy to get the energy in as and when required. But again, thank you for the question, Pancham. And again, you aren't really going to be seeing us because I'm pretty sure you're waiting for Ocean to let you know what his secret is. But now what we're going to do is we're going to be heading into the highlights and just see where all the action took place in the Tundra map of Weekendy.
Oh, this was pretty tiring, right? This map went for a really long time. Most of those teams which had to survive until the final moments, they'll be drained and they need a small break for themselves. But yes, coming back over here, Crazy Soul, the moment he hit the deck over there, that was the moment, or else probably there could have been a trade coming in from the side of Team EXO.
Well, of course, Team EXO, they did fall down one by one. And over here, the 2 top dogs from 7C Esports, Braygod and Sarang, were taken out by Ace Black as well. Again, a good game coming in for Hyderabad Hydras. And look at this. You have Manti at one and Carry at the other. Maxi over there and Ace Black, of course, on this flank over here. Now, what I'm surprised about is our esports should have kind of anticipated that something's happening over here because there was already a vehicle that was burning at the walls.
Now, at the same time, that is where I say, right, also coming in with different vehicles would have been much more better. But Hydra, the domination continued as over here FS Esports were holding that high ground. But Team Soul, this was the only team, according to me, which fought their way inside the circle and reached to almost the final circle itself.
They did indeed, but again, although Goblin was pretty much instrumental in making sure he gets all those knocks and finishes, the problem was he didn't really have the backing from behind. Because have a look at what's happening. Well, I wonder if we are going to show it because the Autobotz over here, well, they had their work cut out as well as Omega tried to jump in on the position of Enigma. But look at how Goblin was still patching himself up. He does get a knock over there, but unfortunately from behind, it was one of the members from HH, or was it? Yeah. I do believe it was Autobotz itself that actually put him down.
No, I feel it was HH, but still, it's fine because at the end of the day, they got taken down. It was Jackson from the top over here. We see that no medkits. I'm so sorry. I thought he had a medkit or two, but eventually Evo was very persistent, looking up on the top. He was giving information. Rex was changing his position as well. 2 players got taken down at that point of time, but eventually one man, that's going to be Avi. You can see that he's gone in for the healing eventually, right? Oh, he's just looking up. Even he's got out of medkits. Oh, it was all in the...
Now the thing is, had Jackson not taken that fight, had he not peeked over, had he not got shot, it would have been the other way around. Because I love the fact that we are going to see this replay a couple of times. Because if you notice one thing, the last moment, let's just go back in time once again. And I love this. Look at that. That is when it all comes down. And although the other teams, they did have some healing on themselves, it wouldn't have been quick enough. Yeah. And had he not taken the fight, maybe it could have been Hydra officials' game. But again, that's the whole beauty of it, right? Whatever's happened, and now you got to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, throwables. I mean, maintaining your resources until the final moments of the game. All of these things.
I'm assuming that, the top of that little mound was probably littered with so many crates.
Oh, yes, because he had fought his way through, right? So he could have picked up 1 or 2 over there, but eventually the circle was coming in so quickly. He had to finish a person before getting that ground. So I don't think so that would have run in his mind in the heat of that moment. And he would have been seeing the number of people alive. It'd be like, 5 left out. I'm the lone man over here, so it's better I go in and take a finish because getting that winner chicken dinner was almost next to impossible.
Well, it was, but again, maybe it could have gone the other way. Again, there's a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas over here, and the point is, it's that presence of mind that is required. He thought that if he does get a few finishes, he's going to secure those points for himself and not let the play zone snuff their life out for its own. So again, a little bit of a gamble coming in, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy with their second position finish in this game.
Yes, and I agree that, you know, other teams who have also performed over here.
Go ahead. I'm just thinking about something.
Yeah, and also other teams who have performed over here, right? Not only because of placement points, but also with the finishes,
Oh, yeah.
like FS coming in, and then we have the side of Seoul also. They also came in because until the previous game of Sanok, Seoul was not performing that well. So 2 maps they have performed really well, got the top of the table. The next 2 maps is going to be much more crucial for them because the teams below are already catching up, right? Another 10 to 15 points difference, they might be again outnumbered, and from there on, it's going to be hard for them to climb up.
It could be hard because, again, you know, the days for the grand final competition are going to be dwindling ever so slowly, and game by game, their chance to basically make it to the top is going to be, you know, just out of reach, and that is going to be the scary part for them. Now, that is where the pressure is going to mount up, but it's going to be fun for us because then the teams at the bottom, they aren't going to have anything to lose, and just like a cornered animal is most dangerous, they might just come out scratching, baring their fangs, and unleashing their claws. But again, that is still for the last probably day and a half, because up until tomorrow, up until Weekendy tomorrow, it is still open for anyone to take that amazing trophy. I like that.
Yeah, but you know, one thing which has been running in my head as you were speaking all this, Team Seoul is one team which everybody wants to target because of their numbers. You know, you saw UP50 when they had nothing to lose, they just came in and challenged them just to get the limelight in the old community itself. So Team Seoul, if they don't put that big number now, probably some team in the bottom again is going to be going in the ways of UP50. They're going to be like, you know, it's better we slap the king and, you know, make some name in the esports itself, and they might come in and restrict the side of Team Seoul from getting the trophy. So better put some numbers when you know that you are the next target intended.
Sure, but I look at it as target practice for Team Seoul at this point, because again, it's like, okay, if you want to go and contest them, right, first of all, you're going to be dropping down, or you're going to be heading into their den, into the lion's den.
Yep.
And well, it's going to be a little dark, it's going to be a little murky, and you never know. You could hear the growling, right, but you don't know exactly where it's coming from. So chances are something might just come and just swipe you away. So those things can happen. So if you want to take the fight, like I love saying, if you commit at the king, you better not miss, as we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means, well, I'm going to bid you adieu, and Fixes is going to be sitting where I am.
Oh, this is where things are going to be so different in the map of Miramar, right? Because the teams which had to perform have slowly started to pick up. But there are a few teams which are still looking out for that winner chicken dinner, like 7C, right? In the previous game, they did not have that much of a great game because of the wrong rotations they went under. But at the same time, Fixes, your thoughts on the map of Weekendy, especially the domination again coming in from the side of FS. Is this their new home ground?
I mean, could possibly be, because yesterday after getting the chicken dinner, we were thinking that they might get a second one. But in this particular game, I really like the chances of Team Hydra, especially how consistent they have been throughout the entire day. Every single game, I think, barring just that Sanhok game, they've been amazing. But talking about amazing things, Arka, we also do have an amazing device in our hands right now. Of course, I'm talking about the iQOO Neo 6, where we take a look at how to slay our dragon.
The one thing which still stands out for me in this device is there was a moment, you know, where you had to charge your device, keep it for charging. Some people used to switch it off. Some people used to put it on Wi-Fi aeroplane mode just so that the charging becomes a little faster. All those myths used to be out there. But now this device, 12 minutes, and you're going to have 50%. And also with half an hour, you're going to have the full juice on this device. And that's something amazing.
You know, what's also amazing is a few substitutions yet again in front of our screens. Nakul coming instead of AJ. And Global Esports are making a lot of changes. And there you have it. Same old Immortal goes out and Snacks comes in. And so far, we've been discussing about Team X who are having a lot of issues handling their 5-man roster sometimes when you have so many good players just waiting for their chance. And I think Snacks has been impressive impressive. And talking about impressive things is the merch giveaway that Arka is going to explain you about.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, there's going to be one specific comment which is going to be pinned, right? If you click on that, you'll be going to a specific link where you might get your hands on this beautiful device, and that's going to be 10 devices of Neo 6 which might be coming your way. But again, the point which Fixus was telling the merchandisers, what you have to do is make sure you predict the right team which is going to be coming on the top by the end of the day. If you're able to predict that which team will be on the top, it's not the overall points table, it's the day performance. Let me be specific.
Yeah.
If you're over there, you might get one t-shirt or a super bottle for yourself.
You certainly can. And now here we go in, venturing into the desert of Miramar. Now Arka, of course, this is around the Hacienda del Patron region, somewhere where teams like Nigma Galaxy really tend to drop in. But yes, we're going to be waiting with bated breath as to see what team OR Esports can pull off, because so far it's been a kind of a decline for them, right? The kind of a performance that you expect from a team like OR, they haven't really delivered. But the first game comes in, they get eliminated pretty early on. The second Miramar, instead of, despite the fact that they lost out on Aru, but somehow still managed to recover, made it to the top 3 if I'm not wrong. But then heading into Sandhawk and Vikendi, they're going through a lot of turbulence in their boot camps, and this is the game where they really need to stage a comeback, because if they do not, Arka, I think the other teams are going to be building up quite a hefty lead.
Now, I don't think so it's going to be easy for the teams on the bottom, right? Because the pressure is building up. They can't play for averages anymore. They have to go and get those fights. Yeah, Team OR as well. At this point of time, they're kind of suppressed. They need those finishes for themselves. As ladies and gentlemen, the big bird has hit the sky, and this is going to be one of the most crucial maps for most of these teams, because ultimately we're able to see that the team on the top of the table are actually building a huge gap from themselves and the teams below.
Oh yeah, they've already started doing so. But for now, I mean, the way this flight path trajectory is headed away, Hyderabad Hydras, they're not going to have any issues dropping over at Campo Militar. So OR Esports, we're going to witness a little bit of a split coming in again from that La Bendita region and Puerto Paraiso. Now I've been racking up my brains as to think what could be the possible reason, and I finally come on to a conclusion where I believe that they want the center of the circle, something that OR Esports has never ever practiced during the league stages, and somewhere down the lines, it's kind of biting them in the backs.
Now, this is where we did speak, we did have a discussion about, all these teams hiding their strategies, and eventually when it comes to the time of execution, not having the perfect practice might affect them a lot, and this could be the best example for it.
It certainly could be, right? Especially now that we've been talking about OR Esports, we've got to bring the other big dogs in the lobby in the form of Hyderabad Hydras, and this is one good circle. I like this for OR Esports if they kind of stick on to that La Bendita split, but finally it seems like they've changed their old ways, right? I'm pretty sure dropping over at Puerto Paraiso back to their old style of plays, as we have that heavy traffic in Los Leones City, as the real estate prices have definitely gone up. Again, Autobotz, Big Brothers, and Team EXO.
Now, this is where Team EXO for the first time will be sticking together, all 4 men, right? Because they need that winner chicken dinner probably. This is the best time, as we already discussed about it. Team Soul again also sticking together towards the side of Picardo. Nobody wants to go in for a split apart from the side of Team 7Cs, who still rely on their firepower. They strongly feel it might be possible for them to gain again.
Oh yeah, not just 7C. I can also spot out the players of our esports. A beautiful split around the Crude Valley region, right?
Yes.
And right on the eastern side, they've got the players of Esports Wala WSF stationed in at El Azhar. Now, we've been talking about a lot of teams, barring this one, Autobotz Esports. Now, I think apart from Team Hydra, Autobotz Esports has also been one of those teams that has been picking a lot of pace today.
Yes, absolutely agreed on this point. Slowly climbing up the ladder, but they have to understand one more thing, right? That, it's not just one day's game which is going to help them get that trophy. They have to do the same kind of performance, and the graph needs to build up, because the teams on the top, they've all hit 3 digits, right? Already crossed a 100-pointer, and these people are somewhere around the 50s and the 60s. They need at least 2 games of winner chicken dinner to actually catch up to that. But let's not forget, the teams on the top are going to get an average of 5-10 in every single game.
Now, this is where it really gets interesting for a lot of teams, especially Team Soul. We've been talking about them yesterday. One of the huge issues that they faced with that early battle with Autobotz around those eastern sides of Picado. Right now, this time they're stationed at Picado, no issues whatsoever. This is the perfect game that they were looking out for, because what they're going to do next is get their loot done early on and head over to those eastern hills. Now, if they get that epicenter of the circle, we know what Team Seoul can really do over here. But this is where the work is cut out for teams like Global Esports, and look at what they're up to, right? Players scattered throughout the map. Look at where Manya is. Look at where Knuckle is. Look at where Joker is, right? And somewhere down the line, I'm not going to be cussing, but it's worked out.
Yeah, and that is how they're pulling the rabbit out of the hat, right? They have been making sure that they do some magic in every single map, and it's been working out for them. The strategy, when you speak about new strategies being implemented, that is how you start doing it after watching the teams from day one. In day one, GE did not actually play like this, right? They almost stuck together, the equal distances from one another, but now they understood that everybody wants to prioritize the center of the circle. We have the total corners or the peripheries of the circle for us to take. They'll be going around, picking up all those medkits for themselves. Probably this could be the first team which will be going in for a heal battle in the map of Miramar.
No way, no way. That's not possible. Had it been Vikendi, had it been Sanok, I mean, I could have bought this. But again, I think the only rationale after Team Global Esports resorting to such absurd sort of rotations, I mean, this is something where you're thinking out of the box. And as long as it isn't broken, as long as it does not need fixing, why do that? And it's so far so good, you know, has worked out. What their initial intention is, get all your looting done and wait for that curveball. Once it hits, if it kind of takes a shift down south, it's going to be Manya. But these are big ball moves, right? Because this is where you talk about Manya has to be staying alive till the very end. If he gets picked up by anybody, then it all goes into folly.
Yep, and having a man advantage in the map of Miramar, we all know how important and crucial it is because of this terrain. No matter how close you are, you're still far away. And again, Team Seoul, we're done with the looting. Probably they might be listening to you going in for that rotation of that hills. In case they get it, it's going to be easier for them. But at the same time, 7C's probably is also thinking the same as well, right? Because at this point of time, 7C is also picking up those vehicles, trying to hold that power grid, probably that eastern side or the western side of Picado hill themselves, and having control of that will give them a huge advantage for that firepower.
Oh, it certainly will. And you know, I'm really more concerned about how Team Enigma Gaming are going to be playing in this game, especially after that high in the after getting that win in Vikendi, right? They've also opted for an early rotation. Everybody wants to play for the center, and this time Team Kinetic, Nigma Galaxy are almost on the same path, right? And they might meet. We might have a little bit of a fight, and just while I was speaking, here it is.
Now this is where Kinetic wants to conquer against the side of Nigma Galaxy to the vulnerable point, but Vixky on the other side somehow escapes from the wrath of God's crosshairs as bullets were poured in towards him, as his teammates are going to be spread around. This is a welcome shot from the side of Kinetic, right? The two men standing. I know that from far away there's going to be an off angle from the northern side, but Nigma Galaxy, are they doing this right? You know, rotating from those ridges to the right, and then eventually probably they might get taken down over here.
It all comes down to how Onyx plays this one out. Has that little bit of a high ground advantage. If he can stop Apollo at his path, then that can really work out. But God, look at him just destroying that golden Mirado. God is in a little bit of a precarious spot over here. But it all comes down to how on earth is Onyx going to provide him cover fire, as nades are going to be following at his direction. And somehow he needs to escape. And this is where, you know, Apollo, I'm waiting. Few more grenades could clearly do the job.
Waiting for those moments, right? Waiting for them to come up with the grenade. Waiting for them to push up at this point of time, as Nigma Galaxy have got the right vehicles as well. Just in case it was just buggies, it would have been a 2v2 split which they had to rely on. But on the other side, it's going to be a third party coming in. Shots are going to be fired in towards them. I don't know who it is. Probably it's the side of 7C Sarang, who is from far away trying to pick it all up. But let's not forget that, you know, from the side of Team BB also coming in pretty much closer to them, if I'm not wrong. But water treatment, that's another place to watch out for.
Nigma Galaxy have to make quick work with what they have, because if they keep on continuing with this, things are going to get messy and things might get bloody. as well. But for now, Nigma Galaxy, they're still in pursuit to find a safe haven for themselves. As Karan, he's making a move, but I really felt for a moment that he could have had his vehicle stuck on those trees. But he's stationed over there, and this is where all these teams are just fighting for that center spot. It all comes down to what the circle has in store for them, what the BGMI gods have to offer. But finally, Wixky decides to take the big, bold move. Decides to push it over, and if he can get a knock onto its Onyx, then this could be a huge breakthrough for Enigma Galaxy.
But Onyx also realizes that there's somebody pushing in towards him, and eventually he's going to be falling back. But he's going to be holding to a compound where he might get taken down. Oh, it's not even a compound. It's behind a truck where he's visible. Dreams has a little bit of a visual through those pixels. Probably this grenade might go in below the truck to put him down. Whether that's going to be the case.
Oh, yes.
Oh yes, correctly connected over there, and the Vixie's grenade is going to be falling up quickly, but behind we can see that MJ is also getting tagged off. I don't know who it is who's doing damage to him, but eventually the push towards the side of Kinetic is inevitable at this point of time. The next target for them is BEO.
Enigma Galaxy finally find chinks in the armors of the players of Team Kinetic, trying to punish them heavily as BO's position has also been compromised. Right now he's being looked at, and he needs to start changing his place, his position, where he's stationed at. At this point, we've got a circle imploding on itself, you know, nothing out of ordinary, nothing too fancy. But this is where Global Esports are yet to make a move inside the circle from two different fronts. Manya waiting for all those teams to make it inside the zone, and Joker, Nakul and Ronnie from that northern side still letting all these teams pass. They're just waiting for that hard shift, and once it happens, this is how Global Esports might fight their way inside the circle.
Now, at the same time, Picaro Mountains still not taken by anybody, right? I think it's 7C as well as Team Soul thinking otherwise, going away from there where GE can actually come in. Now is the opportunity for them, as BOS is still restricting the side of Nigma to actually come in a bit more closer towards him, trying to make it a no-go area. But it's going to be hard for one man to actually do that, right? And we're looking at the minimap, we can see that there's been a convergence of one player. That's one player of Nigma Galaxy going in for a very different rotation altogether. That's going to be Apollo. In case he strikes God at this point of time, that could be the beginning of the end for the side of Kinetic.
Oh, it certainly could be. And Nigma Galaxy have found a good spot for them, and maybe might decide to go after Bio. But this is where it comes with its own fair share of risks, right? Now imagine a case where Nigma Galaxy decide to pounce in at Bio's direction and could get possibly third party from anywhere else in the map, because every single team, like we've already discussed, Arka, is vying for the center.
Now, at the same time, I could see that 7C was somewhere in the background, pretty much close to Apollo at this point of time. But still, that's not going to be the case. I missed the snipers at this point of time, right? Because initially, if there were some good snipers held in by the side of Enigma Galaxy, it would have been much more easier for them to get a knock, or vice versa, also from the opposite side to strike fear. But eventually, we can see that 7C's again coming into the picture. I don't know where that player is. Probably pretty much close.
I think could be 7C. I mean, they do not want to be a party into this particular fight at this moment right now. But for Enigma Galaxy, they're making those moves, right? They have a beautiful crossfire set for God and KU at this particular moment. Any given point, they find one of the players, you know, if they kind of spot him out, they are going ham at his direction. And this is where we finally get to see the silhouettes of 7C. But elsewhere, around, I think it's the La Bendita region, we've got the players of OR Esports stationed right beside our Esports.
And look at where the drop has happened, my friend.
Oh.
Towards the side of San Martin, was nobody is over there, and in case the circle is going to be shifting towards that place, that is where everything is going to change. As Manya will slowly come into the circle, he sees that nobody is there far over the horizon, telling the side of GE that nobody is near me. So probably the western side of the map is completely open as the drop near San Martin, where the circle is going to be shrinking in. Is it the Picado Hills again coming into the picture? Yes, it is, and that is where GE will be heading right away. And also the side of 7Cs, let's not forget Omega is the closest to us, that as Hector and Omega already going in for that mountains.
You could see that 1-1-2 split coming out of Team Soul, right? Now this is what they've been waiting for. This is where they know that this could be their game possibly to dominate, because now a plethora of teams are going to be rotating in from the southeastern side. Hyderabad Hydras are doing the same thing. You've got the other players, even for the likes of Autobotz. You've got Team EXO. You've got another one that is Team Team R Esports. And this is where finally a fight has begun as Nigma Galaxy decide to push it over at Team Kinetic's direction as God completely just fends off that attack as Dream goes pushing in. God still does not have the optimal HP but still want to fight it out. Did go in for a crouch toggle, but still the trades are in here as Apollo keeps marching in. And this is where we got to see if Team Kinetic can hold on to their horses, can get that revive up as Apollo from the different direction makes a big brainer move, gets a beautiful knock at KO and also has him down bleeding on their knees.
This is where, you know, what happens is Nigma is going to be picking up all their teammates, right? But again, it's going to be WSF coming into the picture. They also want a chunk of all this fight. They want a chunk of this meat. It's tasting beautiful for them as they've already got a finish for themselves, pushing in towards the side of smokes where 3 other pieces of meat are just falling over there, lying, going in for healing. Can they come in and dominate?
We have to see. We have to see what's going on at this particular moment. But for now, Esports Wala WSF getting real close to where Team Kinetic were at this particular moment. And now INS have picked up their prey as for now, there you have it, Explicit being taken down from the equation. We've been talking about Team FSS Heroics. Now they have to play with 1 member less.
Now this is a point of concern, right? In this tournament, in the place where it is just 1 more map going and half of the tournament is already over, for especially the grand finals, it had to be way too different. But Hydra on the other side kind of knows the location of Hyderabad. Hydra is, they can hear the commotion somewhere far away, but doesn't want to step out of these dunes which they hold for themselves, probably hoping that there might be a little bit of a shift of a circle away from the side of Picardo. And we still feel that 7Seas is playing on the specific bet over there, is trying to hold it back as Enigma is pretty much close to them, and so is the side of Hydra.
You know, it all comes down to between 2 teams. Is it going to go the Soul way or is it going to go the OR Esports this way? Because if the circle takes a shift towards the western side, it is Soul's game. If it takes that eastern shift and OR Esports manage to defend all the other teams pushing at their direction, but finally boys from Global Esports have reunited, a little bit of a rendezvous being done, and they're going to be heading in from Picardo. Now a perfect area of entry because they know there's no one that they really have to worry about barring Big Brothers.
No.
And this is what we've been talking about, a shift towards that eastern side, and now Big Brothers can make some really good moves.
Now this is where G can also come in, right? They've got a lot of loot for themselves. They can tag out, they can take their time, spray, be persistent against the side of BB, try to take them out as Autobotz are also coming in towards the same hill. And also Team EXO wants to come in towards the same hill as well. A lot of colors are going to be rushing in from the northeastern side, ladies and gentlemen, as Punk is trying to spray down the side of ABCs, creating is a no-man's zone, making sure they don't rush in any more further as they have the corner of the circle. Team EXO makes another mistake.
Again, their head being cut off over here. Team EXO will have to work it out without Sensei and his ever-sacrificial role that he has to play inside the game. Now, Team EXO need to get inside the circle. They have to deal with teams like Autobotz and R Esports who stand in their path. At this moment, Big Brother also could be a huge cause of concern. Now, Team EXO, they've been consistent in the first game of Miramar, and it's not a good news because it always really happens when you tend to tread these paths, right? You take over the rough terrains with a muscle car, and sometimes it gets stuck as Hero. He's just waiting. He's waiting for the players of Team EXO to make a move, and the moment they do that, he's going to be unleashing all that grenade at their direction.
Now this grenade going to be good. Oh, yes, he goes in for a cancel, and that was the right thing to do coming in from the side of Hero. He wants to be in that shadows, not getting taken off, as WSF at this point of time will be trying to push in towards the side of HH. What a perfect one coming in from the side of Kinetic, if I'm not wrong, but ultimately Fierce is also going to take down the side of Hero. The vehicles are helping them out. Eventually it's going to be Ace Black rushing in towards the side of Tango. HH playing everything possible. Could this be the beginning of the end for the side of Kinetic?
But look at BO, he's up to his notorious ways, right? Already has managed to trample the vehicle over, and the Hyderabad Hydras are in shambles. They need to get that revive at the right nick of time as BO, he's cooked up a grenade. This could be landing into perfection, could do some hefty amount of damage as the other 2 players of Hyderabad Hydras are engaged somewhere else. As from the backlines, we do have Hitman also as BO. He's going to be relentless, but he needs to watch his sidelines because Team EXO might poke in at any given moment.
Now, Team Team EXO also needs an opening to make it inside the circle, right? They're also getting tagged, so they just want somebody to grab all the attention so that they can make it inside, as Iron is far, far away where the biggest chunk of the fights is taking place. They get erased off with grenades coming in. That's going to be the side of Team Hydra, Jackson or Perv, who does the damage perfectly, as Fierce at this point of time is lurking in the shadows. Slowly, we all know, oh, look at that finish feed coming in. Fierce has already done the damage against the side of our Esports. 2 finishes for him.
Oh, Fierce, I would really love to see what he does. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras somehow have recuperated and finally are taking over the hills a little bit. You know, one of their strongest maps. We've been talking about it as Hitman has taken a bit of a defensive stance, considering the fact that he does not have any teammates alive. And it is so important for the players of FS to try and at least rack in those position points, if not the finishes. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras have a slight idea of Jadoo and Hitman causing any kind of trouble, and they really need to watch out for them.
Now, for me, the squad to watch out for is going to be the side of GE, right? They've not come into the commotion yet. They know that there's a huge hill in front of them, as the circle is going to be shifting in pretty much close to them. BB will be on the one side of the mountains, whereas the others will be taken by someone else, as Hydra versus Nigma Galaxy. Look at the projectile of that grenade going to perfection. But that's a molly, which has been doing a lot of damage for Vixie, and that's the opening they were looking out for. This is where Per will be telling that, I've got a knock. Guys, it's time for us to push in, and that's what exactly going to happen, as Jackson is holding another angle for themselves. Apollo, the last man standing for the side of Nigma, will have a lot of people rushing in towards him.
Yes, indeed, has his work cut out, but Jackson might have fought against the wolves in the lobby. Hyderabad Hydras, now they know their position has been compromised, but now HH has to take fights on multiple fronts, right? You've got Team EXO, one of the players already being taken down, but now the only cause for concern of Hyderabad Hydras is to get inside the circle. Once they do that successfully, then they can gatekeep possibly a lot of teams, and that is what they're up to right now.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, because inside the circle I can see that Team Soul is trying to show their domination, having a little bit of a high ground for themselves and no hard cover whatsoever, but they'll have to travel around a little more, as this fight which is taking place over here. Hitman spray is going to be really hard. At the final moments is going to be coming in where he almost took a player down, and he puts his head, you know, he slaps his head. He was like, I almost had it. I don't know why I didn't do it perfectly. 2 players of HH spreading around and making sure that they stay alive.
It was such a beautiful setup. Hitman just eradicated 2 players of Hyderabad Hydras, just burst that buggy and they go down. And Hyderabad Hydras, this is a huge dent on their path to success, to the path to glory, as Jelly just has the players of 7C right beside him, but needs to watch out for Team EXO. Indeed has spotted them out, will take safe cover.
Now, good to see that Jelly is still alive, right? OR Esports with all 4 men standing now have to make it inside the circle. The only problem they might face is the side of Team Soul, or probably 1 player of Nigma Galaxy. But in case they do it to perfection, it's going to be much more easier, as a Sarang from here on will be playing for placement points. Needs to be careful. He finds Jelly over there, eventually traverse away from him, heading towards the side of Hyderabad Hydras. This is what I call walking into the jaws of death.
He's trading in no man's land. Any given point can be taken out, but look at Team Enigma all cornered out, and Omega, I might think that he has a slight idea of their existence, as Jelly from the backlines gets those knocks to his name, as one after the other Team Enigma are going to be finally getting eradicated from the server. It has to be Evo with his heroics, but no, says Jelly, as there you go, he's been dealt with as well, and the final survivor Rex, can he do something magical? But no, has to be Avi and has to resort to a healing battle.
This is where Team Soul will have a little bit of a problem, right? They don't have hard cover. They have to make it across into the circle, where G is still holding it out. I know they're fighting it against the side of BB, but look at 2 players. That's going to be Joker and Ronnie at this point of time inside the circle, waiting it out for the side of Team Soul. They need all 4 men standing for the side of them, but Polo on the other side, retaliating against the side of Team OR, eventually has to hit the ground. It's going to be Snacks far away, being a blessing in disguise, or else Oro would have hit the ground.
Oh, it certainly could have been, but now OR Esports have 22 seconds to get inside the circle, right? But Global Esports, boy oh boy, the cojones these lads have to pull off rotations as such, and to make it work, take a bow, gentlemen. But for now, Team Soul, they still are 4 men strong. And now, look at Maxi, all by his lonesome, has to pray, because Carry, he's got in a really bad situation, and Omega sniffs him out. A grenade Being thwarted at his direction. Does it connect? Could mark an end because he's already burning. And there you go. Omega getting that beautiful knock. And next he knows where his target is.
Now, at the same time, we can see that Akshat got taken down far away, so it's a little bit of a divided attention as Omega's confirmation will be coming in against the player. And a rush comes in from the side of Team OR. Team Soul has to regroup, make sure that they strategize perfectly because it's going to be the strongest of the team facing off. The top 2 position is going to be compromised at this point of time as Goblin is going to be falling back. Grenade from the side of Team OR to perfection, and that's going to be striking fear in the hearts of Team Soul.
Now, OR Esports, now they are in a kerfuffle as well because honestly, Team EXO from up top could be such a nuisance for them and what they're trying to achieve at this point as their game being fired from multiple fronts as Goblin gets a beautiful knock on a Tanki, securing that nade knock. And now from here onwards, this is where Snacks can really bite in, get a better out of Jelly. Does land a few shots though, but eventually shifts his attention towards BB.
Now this is where Snacks is giving out the calls, right? You can see the cam below that he's the one screaming around telling you look out for this corner, I look out for this corner, but at the same time 7 finishes strong is what Team EXO is looking. We all thought after Sensei went again they might drop in, but they are being composed, and this is why Punk was in the team. The second map of Miramar again showing out his domination. Look at that, the grenades is what he's going to be tossing in towards the side of Team OR, knowing the location, allowing the side of Team Soul and OR to fight out at this point of time will be the best decision coming in from the side of Team EXO.
OR getting sandwiched at this particular situation from 2 different sides. Goblin from one and you've got the boys from Team EXO from the other side. Now this gives a lot of breathing space to the boys from Global Esports. They've managed to recuperate, they've rejuvenated, everyone patched up, everyone has got those boosters, and the same goes for Team Soul. Now this is where Joker finally finds a knock onto its beast as Hellgod is the final survivor from Big Brothers.
This is where there's going to be a lot of silence, right? I'm just waiting for it. But on the other side, Jelly gets taken down. Aditya was also down on his knees. Eventually got picked up as well. But let's see whether retaliation comes into perfection. It's going to be OR trying to retaliate the best of what they can do. And this is where EXO can strike, right? They can see Akshat is pretty much in the open. And I hope that Fierce or somebody picks him up as quickly as possible because that's the only opening EXO has at this point of time as Joker comes in from an off angle, does the damage against him. GE, what a rotation they had in this game. And eventually inside the circle are going to enjoy a lot of finishes for themselves.
The defensive plays again coming into action. We know how desperately they want that top spot. Now Global Esports finding that right time. They have the benefits of the circle. All they've got to do is deal with Hellgod. Now once they get that higher ground, nothing really stops them from getting that chicken that they were eyeing out for. The same can be said for Team EXO as Team Soul. They still are a 4-man strong squad. But for OR Esports, for what they have wanted, now they're just getting pressed, hammered by teams from multiple directions, and they're helpless, and so is Maxi, but he's still going to be hiding in wait as Omega finally decides to step out in the open, gets inside the circle, trying to fight it out, but Joker might retaliate any single point, and there you go, Ronnie gets the knock.
Now at the same time, Max OP also is one of the key players to watch out for as the grenade is going to be cooking. Hyderabad Hydras are taking revenge against the side of Team Soul. Akshat is still there, visible for the side of Max OP, but still he's going in for the grenades rather than the gun. Will be paying a price, but OR Esports on the other side is going to be welcoming all of it, but eventually they also get erased as on the top is going to be Team EXO trying to do all this thing happen, but GE on the other side still waiting it out, waiting for the final moments of the game to walk into their pockets where they'll be getting that winner chicken dinner in case they're composed.
In the meanwhile, Hellgod is like, you guys fight it around, I'm chill, I do not want a piece of the pie right now as Goblin opens it up against Spunk. Already 2-men shot right now, Team EXO. Slacks has also been dealt with. Goblin, he is on a rampage as Manya is the one who gets the knock over there as Hellgod gets the better out of Snacks. He is the last surviving player. Not anymore as Big Brother at the right time they strike when the iron was hot. But for now, Hellgod, he's got a chance to get the better out of the players of Global Esports who have their attention directed at Soul.
Now this is where Team Soul with just 1 man standing at this point of time. I know they're 2 men, but Ronnie is going to be pushing in as hard as possible. That is where BB can be a little bit of an unwanted thorn, but the rush comes in against him, and this is where GE is going to be dominating the whole real estate, coming in from all different angles. I know that Manya is still waiting it out. The rush, look at the scavengers rushing in against the side of Team Soul. They need it real bad, and that is where Akshat will have to do wonders over here. He's got one. He's going to be getting that confirmation as quickly as possible as the final bullet will be landing in between the skulls, and that's a winner chicken dinner for the side of Global Esports as they get the second of the day and probably retaining the top spot as we head on to post-match segment powered by Loco.
Wow, is all I have to say. I mean, I'm running out of words and adjectives to describe how beautiful global esports were in this particular game. And well, you talk about the point standings, where 22 points is what global esports have earned, but Team Soul not too shabby either, right? The difference, I think Team Soul has still made sure that they hold on to that top spot.
Yep, agreed on this point, and 20 points is what they actually needed. The way Team Soul played was also pretty impressive, right? I'm pretty much disappointed from the side of 7C, where they could have come back to the Picardo Hills. It was in their taking, but eventually they let go of it and had to pay a hefty price. But we're going to be looking at Big Brother as well. 10 position points for them, 12 in total. They're having a day for sure.
Oh, they certainly are, right? Getting one chicken dinner, then being consistent throughout. And one thing for sure, we've seen that little hesitance from our big brothers to engage in a lot of fights, because they tried to do that in day one and they were punched back. And so this is so far has been working out. As long as you're consistent, as long as you're getting those 10 points average in the game, it's going to really help you in building up all those points that you want. But at the same time, they also have to make sure that they really need to eradicate Team Soul or Global Esports from that top spot, as we take a look at who the iQOO MVP is going to be. Goblin for the second time.
I mean, I don't think so there's going to be any contender for the side of Goblin to be the MVP of the tournament for the highest number of finishes. And also, if in case Team Soul is going to be taking it all, just imagine the amount of money they might be making out of this tournament.
Oh, not just in this tournament, but what happens afterwards. But the top 5 leaders in this particular game, Marka, of course, Goblin is there. You have Fierce bringing in all that fire for Team EXO, Hitman. And I think it comes down to his heroics towards the end, how he dealt with the 2 players of Team Hyderabad, Hydras, and made sure that Hyderabad Hydras are going to be denied with the chicken dinner. Maxi towards the end did all he possibly could have done. And this is why I consider Aru to be one of the best supports right now in the particular scene. Whenever it's required, he delivers.
Now, at the same time, Snacks is going to be coming up over here in the top 5. Shows that, EXO's playing around in the map of Miramar with that Immortal stepping out and Snacks coming in has paid them off really, really well. There was an opportunity for the side of Team EXO to put an end for the side of Team Soul when they were running out in the open. But ultimately, I do understand they were trying to look at the other side as well. But the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, 10,128. I think this is the highest healing in a day throughout from the side of BMOC to BMPS so far.
I think especially even I'm taken aback seeing these numbers pop up in Miramar when we did not have any healing battle going on, right? For a moment, for all these teams out there, you could see how much they were engaging in action, how much they were retreating, patching themselves up, and they were doing absolutely everything. But this is where we've got to talk about the FT graph and the damage numbers on certain team. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a few surprises out here. Team EXO, there you go, 2,000 plus points of damage. The same goes for Team Soul, who've had 2 different styles of play, right? When you talk about Team EXO, I think the only objective for Sensei is to get the boys to a prime position, and the hill holding really helped them out.
Yeah, agreed on this point. And Team Soul on the other side, they have one more finish for themselves, but a lot of position points, right? Because ultimately, when you have an assaulter, the way they restricted the side of Global also to take them down was also very, very commendable, as Autobotz on the other side doing so much of damage and going down with just 1 point, where Team Soul is still going to be on the top, building the difference with themselves and the team below for more than 20 or close to 20 at this point of time, with 3 winner chicken dinner, good placement points of 76.
Yes, and Global Esports getting the chicken dinner have clawed their way in and got that second spot to themselves. Enigma Gaming a little bit of a fall in this particular game, but OR Esports finally some sigh of relief for these boys, especially at a point where we thought they could be prime contenders to win this game. The next thing that they do is find themselves sandwiched between Team EXO and Team Soul.
Now, we cannot say anything regarding that, right? Because they had a chance to take down the side of Team Soul, but still they were kind of holding back themselves, and eventually they got taken down. There are more than 6 squads, specifically 6 squads who have hit the 100-pointer over here, but the bottom of the table says something way too different. Kinetic, R Esports, Esports Wala, INS, and Nigma Galaxy need to wake up, because they've already crossed the 100-pointer, whereas R Esports is still to hit the 50-pointer.
Yeah, I mean, our esports getting picked off pretty early has been such a huge cause of concern for them. But this is where I kind of tend to beg to differ, right? Even when you come and talk about teams like OR Esports, now they had no choice at that particular moment, right? It was Team EXO on top. Had they pushed over a Team Soul, anyways, EXO would have taken them down. It was just not Team EXO and Team Soul. Towards the end, we also had the players of Global Esports firing from the other sides, and BB really joined the fray way later. Because I think it was just Hell God who decided to step up in those final few moments. He realized that I've got nothing to do, and he just comes in and does whatever he gets, a few bits and pieces here and there. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Of course, the game has been done, and a huge shout out to our sponsors BGMI Crafton, and also our sponsors coming in from iQOO, who have a very special message for you guys just about now.
Watch it, earn it.
I mean, it's been an amazing match of Miramar, right? The team to think out of the box has been the dominators over there. And if you want to think out of the box and be out there in the market of esports right now, you have to head on to Loco. Make sure that you're streaming out there, because a lot of people are going in and watching and vouching for the new talents, as well as having this beast is going to be an added advantage for you, because you need a gaming device at the end of the day.
Oh, you certainly need, and then you can play like how Global Esports have been playing, right? And this game is all about Global Esports. They have beautiful rotations inside the circle, what they really executed, as we take a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. And it all started with, a little bit of a fight, a little bit of flirting going on between Nigma Galaxy and Team Kinetic.
Yep, agreed on this point, but at the same time, Sensei, this is the way he got taken down. Like, least did I expect him to go down because of a vehicle, but ultimately 4 men coming in, and Apollo's thinking out of the box, coming in from the bottom to take down a player, and then WSF's domination on that spot. That was also really good.
So many vehicle tramples we did witness over here, Arka. But this is what I've been talking about, right? Our team EXO holding that hills for a long time. And this is what I was talking about, the heroics of Hitman. Look at how he's just going to blow that buggy. And 2 players just get decimated there. And Carry and Maxi were clearly out of options. And so were the players of Team Enigma. All, just clobbered in, clustered into that one little point. And they barely could do anything at all.
Yep, and OR on the other side, this was the moment where I really felt that, from here on, the domination might start from them. Team Soul on the other side, they were busy picking up those finishes. They knew that that is one thing they can rely on. And this is where I said that Team OR could actually come in from the side of Team Soul, clear them off, and then make it inside the circuit. But still, they held on to the high ground, which was a good thing for them. Did help them out for a really long time. But Soul, the most vulnerable point, and EXO was not looking at them. That is where everything was lost.
Oh, they struck in at the right nick of time. But still, credits to OR. And this is where I really felt that Maxi, had he gone after the players of Team Soul, I think they could have been denied that second spot. Instead, going after OR Esports, a little bit of a hesitance on those triggers really helped to get that little breath of air and to get themselves back reset into the fight. Now, this is where Global Esports, they were not the most aggressive bunch, but they were the tactical bunch in the lobby this time, staying away from fight. Now they understand the gravity of the situation. They understand that they need to get those chicken dinners. They need to start getting consistent. And, they've been taking a lot of risks, and somehow they've all been working out.
I mean, Jelly staying alive has always been crucial for them, right? Before this, we saw that Jelly, at least today, he's been the first person to get taken down, just like Sensei. And then after that, it was pretty hard for him to carry the team. But eventually, he's one of the biggest support for the team as well, right? He does give the right kind of backup and also step up when required. All four men standing. It was an amazing game.
It certainly was. And now I believe is a time for an analysis segment where Arka comes in and gives his insight on how Global Esports did manage to get this beautiful chicken dinner. We're going to take you through the rotations of all the players.
Absolutely. It was not just the side of Global for me. It was also the side of Seoul as well. But as we already pointed out, this is the side of Global coming in. Look at that rotation coming in from the side of Nakul. He was the one man who was sticking to the center, looting around the area of Le Cabrera, but again, Manya from below. Look at where he drops in and where he moves around. He was the lone man over there. But for me, it was Joker who was also doing an amazing job with Ronnie. Again, both of them sticking together as a team. 3 different players from the top and 1 player from the bottom. Manya played it so well. And from there on, the rest was history. But coming back to the side of Team Seoul, because they also were kind of to the center itself. Look at the least rotation which has been coming over there from one player. They did not go away from Picardo too much. That is where they ended up getting taken down as well, as Hector was the only man lurking around here and there, and we all know which is one other man who could have rotated with him. That's going to be Goblin right now. He also rotated here and there, tried to pick up as many finishes as possible, as the IGL on the other side was looking out for the backside. We can see that, on the bottom of our screens where they were just moving around as well. Any other team you want me to step into at this point of time?
I think we could also take a look at OR.
Yep, OR Esports on the other side. They were also pretty much important in this game. As we can see, they also come in way far away from the side of Porto. It was Oro and then Atanki and Aditya as well as Jelly. All of them came in together, coming in from the side of Le Bandeta, and then eventually all they held was the high grounds over there. We can see that, through those craters also again they were holding high grounds, and also they were holding some hard covers. Eventually, it all happened in the open.
It all happened, and it did indeed. But this is where we've been talking about Team Seoul and how they would have rotated to the Picardo Hills, right? This was something we did anticipate, and we called it out for Global Esports. I was getting a little bit scared. But the best part is how late they rotated inside the circle, right? They let every single Seoul pass, every single team pass, and then they realized that this is the perfect area to push in, because they knew that Team Seoul, they would be on the centers. Picardo is going to be vacant. That's a perfect avenue to enter in from. It was so beautiful to watch. But for OR Esports, like I said, they got back to their old ways. They realized, this little split, this little different things, different strats is clearly not working out. And I think they've got a really consistent game in this one.
Now, as we also saw their route map, they always went to the high ground wherever it was possible for them, because they wanted to know what's happening in front of them. One, for information. Second one, to pick up any kind of finishes if it's there in front of them. And then eventually the rotation helped out for them, where they went under it and then again coming back on the top. Probably they could have done the same in the final moments of the game against the side of Team Seoul, but Jelly was like, it's fine, we're dominating in the middle, let's just continue our domination over here. But very well played from the side of Team OR as well.
Oh yeah, indeed, they played till the very end, right? At that final moment, few little hiccups. Maybe they were out of options, clearly, right? This is where, it comes to speculations. Had they taken that fight with Team EXO above for the higher ground, could have been different. But it was, again, like you said, Snacks is on a whole different level right now. The kind of damage numbers he's getting, and even Fierce joining the fray along with him. Both these players would have ensured they were the king of the hills, and would have denied or thwarted Team OR Esports off. And while they were engaging, maybe Seoul could have also played a spoil sport into that entire picture. But regardless, Big Brother Esports also. This is, again, one of those teams that we really need to talk about, because they were not really visible on the aggressive front, but boy oh boy did they survive.
Yeah, and they survived to the best. One last man standing. He knew he had to be composed. He was just holding one place. He was just looking around only over the horizon, where he knew that if he was getting shot from the top, he couldn't do anything much about it. His concentration was completely towards the side of GE, not allowing them to come up a little more further towards him. And ultimately, when they did come in, by then he had taken a few finish points on the right side as well against the side of Team OR, or probably from the side of Team EXO, but still did an amazing job. So you need to have that one player in your team who actually survives until the end. For the side of Team OR, I think we can give it to Athanki. Then when it comes to BB, we found a man for himself. And when it comes to Team EXO, it's better to leave Sensei out there, but ultimately we are seeing that, Snacks or Punk does it lately.
Oh, he definitely does. And it was a beautiful game of Miramar. We've all been waiting for EXO's comeback, and I think somehow they have gotten themselves back into the mix. But for Hyderabad Hydras, I do not know what they're really up to. But what I know about this beautiful device in my hand is the perfect answer to all your gaming endeavors. But now we're going to take a look at what our sponsors from iQOO have for you in this beautiful video. FPS in BGMI coming soon, XP, and I'm really excited about that. But what I'm also excited for is the final game of Erangel, because we do have a few teams really picking the pace up. Global Esports, can they get that top spot in the final game?
Well, it looks like Global and Team Seoul, they have a little competition, of course, breaking out. They have 3 chicken dinners each, and they obviously want to surpass one another in that aspect. Now, 19 points is what separates the two teams. And Team Seoul, again, they did have a good outing this time around. But whenever the circle kind of tends to shift away from them, that is when they find themselves in a bit of a conundrum. And you know what? We're going to come back to that, because we have something for all you lovely viewers out there. We are going to be giving a lot of BGMI merchandise your way. And, well, you can get yourself some cool T-shirts and some water bottles to beat the heat. All you have to do is follow the link down below and make sure you predict which team is going to be on top as far as points is concerned. But we're not done yet, because we have 10 iQOO Neo 6s to give away as well.
Of course, all you've got to do is head our way to the chat section. We've got a pinned comment out there. All you've got to click on that link, fill it up, and if you're lucky, you never know, the stars might align. But this is where, XP, I'm going to bring a little bit of masala over here. Global Esports had been picking fights against Team Hydra in the league stages final days. Now imagine we are in the final day of the grand finals, and Global Esports are on their way to the glory to get that top spot, and suddenly Hydra comes in out of nowhere and spoils their game. Imagine that.
It could happen, but again, the thing is, in the grand finals, right, every single team, no matter what position you are going to be ending up in, are going to walk away with a chunk of that massive 2 crore prize pool. So the thing is, suppose even if you are going to be ending up with, say, something around 20, maybe 10, 8, whatever lakhs, right, you don't want to kind of just, jeopardize that. So it could happen. Of course, teams at the bottom that have nothing to lose can have that happening. But for now, we're going to ask a question to ourselves, because Arko Upadhyaya has a question. And, well, it says, what will the team rely on most at this stage of the tournament? Position points or finish points?
The former, of course, it's a no-brainer, right? At this point, you could clearly see such an aggressive team like Global Esports resorting to the position points. We've been watching all these teams, every one of them playing for the center. Same goes with EXO, same goes with OR. Team Seoul has been doing this time and again. And Global Esports, somehow, they figured out how to take the center in the end.
See, again, if you do have the position towards the end, as you correctly mentioned, position points are definitely something that are going to give you a big chunk of the points. But the thing is, it gives you a little chance to actually finish anything that moves in the distance, so you can rack up those finish points as well. So you might notice one thing. Whoa, I mean, I guess my headset is just acting a bit weird. But again, we are going to be out of the studio right now, as for the last time in this day, before all the carnage does visit this island. We're going to be having a look at the map of Erangel, and fear not, this is not the plane that has already crashed down. This is going to be what it is near the shooting range. However, the big bird that is going to take to the skies is still alive and kicking.
And this is where I'm really looking forward to where the circle will be this time, right? Last time it was a northern circle. We did see Global Esports again come out on top. They've already accrued 2 chicken dinners in this evening. But this is one of those games where I would really love maybe Global Esports get another one and get that top spot, something to fight for tomorrow.
Well, again, it is going to be midway through the grand finals as far as day 2 is concerned once this map is done and dusted with. But again, I love these beauty shots, right? Because it just gives you an idea of how serene and how peaceful this map is. But once all these 64 players are going to be dropping down from the heavens above, well, it is going to be just a bit problematic. But again, that's the beauty of this competition, right? The iQOO BMPS, because we love the fact that till the end, till the final game, it is going to be nail-biting and it is going to be a close affair because for now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time in day 2 of the iQOO BMPS Grand Finals, well, we are going to be bidding adieu to the factory that is abandoned over here at Melter because the big bird is already up in the sky and looks like teams are going to be dropping down as we speak.
All right, this is one of those flight paths I think that all the teams are going to love and adore, right? Kind of a flight path that dissects the map into 2 halves, and this is where we're not going to witness anything fancy because Erangel has always been one of those maps where teams haven't really taken a lot of risks. It all did come down to how the circle shifted, how they're making their path inside the zone. But anything out of ordinary, I'm going to spot it out, and so far it's been kind of stable.
So far, so good, because, last time what we did see in Erangel was a couple of teams did head down to the military base, and I'm talking about yesterday, because they anticipated the circle might shift to the south. However, it was a northern circle, and boy, oh boy, Global Esports, they had a little bit of an issue coming back in. But as the teams are going to be dropping down, nothing out of the ordinary, as you said. Once again, Team EXO calling Milta their home. Nigma Galaxy on a split at the Milta power plant, and of course Lipovka, and our Esports as usual heading to Novorupnoy.
And our Esports have been having such a tough day in the office right now. Every single time they try to rotate around, they face a lot of issues. But this is really interesting, likey as well, because this is where teams like INS have a really good chance in reclaiming the spot into the top 8.
Speaking of teams like Team INS, even Esports Wala WSF comes to mind because at the beginning of the grand finals, they were showing something interesting. They put their best foot forward. They came in swinging. In fact, had a few finishes. However, they've been on a little bit of a decline since then. But again, it is still going to be midway after this game, so they all have another 12, I beg your pardon, to go to make something out of this tournament. But for now, Kinetic God, he does have a weapon in his hands, as Hyderabad Hydras, as usual, are going to be traversing just north of them. But, ooh, this is interesting because Ace Black is going to be down over there. And now this is the time Kinetic God is going to let loose a few shots. In fact, it is going to not connect at all. And he realizes that, it is all done for. Because if that buggy comes towards him, it could run him over. However, the Hydra boys, well, they're going to go to their greener pastures.
Of course. Now, for Hyderabad, Hydras was so important for them to escape from that situation because every single time it has been a major issue for them. Now, this is going to hinder their, spot a little bit as taking a look at those maps. You found something interesting, it seems.
Have a look at that. Esports Wala WSF are going to be coming down from Zarki, and in fact, they are going to be on the other end of Northern Georgia. Now, that is where things could get interesting because, they have a couple of team members in front of them. If they realize that only one man from Hyderabad Hydras is currently looting, pretty much, I wonder if he's aware that anybody's nearby because he does seem a little blissfully unaware. But, it could be problematic. And again, Fixes, it's something that Hyderabad Hydras won't expect.
This is something that has been happening from the grand finals, right? From the inception, Esports Wala WSF have decided to always drop at the northwestern Georgia Paul spot. And I really feel that they've got a little bit of a truce going on, a little bit of olive branch being raised. And
this part of the city is mine.
They never meddle with each other. And Hyderabad Hydras have been given that room and space. But now, considering how, the circle really shifts, now what do you think? Is it going to go down south or is it going to stay around the central land?
I wanted to go down south. I've always loved action on the military island itself because, again, that is where teams like Team INS can really capitalize on the situation. We do want to see some bridge blocks happening, which never have really, turned out the way we expect them to. Even now, I think till this stage, We've seen a few fights take place. However, gone are the days when you had all those vehicles blocking the roads because, well, that is not the meta anymore.
Yeah.
However, I did hear Arca and you speak earlier about Team EXO and their comeback. Do you think it's going to be real?
I think considering day 1, day 2 has certainly been a good day in the office for these boys. One other thing is, of course, they really need to try and focus all their men in keeping them alive. Because now you're talking about Team EXO trying to play a different style of play, playing a lot around the center. That is where you cannot afford to lose Sensei at all.
And of course, since Sensei is the one, he does do the IGLing, and he is the reconnaissance man as well. He does have a little dicey situation for himself at all times because, it is a gamble, right? And if things do not go their way, well, they are going to lose him. And although he's still in their ears, right? I mean, he's still going to be a part of the game. Being in the game and just watching it are completely different things.
Oh yeah, and it's not just about Sensei, right? You need to have all 4 players of your team alive, especially at times like this. Because, you talk about Team EXO, they're always played from the edges. It was Sensei's only job was to try and get his team to a perfect spot now where they could fight. Now, when you're playing around the center, you need to have vision all across the map, 360 degrees. You do not have a blind spot. Now, when that happens, it is such a huge cause of concern for Team EXO because after that, somewhere down the line, someone really capitalizes and they go falling down.
They do go falling down indeed. And, well, OR Esports did fall in the last couple of games as well, coming close to getting a few chicken dinners for themselves, just shy of that finish line. But again, for now, they do have the school and the apartments nearby under their control, which means loot is going to be aplenty. And we know that FS Esports, they love dropping in Rozhok to the north. Kinetic are going to be dropping at the Water City and the Ruins just a bit to the northwest, which means there is a chance that teams might head their way, but they always seem to avoid this particular area.
Now, this is where things get really interesting. What I can spot on the minimap is Team Enigma making some quick rotations from the eastern side, right? RV is taken over the Potato Hills area. Now, this is where Team Enigma, you've got to talk about them because every single time they've been the most consistent team in Erangel.
Well, that is interesting, but another thing that is interesting is the fact that Hitman and one of his teammates went north of the river, just north of Rozhok, because A, the circle isn't there. I guess they were trying to get some vehicles for themselves. They might have seen something in the distance, and, well, Kinetic God, if you do bang into a tree, normally, luckily, this is a game, you are going to have some major issues with your vehicle. But I love the fact that, no teams are going to be pretty much doing anything at this point as far as fights or engagements are concerned, because we did have a look at the circle, barring maybe a couple of teams, Nigma Galaxy and Hydra officials, and of course all the teams that are in Georgia Paul. Everyone else has the nice little spot in the circle. However, Global Esports, buddy, could be in prime position to get a few finishes of the boys from Esports 1 or WSF, and even Hyderabad Hydras for that matter.
Now, considering their body language from what we've seen them playing, how they've been playing across the past few games, they've really hesitated from taking any fights. The Global Esports, right? Now, once they, now I think their major concern will be trying to getting inside the circle over here. But while we are speaking, right, Team Soul, they've been making moves. Heading from Gatka, now this is where they have got to call few shots, right? Do they engage against Team INS, take that lighthouse compound to themselves, hold that intersection point, or they play from a different area, maybe possibly through jungle?
Have a look at it on the map. Exactly. We are going to talk about Team Soul. They love being king of the hill, right? Because they're going to be going for that high ground, that massive mountain west of Pachinki. And, well, they are going to control that position. In fact, from there, you can see pretty much any and everything moving in the distance in a 360 angle around you. Now, you did mention Team INS. Looks like they could be on a bit of a collision course sooner or later because they're going to try and move to the north. Get that little compound down below, that little ridge that we are used to seeing just north of the gas station. So, again, a lot of plays are possible here. But for now, everyone's just going to find their little niche for themselves.
Now, what's really interesting, XP, is everyone sort of, congregating towards that left side of the bridge. Now, take a look at the mini-map, and the right side is pretty much vacant, and maybe Nigma Galaxy could find a very good path if the circle goes a little down south.
They could indeed, and, well, speaking of your maps, something is happening on our screen over here. There you have it. It's going to be back because the circle is going to be closing in a few short seconds, and this is going to be one of the moments that kind of gives the teams an idea as to where the action is going to be heading because, well, like you mentioned, everyone is kind of close to one another, but they aren't going to be taking any shots as yet because it isn't necessary. But once the migration starts happening, that is when all hell is going to break loose, because I do believe in a few seconds you did spot something. Well, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I was just waiting for the circle to be shifting. Finally, it's in front of us.
T-minus, buddy.
And T-minus, and even Autobotz, as a matter of fact, have a really good position. Because, this circle does have those tendencies sometimes, to go a little down south towards that western shoreline of Sosnovka military base. And anything could possibly happen, but for now, it's going to be so much traffic around the central areas.
I mean, just have a look at all those vehicles moving on your screen. Team EXO, I'm a bit afraid for them, because although they have just driven past Big Brother, there you have it. Shots are going to be fired as Enigma Gaming are going to let loose a few shots in their direction. Now, Team Seoul, they have their vehicles traversing across the plains and fields of, Gatka back again, somewhere they are really comfortable with. Now, they also have a lot of options, right? But looks like action is going to break out. It is going to be Team EXO Sensei who goes down once again. Punk is going to be taken down, and Evert, he did do his job, because it was his teammate Crazy Soul from the side who came in and made sure, well, his teammate is still going to be alive and kicking. But now this is going to be problematic, because Crazy Soul, he's got to go up against two members from Team EXO. Question is he going to get his little bit of respite coming in from behind? Because I do see a couple of more colors coming in, but he's got it enough over here, as he's going to make sure he finishes what he started. And there you have it. Team INS, we did predict this fixes, are going to have a few finishes for themselves.
Oh, indeed. As Big Brother, they might find themselves in a little bit of a situation. A few of the players already knocked out. But it was indeed Team Enigma that decided to push at their direction, had to pay the hefty price. But this is where, the discussion comes down. Team EXO have never taken fights in those early games, right? They're really not conditioned to fight for the center, as a result of which they had to be just shoved away from what they were trying to do.
Well, speaking of shoved away, looks like Enigma Gaming are going to be survived by just one man, as Zen OP is going to be blown to smithereens courtesy of Aru from OR Esports. Now, speaking of the one man for Enigma Gaming, I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it is going to be Avi. There you have it. Now, his position is going to be given away. He doesn't really have a lot of healings on him. Those 6 bandages is basically everything that he has, and he's going to be hoping, in fact praying to the gods above, that please let the circle come down this way, because BB, well, they aren't going to be looking down just yet.
And this is where, Avi, I do not understand why he's using these bandages, because already you're fully boosted up. Eventually you're going to get those points, as Hydra are in a little bit of a collision course against Kinetic, as Part not just one, but gets 2 knocks, and he's looking for even more.
I do believe it was Pav and his teammate Dynamite from the other end was making sure that he is covered. Have a look at that. You just saw him on his screen right now. In fact, the second one is going to go his way, because, well, Pav just has one finish, but this is what teamwork's all about. Now, he must have given the call that, hey, guys, somebody's coming on my position. Dynamite must have just been laying down on the ground, making sure he's prone, but now coming back to that little bit of a replay, Ewert once again starting things off. He jumps. He almost got knocked out, but he did get the better of Sensei.
Oh, he certainly did. But it was Crazy Soul, right? Has to be the MVP. The way Shane just rammed in and gets the one knock there, gets the final finish out there. And Team Enigma, and now this is such a huge blow for them, considering they were the ones who were contesting for the top spot, right? Now, getting eliminated so early on, I mean, Avi is the lonesome player surviving, but I expect him to get away pretty much sooner or later, because if the circle shifts away from his, he's done for.
Speaking of things shifting around, it looks like the boys from Hydra Esports could be walking in a bit of a trap, because I did see FS right in front of them, as Knuckle is going to try and get some attention, and, well, the circle is going to implode in on itself, and Avi is still going to be a happy man unless someone else decides to drop down to the water along with him. But on the western front, Team Seoul could be gearing up to lay down shots in Global Esports' direction.
Of course, now this is where I really love the positioning coming in from Hyderabad Hydras, the way they have stationed themselves. The same goes with INS. They have to defend that gas station with all their might. Now this is where OR Esports really need to make this game count. But considering the fact that you've got teams like Nigma Galaxy and Kinetic on their tails, they really need to watch out for them.
They do need to watch out, and, well, looks like Soul Omega has an idea or has an inkling. His spidey senses are tingling, because he did have some vehicles in the distance, and now Hector is going to be on hand to give him any support if need be. Now, while this is happening, they might just spot something down below. There you have it. That's what I was going to talk about, because the Fox is going to be out in that green Lamborghini, and for now, he's going to be lucky and still alive. Maybe I spoke a bit too soon. Damn, can that car fly?
not the right terrains to fly that car, and not the right time, definitely not for Autobotz. But somehow they managed to keep themselves alive in this particular spot. Now, again, we've got into a little bit of a hiatus over here, right? Nothing much happening around, and for now, you know, it's all about the next circle shift. I have a slight, feeling in my gut. It might go a little towards the northern side. Now, that is way out in the open. Now, teams like Hyderabad Hydras, I feel they've got a really good spot. Now, this really comes down to the rotations coming in. Now, take a look at Hydra officials and Global Esports, making sure every team goes in, and that is where they decide to push.
I kind of feel that Big Brothers are going to be in a good spot. Again, you like you mentioned, it might just go to the north. Now, the thing is it going to go to that little hill southwest of Pochinki? We're going to have to wait and find out, because shots are going to be fired, as the Autobots are just going to make sure that, you know, Team Seoul are kept engaged. But that's where the problem lies for them. Global Esports could be moving in, and, well, things could be a little problematic. But have a look at that. You just pointed out on the screen right now, Sarang is about 500 meters away. Again, making sure they have a nice little spot for themselves, and then Aladdin is going to come in. After that, Spray God and Savathar might come in, or maybe they might just focus their attention to FS Esports. And looks like we have a few fish in the water, as Kinetic God has decided to take a little swim.
Oh yeah, it's the summers, and I'm not going to blame him, considering...
I don't mind one right now.
Yeah, indeed. And at this point, Team Kinetic, I mean, go for it, right? Considering you've got a few losses already on your side, all you need to do is try and survive, get a few position points for yourself. But if the circle shifts north, then it goes all awry for them. But for now, Nigma Galaxy, the way they've been playing, right? They've been pretty much, focusing a lot on those position points. They haven't really been aggressive. They tried to do that in the game of Miramar. Didn't succeed for a moment, though, but the happiness was really short-lived.
It was short-lived, and there you have it. Mania is going to be coming in first, as usual, for the members of Team Global Esports, but he pulls a quick Huey. In fact, before the shots even landed on his buggy, I think he might have spotted some commotion in all that shrubbery, as the circle, well, it's going to be imploding in. It is going to be on the north. Team INS are going to be at the center. The question for you, Fixers, is we know they can do it. We know they have the gunpowder. But are they going to get a little crazy? Because for now, looks like Tango is going to open up on Jadu from our esports.
They're going to get sandwiched for sure.
That's
but
what I feel.
For now, Global Esports and Team Seoul really in close proximity to each other. Now, this is where it comes, right? Now, they have to push in for a compound, maybe the one that Hyderabad Hydras are holding out for. But the moment they do that, it could be INS that can strike. But look at Hero. He's just getting clobbered down from every direction. And finally, he's been taken out.
He has been taken out, and Karan is going to make sure he makes him a wooden box. Now, the problem is his position has been given away, because from the other end, I do believe it's the Autobots that are going to be letting loose all that caliber in their direction, as Canary, although they have lost one of their members, is going to make sure he falls back to solid fortification. Again, a good move in my opinion, because elsewhere, Jelly, oh my goodness, looks like his hands were a bit jelly, as he actually did wobble and throw a grenade on himself.
I mean... At this point, you can understand the pressure really building up.
Let's see what happened.
Let's see. It's around the jungle area. Oh, it kind of ricochets from that little tree. And I can feel the frustration on his face right now. As Canary, he spotted out the players of Esports, while WSF could fight in any given moment, as Rockstar somehow trying to defend.
Oh, he is going to try and defend him. Of course, he knows his little nooks and crannies over here. In fact, just shooting through the staircase over there. But now he knows the enemy is outside. He only has 7 bullets. He is going to go in for that reload. But did he hear something come in behind him? I think he did hear it a bit slow. And now he's going to make sure he just keeps them at bay. He knows they're inside. He is going to be lobbing a Molotov, making sure it burns down the door as well, forcing them out. And of course, he could almost have got the knock, but there you have it. The fire is going to do all the work, and now he's going to be focusing on Karan itself. If he gets it over here, Esports, well, WSF, mind you, survived by still one more man. Oh my goodness, surviving by a sliver of HP.
How is he still alive, as Rockstar really needs to go in? But look at Tango providing that cover fire from the Wizard Tower. Rockstar still alive though. How on earth is this man still breathing XP?
Because he's a rock star, and looks like everything is going according to him, as Karan is going to go in for the revive against all odds. This is where Canary could be trouble for them, because the grenade is in his hands. The grenade is going to be thrown. The grenade is going to go boom, and there you have it. Karan is going to be taken down, but Rockstar is finally going to be taken down, I do believe, from Tango, who ran in perfect motion over there, because he was quick. Had he not done that, that grenade would have got him as well.
But right now, a little bit of a breathing space. This is where Canary can get that revive. Now, Tango, he really is trying to restrict himself from making that move. A lot of thoughts going on, but Pachwa could pull off the play of his life. He needs to bounce it. Has he connected? No, it's going to be the answer.
Oh, well, he's lucky that it didn't go out because Curran was over there elsewhere. INS are going to be taking the fight to 7Cs. That Sarang is going to be brought down. And the Canary, oh no, somebody clipped the wings as Thunky is going to steal that finish away from INS as Sarang is going to be blown to smithereens. Now, Bajwa, again, only has bandages to work with. We can't blame him. He does need some time to patch himself up as Tango finally comes down to make sure he gives his teammates some much-needed respite.
No, I do not know how they've still survived till now, but finally Hydras decide to hit at where the Hyderabad Hydras are in. It's all about the names over here, trying to establish who's the true Hydra over here. Now, considering the fact the situation, Hyderabad Hydras had the entire compound to themselves, barring this little warehouse. Now, this is where Hydra decided to attack, and look at that circle shift right out in the open. 7C might have got this.
They might have got this, but the problem is they are one man down. Now, speaking of Hydra official, they are going to be taking the fight to Hyderabad Hydras, but coming in from behind, I kind of feel that FS Esports might just take a few pop shots at them because they are going to be taking some cover on the other side of the ball. There you have it. Ace Black and Manti are going to be in the corner. A Molotov is going to be lobbed as shots are going to be fired elsewhere. The circle is going to be closing in the next 5 seconds. But again, I love the fact that it's keeping everyone on the toes. And I do believe here, Fixes, Hydra officials are wasting some much-needed time, some valuable time over here because, well, Team Soul could be fighting them from the back lines. But also, they won't really have too many options as they move to the next zone.
Of course. I mean, at this point, Team INS have to put on their dancing shoes because they've got the perfect spot. They've got the perfect ridge to play around. But look at Jackson just firing across as 7C. They're being pushed over by the players of Esports while WSF. How on earth are they going to defend XP?
Well, a grenade or a Molotov could have gone in over there, but looks like they are going to be running away. And now Tango is going to be brought down. And oh my goodness, this is a team wipe unlike any other. 7C Aladdin's grenade is going to be the Achilles heel over here. As of course it was being cooked, it did slip from his hands and two teams went out with a bang. Just the way we like it. Woo!
Just the way we like it. And this is what we want in the final game of the Wrangle, ladies and gentlemen.
You just said, sorry to cut you up, you just said 7C's in a good spot. There you have it, they're out.
They're out, and this is where Team INS, this is where they have to defend with all their might. Beautiful grenade coming in from Shane. Gets a beautiful pick on Hector, and as Goblin also falls down, INS have to put it for a good spot.
From behind, it was Global Esports who are going to be a thorn in their side, and this gave INS enough time to kind of reposition themselves because they know Soul's going to be coming in from that spot, and we were just talking about this, Rich. This is going to be instrumental now. One grenade, one crazy grenade could be problematic for Team Soul. It did get some damage as Goblin is going to be brought down, and looks like Soul Esports are now going to be a three-man squad. INS Shane, on the other hand, making sure he positions his vehicle just right as Lakshat is going to take the fight to Hydra, I do believe, who's coming in because Hector was just lost to them.
Team Soul, they're fighting against teams, three squads at this moment, and Joker, somehow out in the open, gets taken down by the players of Autobotz as Mania just goes pushing in. Is he going to make it? Nope. No is going to be the answers as OR Esports dig the final nail in a coffin for them.
They do indeed, and now their work is going to be cut out as well. They do have 7 finishes. Of course, a good start to this game for them, but they're going to have the Autobots coming in from the south as well. You have a look at your finish feed. Mania did go down to the team. Now, FS Esports again, I do believe they left it a bit too late. They do have a few hay bales. Oh my goodness, one more bullet or a gust of wind would have taken K47 off his feet.
Oh, it certainly would have, but look at Crazy Soul. I love this lad. Another grenade just following Soul. Needs to get that finish completed, but for Hyderabad Hydras down, they're all pincered down to one particular direction. One more grenade and the entire squad could go out in a jiffy.
The entire squad could be taken out, but this is going to give FS Esports some much needed respite because, well, looks like BB are going to be coming under fire as it's going to be Nigma Galaxy taking the fight straight to them. And have a look at how many burning vehicles you have around that little shack. Have a look at how many crates are going to be over there because I can, of course, count at least 7 already. The question is, are the boys from Nigma Galaxy going to add to that little death count because, well, they are taking a fight against the enemy, and now the Autobots, as we mentioned earlier, are going to be pushing in on OR Esports' position. I like what they're doing. Grenades are coming in. Aditya realizes something went clonk, clonk, clonk right next to him. He's going to reposition himself. Perfect timing over here from the lad.
I love this, but you know what I would love more is a little bit of a smoke coming in from OR Esports. Need to get Aditya back up on the feet, but no. Orva from the backline does all that damage, also takes down Aru in the process.
It is going to be a 2-on-2 situation. Mr. Ideal is going to go in. Now it's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Orva coming in from the other side. It's going to be 1-on-1 as it's going to be Thunky on the other side of this warehouse, and well, Orva on this side. Now the thing is, the revive is coming in. Aru is going to be relaying this information. The sounds are going to be given out. The shots are going to be fired. The barrel is going to do all the talking. Yes, it does. He does connect a few shots. He does try to duck under cover. Unfortunately, Orva's UMP is the one that is going to make sure they're still in this game. 7 finishes for themselves. OR Esports out in a blink of an eye.
3 players have been taken down by Orva in that particular situation as Akshat's tail crawling in. I do not know how he still survived, but still he's breathing at this point, has made it inside the circle as Hyderabad Hydras and INS can fight at any given moment.
Well, they can't fight at any given moment. There you have it. Shots are going to be fired. Carry did overextend just a little bit. Looks like his teammate went down as well. And Akshat is the one who is going to be relentless. In fact, he does get a couple of finishes for himself. His position has been given away, but lucky for him, that bush is going to come in handy. Now he slinks his way to the left. He patches himself up. And we talked about this lad on our screens. 4 finishes for himself. 5 for the team of Team Soul. And now, Fixes. He is hungry for more. The unsung hero for Team Soul.
Indeed he is, but look at Onyx finally surviving with a sliver of HP. Gets taken down by Orva. He is on a rampage now at this particular moment as Autobotz. Mr. IGL extending a little too much and had to pay that hefty price.
He did pay the price indeed, but have a look at what's happening atop the hill. Team INS are still going to have to fend off against Hyderabad Hydras, but looks like Maxi's taken down, and now they are going to have a little bit of fresh breath there heading their way. Apollo switching to that DP28, making sure the stability comes in play. And well, as far as the Hyderabad Hydras is concerned, then there was only one.
And there was only one, is what Chip said right now. But Autobots, they have to get inside the circle somehow, as it is in a no man's land. And now, considering the fact that they have 3 players, 9 finishes, a very promising game so far, these lads, as they have to take their way up from down below. But now, at this given point, Soul Akshat, he's still alive, he's still breathing. He can get inside the circle, but needs to watch out for the boys of INS from far behind us. Manti did see that coming from miles afar.
Oh, he did indeed. And Hyderabad Hydras are going to be saying bye-bye in the 5th position with 5 finishes for themselves. Now, Autobots, they are going to make the move. They've got to be careful about Apollo's position because they know where MJ and Dreams are. But the thing is, Apollo could be a little bit of a thorn as shots are going to be fired as MJ is going to reload on the move. And of course, where you see smoke, chances are you are going to lay down some lead. And knock has come in, and a lucky shot could connect and give him yet another.
Now, Nigma Galaxy somehow, against all odds, making sure they have that little bit of a smoky trail, have made it inside the circle. This is where Apollo is well stationed. He knows where the boys from Autobots are. He knows that they're going to try and push in, wants to stop them at their path, wants to keep them at bay at this particular moment. But look at Autobots. They're also creeping in. Everyone one with the nature, as finally Nigma Galaxy are taking some fire from elsewhere.
They are, and Apollo, like a coiled viper, ready to strike, can do it at the right moment, because I do believe MJ's position once again has been given away. Orbo's going to go out, Dreams, you better move, and of course he's going to be blown to smithereens as he's brought down onto his bloody knees, and Orbo's going to make sure he capitalizes on that finish as quickly as possible. Now this is where Molotovs are going to be held, or are going to be hurled in his direction, but INS probably from the other side. There you have it, Crazy Soul is going to be playing spoilsport as MJ is taken down, and now Apollo, well, we know that he can take the weight of the world on his shoulders, but can he survive under this pressure?
And this is where Crazy Soul, he's making the moves, the big brain plays, goes charging in, the revivals are already been given, and Nigma Galaxy, they're anticipating this push coming in from Shane from the backlines, is a punching bag as Crazy Soul gets one. Can he get the other? Yes, he does. No! As Apollo makes a standoff and somehow comes out swinging.
Shane would have known that someone's at this tree. He just pretty much gave his life up, and well, his teammate couldn't really do anything. That was a little bit of an oopsie. That was a big blunder, but Solakshat still surviving till the end. And well, the god himself, Apollo, is here to make a statement. Now, he does have the bush for himself. Looks like Apollo's position is going to be given away. Lucky for him, Fixes. The gods above, well, they are his friends after all. They're going to be sending a drop in his direction. But looks like shots are going to be fired. And well, Autobots are looking good at this point.
Does get the MG3 when he needed it the most. But Akshat, I do not know. I mean, Soul, God knows who's blessing them from above. They've made it. He's not going to move a muscle at this point. Every player of Autobots just passing by. Oh, He's going to watch them all. He knows there's someone on the backline still hasn't broken out as Apollo gets abolished. And there you have it. The shots coming in. One player down already. But look at your backlines.
Well, he is going to be looking at the backline. He's going to go for another finish. It's not going to be enough because the Autobotz have finally assembled in the last game over here in Wrangle. They are going to be taking that chicken dinner home. And, well, as we do head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, they're going to be a happy bunch of people.
Oh, they certainly will be as we take a look at the point standings. Autobotz and Norva just gave this man the iQOO MVP away.
100%.
The way he's played, but Akshat so relentless, never giving up and making sure. This is why I consider him the best player from Team Soul, right? Given the opportunity when the time arrives, he always steps up. Now Team Soul, they were kind of clobbered in from every possible direction, but this man still survived till the end.
See, Goblin, of course, is one of their front runners as far as his gunplay is concerned, but Akshat has that intelligence. He knows when to do what, and that, of course, is why he is one of the best IGLs out there as well. But Team Soul, second position for them, 17 points, sharing it with Enigma Galaxy, who had 7 finishes in this game. Now, Team INS. Oh my goodness, I kind of think they kind of threw this away. Shane was a bit oblivious, maybe a bit of miscommunication, but now let's find out who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. It isn't going to be Orba, who of course even I kind of thought might have got it. It's going to be Apollo himself, 5 finishes, 1,026 points of damage.
Oh indeed, and he's been amazing so far. We're going to talk so much about that fight, and I understand what INS were trying to pull off over there, but Enigma Galaxy, again, pretty late inside the circle. We could see from their body language that they were playing a little bit slow. They knew that the hard shift is going to be there. But taking a look at the top 5 leaders, there you have it, Orva on the second spot.
And of course, he's going to be joined by INS's Crazy Soul as usual, because once this guy starts rattling off those shots, well, he is nigh unstoppable. 4 finishes, 3 assists for himself, 931 points of damage, and of course, Akshat and the Fox are going to be joining him as well. But now let's have a look and see exactly what happened, because the match summary is popping up, and well, looks like we do have 6 grenade finishes, but it was the bullets that were doing all the talking.
Oh, indeed they were. And at this, given game that we had in front of us, it got so chaotic, right? It's all begun with that first fight that we had, the proper 4v4 INS and Team EXO. And we were talking about EXO having a really good time, and suddenly it all went into folly, right? They were not prepared to contest for the center and had to pay a hefty price.
Well, now we're going to have a visual representation of the finishes and the damage, and well, as far as the big teams that did go in and take those fights, damage is going to be pretty much even Stevens, with the 1922 being the highest at this point. And let me tell you one thing, except for the Autobotz, a lot of other teams did have a fair share of the finishes. But what always stands out is, again, Team EXO. Boy, I mean, they were just getting caught left, right, and center. It's the rotations, once again, fixes as we are going to be moving into the overall standings. And, well, the Autobots are going to move up to the 6th position.
Now, this is what we love about them, right? The final game comes in, they get everything that they have, channel their inner souls, and there you have it at the 6th spot. But Team Soul finally building up a very healthy lead over Global Esports, considering how they've been playing. But Hyderabad Hydras have finally managed to pick up pace, have entered into the top 8 again.
I mean, it's like a little love-hate relationship, right? Because yesterday they came up to the first page, they went back down. Today they came up to the first page, they went back down. Now at the end, they're in a position where we've kind of seen them most comfortable. But, Fixes, with 2 days of action remaining, with 12 games in hand, we are now at the midway point, and oh boy, things are going to get even hotter from here on forth.
Oh, indeed it is. And now look at the difference between all these teams out here, right? XP, Hyderabad Hydras at the 91st points over here with the 8th position, but on the 9th, maybe after we get a little bit of a insight on that second page, and there you have it, Big Brother Esports at 89 points, and till Hydra official, or maybe Enigma Galaxy or 7C, it's still out in the open.
Hey man, I mean, alright, now I'm not going to rule out our Esports and Team Kinetic just yet, because yes, they have a monumental task ahead of them, right? I mean, it's David versus Goliath at this point. But again, I wonder what they're going to do tomorrow, because like I said, I do believe the 16th place position goes away with 1 lakh, which again is a lot of money. But when you compare it to 70, it is pretty much just a fraction. Now, what I want to say is, maybe what you had anticipated early on, maybe some of these teams could do it. Because, even if they do go in to spoil the party for someone, and bring one of the big boys down. If they get those finishes, they might just climb higher and get a bigger chunk of that moolah all for themselves.
Now, today we've been talking about that little disparity between the teams. Finally that lead being built up, and Team Soul has had a phenomenal day in the office so far. But global esports, I really thought towards the end a little bit of a consistency was much needed. But especially how there were multiple teams, right? It was just not one team. It was Team Soul, it was INS, it was Hyderabad Hydras, it was Autobotz. I think 5-6 teams were fighting it out, and somehow Akshat, the lonesome survivor, made sure he builds up that gap and put his team into a really prime position.
He ruined it for Hyderabad Hydras. They were still a 4-man squad. He took out 2 of those members, and just as soon as they came down to the ground, he put them 6 feet under. So that was something that the numbers were depleted, and that's when INS capitalized. But now I am going to talk about the INS situation. Now we are going to have a little analysis segment later on, but the thing is, what 2 teams kind of stood out for you in this round?
Of course, I mean, talking about INS at this point, right, you were kind of taken aback. And I could get it why. Because there, Shane was trying to be the diversion, right? He was the one who wanted to have the entire attention of the 2 players of Nigma Galaxy towards him. Now, it could have played out into perfection had they done that at the same time. Had both the players been shooting at his direction at the same time, had Crazy Soul struck, that could have been the changing point.
I kind of feel as soon as the vehicle went, he went a bit too quick. Because the distance between Crazy Soul was a bit too much. And I get it. Still, you want to still lay down some lead because you know where the enemy is. Sure, there's smoke all around you, but there's a massive tree. You can kind of use that as your guiding light in the distance. And you know that they're going to be behind him because this is the information that Crazy Soul would have been giving him. So when he hit the ground, when he lay prone, his entire body was pretty much visible. Had he been a bit to the left, it could have been something else. But again, buts and ifs and maybes, coulda, woulda, shoulda is what we like doing. But, it was a little bit of a mistake that I think they are going to be repenting about right now.
At the end of the day, it did come down to a 1v1 battle, which Crazy Soul clearly lost against Apollo. He was just the better man. But there's another fight that I really want to talk about. Autobotz against OR Esports. Now, once that happened, we really saw the players of OR Esports keeping the players of Autobotz at bay. But the smokes, had they come in, could have completely changed the tides of the battle.
It could have indeed. But again, that is the beauty of this tournament. You have your ups, you have your downs. And of course, it wouldn't have been possible without BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means for the last time before we are done, let's have a look and see how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Alrighty, now you all know what to do because you have to slay your dragons, and if you want to do that, then you head over to Loco and start your esports career as well. And as you can see, Fixus already has his little gadget with him. We were trying to contemplate as to which teams we are going to showcase, which we still will come to in a bit. But remember, get yourselves one of these. The iQOO Neo 6s is going to be awesome. Now, we are going to head into the analysis segment. Of course, I do believe we are going to talk about the Autobotz at this moment. And we have to talk about that little engagement with OR Esports. Orva, as we talked about, was the MVP in that moment, taking 3 of them out.
Yeah.
But for now, let's have a look and see how all these teams were running around in the map of Erangel.
For sure. And we've been talking about Autobotz. We all do know where they tend to drop over, right? They tend to go towards Primos. They did not make a lot of rotation this time around. They were just holding on. Now, this is where they've racked up a majority of their finishes to their names, right? There you can see. Now, they held on to this spot for a lot time, but before that, they were also here.
I want to point it out, exactly. Now, before they came to the ferry pair, have a look at that. So, Orva does go down. They, in fact, come back up north of that ridge for that little house. right over there, right next to the drop spot, right? But they realized there were too many teams in front of them. So I do believe that little rotation they took down south with the Fairy pair was phenomenal.
Yeah, and it did also help them, keeping that little bit of a shoreline for themselves while all the other teams come in, right? This is where Global Esports decided to step in. This is also where WSF also comes in. We did have that fight prolonging for quite a long time, and Seoul also, as a matter of fact. And towards the end, there you can see, this is the part where they took that fight against OR Esports and they never looked back after that. But there's another team, XP, that we really have to talk about is Nigma Galaxy. This was one of those teams that did majority of the heavy lifting. Now, as I zoom out a little bit, you can see all the way from that eastern side, they make their rotation from Lipovka.
Now, if you quickly go back and zoom in where they finally were put on the ground, have a look at that rotation coming in along the circle because, they went on the right flank, went back. They knew that little shack of death was going to be impossible for them to defend, and I liked how they came in along that place. But again, Fixes, anything else that you want to point out real quick?
I think it was, again, Team Soul's rotation, especially how Akshat really kept himself alive in that situation. He was not moving a muscle. And had it been any other player, they would have lost their cool. They could have fired a few bullets. There were moments. And the only mistake, or I wouldn't even call it mistake, right? He just did not know that there was one player of Autobotz lying behind him, right? While two of them were away, he thought that, it's the whole entire squad in front of him. And he got a little bit of complacency set in. And that is where he kind of flustered up. But it's A-okay for Soul.
Well, now here's the thing. Complacency might just set in, but we are not going to be complacent because we are going to be active. And like we promised, we do have the giveaway winners coming up on the screens. And looks like it's going to be Akshay Birla. 3 a.m. Frenzy. I saw you in the chat today, by the way. I know you for a fact that you're watching English. Ajay Vikas Yadav, Himanshu. Interesting. That's a unique name. I've heard of Himanshu, but Himanshu, that's a nice name. Ashutosha Acharya, Ayush Agarwal, Praneet N, Ayush Agarwal again. Maybe they're two Ayush Agarwals again. I know for other Ranga Chehel, so it's fine. And of course, Gaurav Pradhan, congratulations.
Of course. Now, the last thing I want to see is an Ocean Sharma today.
You told me that we could not enter and have a look at that. That dude gets a t-shirt, man.
Yeah, and somewhere down the line, we're going to talk about the other winners out here. Congratulations, Shivanshu Singh, Dhanjay Jagtap, Atul Kumar, Dilip Das, Shubham Singh, Adarsh Singh. Then you've got Angad Singh Rajput XP.
What's up? How's it going, buddy? For a second, I thought it was me, but of course, you've got Sanithya, Raj Singh, and Narang as well. Congratulations. You have some nice BGMI merch coming your way. I want to see my name fixed. I'm pretty sure you want yours as well, but can you take this one?
I'm disappointed. I mean, with the Ocean Sharma coming up yesterday, but Soumya Brata, Nandi, congratulations. Same goes for Praneet, Kevin Sutar, Aditya Kumar, Abhijit Seth, Swapnil Upadhyay, Himanshu Raj Bora again, and Guru Raj Salunke, Shivam Bhardwaj and Mudassir Ahmed.
Perfect. That was nice. I saw the names were a bit longer. I was like, maybe Fixes, you should take this one. But we do have some more winners. And well, congratulations to Tanmay, Man Patel, Chandu, Faizan, Pratik, Mohammed, Shravan S. Pillai, Abhishek Kumar Singhji. Wow, Abhishek Kumar Singhji. How you doing, sir? And of course, Electric Max. You got to represent your company out there as well. And Rajneesh Gunavat. Congratulations. You are going to be having a nice time. Make sure you rep yourselves out in public.
Of course. Now the final 10, right? Rohan Singh, Digant Tonpe, Subir Singha, Manish Sirohi. Then you've got Rudra Kumar Mishra, Mr. Manish Sirohi, and Rahul Bias. And we've got a Sachin Raut. Then we've got Vikash Banwari, Mayur Solanki, and Eagle God. Interesting name.
Imagine if Rahul was a commentator. Would he be biased?
I mean, could have been. A lot of them are.
I know, I get it. That wasn't my best joke. But again, congratulations to all you lovely people out there. And, well, you're going to have a good time representing your favorite game out in public. But day 2 is over. We are at the midway mark, Fixes. Whew, it's only going to get better tomorrow.
It indeed will be. Now, teams have to really research on how they've got to take down Team Soul. Global Esports, they're on the rise. Enigma also need to step up. Same goes for teams like OR as well.
Absolutely, it is going to be a meteoric rise for some teams, and it might just be a little bit of a crash for others. And speaking of crashing, I think that's what I want to do right now. So, with your permission, we are going to be bidding you adieu. So, from Fixes, Arca, I, and everyone here at BGMI Crofton, well, we are going to see you tomorrow. You all have a good night. But remember, the action starts at the same time, and we will see you there.